Birmingham, NEC. How are you doing? And hello, excuse me, hello to our fans on Twitch all over the world. How are you doing today? Are you excited for the TF2 Grand Final here on the main stage? Are you really ready? Really? Come on. Are you ready? We are so thrilled to be here on the stage again for our grand final. It's been a couple of years since we've been that. TF2 has been a fixture of iSeries for such a long time, since its release in 2007, as a matter of fact. We're thrilled to be here. We have two fantastic teams. They're getting ready to play for their share of 7,500 pounds, that amazing prize pool, but more importantly, for the right to say that they are the best in the world. And that's pretty cool. I'm excited about that. Have you guys been watching all weekend long? Have you guys been watching, I'll give you another chance, all weekend long? We have to my left here, Team SWIFT, and we have to my right, Team Se7en. They're getting ready for this grand final. It'll be a best of 5 maps. Before we get everything started, I want to thank our sponsors, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to have this fantastic tournament. We have this beautiful Linksys gaming router in front of me. We're going to be throwing this out in the crowd, so front row, not really. Thank you to Linksys. Thank you as well to Logitech. Thank you to Ice Cream for Crow. As well, thank you to Slingshot Cartel, game developer and studio based out of the UK. And yeah, I'm excited. I don't know how to say it. There's no more ways to say it. All weekend long, these guys have been playing. The upper bracket team is Se7en, so they've had a chance to sort of relax and wait and watch their competition. SWIFT, on the other hand, have had to sort of fight their way through the lower bracket, but they have earned it. They kind of steamrolled Low Pander to get here earlier today. Let's talk about who the teams are. Well, we're trying to work out some computer stuff here at this point, but we have Thalash, we have Stark, we have Raymond, we have Cadus, Captain, and Drac. On this side, we have Ast. We have, with his special seat all the way from North America so he can slouch all the way back. His name is Banny, perhaps indisputably the most successful TF2 player of all time. We have Raptor, of course, as well. We have Ali. We have Samzy. I couldn't see him. And we have Silentis, who's had a fantastic LAN, having the best time of his life. So these guys, as I said, are getting ready to play a best of 5 maps. In just a little bit, we're going to be kicking it over to our analysts on the couch as the teams are going to do their pick and bans for what maps they're going to be playing throughout this final. But like I said, 7,500 pounds on the line, bragging rights, the ability to call themselves world champions. I don't know what else to say. Are you guys about ready to get it started? We are going to kick it over to our analysts who are ready to take us through as we select maps, and then we're going to get going. We're going to have our grand final here, so make some more noise. We're going to head back to the couch.
Hi, we're the couch. Joining me, well, I'm WARHURYEAH. Joining me, we've got Eeply and Paddy. So we're going to be going through the pick bans shortly when they're all prepared for this grand final between SWIFT and Se7en. They did play last night in the upper bracket final where Se7en bettered them over 3 maps, 2-1. So this is going to be a best of 5, so there's going to be a larger map pool. So we're going to be seeing what maps we're going to be playing in any moment once the gamers on stage are ready. So, Eeply, what are you sort of expecting from these two teams going into the final?
I think we're going to see, same as what we've seen the rest of the tournament, we're going to see Se7en consistently playing their game the way that they want to play it. You know, they're the kind of team which just can't really be shaken in general games. They're going to keep doing their thing, play their methodical, strategic style. And I think really it's going to be down to SVIFT to kind of try and break it, do the same as we said 100 times now, take an early lead, and force Se7en into kind of varying from their set path, you know? Because if Se7en get in a controlling seat, I don't think it really matters what map it is. I think they're going to end up controlling to the point that SVIFT are left kind of no options really. And, you know, I said, like, I don't think any of the maps that Se7en win are going to be a 5-0 or 4-0, anything like that. They're far more likely to be 2-1 or 3-1. But the way the map will feel to watch, everything will go Se7en's way. They'll just be in control of every situation.
So, Paddy, do you sort of echo that sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much reiterate, and I feel like I do have a bit of an interesting perspective on having played on, well, with one of the players from SVIFT and sort of with Se7en very briefly, somewhat recently. And I definitely do reiterate, I think Se7en's going to be trying to play their controlling, their methodical gameplay where they kind of go on like 100% success rates with their pushes and their plays. And so if they're able to have the room and the space to do that, then it's definitely going to look good for them.
At the moment, everyone, the voices you are hearing on the analyst couch, which is located behind you, we've got Ro and Ombrack who are currently on the big screen. They're going to be pretending that they're us, although I think someone told me that Ombrack looks like me, so I'm just going to quickly dab.
He's not going for it.
Dab on stream. Do it, Ombrack. Do it. You got to dab. I'm dabbing. You can't. He hasn't done I haven't done a warm-up dab, so I'm not feeling confident to do it live in front of everyone. I'm a bit nervous. I do get sort of stomach problems when I'm nervous anyway. So last night, the maps that were chosen between these two teams was Process, Gullywash and Granary.
Yep.
Gullywash was a dominating performance from SVIFT, so do you expect that that's going to get banned out by Se7en?
I'd be willing to bet just because of the way the Se7en are as a team. They've been together for so long, and they've worked out so many maps that they can afford to just kind of ban a map that they've had some poor results on, because almost every map they're going to have decent ideas. So they can just go, like, only 2 maps to be banned. We're comfortable in more or less all of them, so why not just why not just ban the one which we were a little bit shaky on yesterday, get it out the way, because our map pool is already, like, pretty deep. I think, you know, there isn't really a map which I would say is super weak. I think SVIFT has like the strong and weak maps, but
Viaduct.
I think in terms of Viaduct for Se7en, like, they have a specific way that they want to play it, and it's kind of the same situation. Like, I think SVIFT are more than capable of kind of trashing them if they can play, like, if the SVIFT kind of aggression can work. But I also, you know, acknowledge how powerful like the Se7en kind of overall plan is for that map, and I don't know, I think it's so difficult to say. Like, both teams are so good, even though they play such a different playstyle. I think it's going to be near impossible to predict the exact results kind of map by map.
Do you feel the same, Paddy, with you know, the dominating performance yesterday from SVIFT and Gullywash, and Se7en being a bit shaky on Viaduct? I mean, historically, I think one of their first losses in a general season would be 2 seasons ago. I think it was against Lego, and they got trashed on Viaduct from what I remember. So do you feel like there's going to be a case where Se7en are just going to ban out these maps as soon as they can, so they don't, you know, give them an advantage at all?
I mean, it really varies. I mean, Se7en themselves are fairly confident on goalie. I know that for a fact. But, like, they tried to play goalie yesterday, and, you know, they kind of, it didn't really work out in their favor. And most of that was due to mids. And I think it depends on, you know, if they did some work yesterday and you know, after they played and really kind of rethought their mids on how to take it against SVIFT, because that was the real issue. And I think that was the real issue from when I was watching that entire series was SVIFT had overall better mids on almost all the maps.
Yeah.
And so, you know, mids are a large part of the game, and if you can win every mid, you know, then you've set yourself up for very easy rounds as long as you don't make grave mistakes.
Yeah.
So I definitely think Granary is going to be seen here again. Se7en are very confident in their Granary as a team overall. Their transition play they feel very comfortable on that map with. And goalie is I'm not really sure about goalie. It really does depend on whether they've done their homework, I guess you could say. And if they have, they might be okay with playing it again because for them it is one of their best maps in Europe.
Yeah.
And Swift being kind of in your team with Banny kind of at the helm, Banny is really good at Viaduct, not Viaduct, sorry, goalie wash.
Yeah.
Although Viaduct too as well, actually, I might
think,
add.
yeah, Viaduct, I think it was against, I-50, wait, what was the last one? It was I-58. So I-55 when Froyo was decidedly more dominant and has nothing to do with the fact that you weren't in that team, Paddy.
Nothing at all.
They were, like, they tore teams apart on Viaduct, like, completely. The Blaze and Clockwork combo on the flank was just disgusting. Gully Wash as well, they were just absolutely brutal. From start to finish, it would be midpoint, roll to last, time and time again. Now, obviously, Banny can sort of, bless his big-brained wisdom onto the rest of the players. Hey, I'm on the screen now.
Nice.
Oh, you missed my dab. I'm not going to do it again.
Nope.
Too late. So, is there any maps as well for you, Paddy, that you feel like Swift might have to remove?
I think it's difficult to say. If it wasn't for the game we literally just had, I would guess Reckoner, just because it's a newer map. It's a map not played in America, so I think they're going to be confident on all the regular maps, like your Badlands, your Snake Waters, like the maps which have been in forever. I would have said that they'd want to ban Reckoner just to not have to deal with that slightly weirder one, but they seem perfectly happy to play it against Low Panda.
Yeah.
But maybe at the same time, it's because they were very confident playing Low Panda and thought they could beat them on any map anyway.
I mean, Ali's pretty decent on Reckoner as well. I mean, obviously he's known for doing the pogo jump to last and fragging nerds, trying to defend. Do you feel like, I feel from like a player perspective as well, like whenever I'm sort of like having to do pick bans, I kind of feel like I want to keep Reckoner in, or I don't want to be the one that bans it. Because I want the other team to waste the ban on the map that no one plays. So do you feel like there's that kind of like mind game going in where you kind of like want to force the enemy to waste their ban on the map that you want to ban, but you don't want to do it? You want to ban their best maps. You don't want to ban your worst map kind of thing.
Most definitely, I think that's the case. I know for a fact that I think both of these teams actually probably don't want to play Reckoner. I'm almost positive with that. I know that like Se7en, like they don't really like it. And I know Swift with Banny being on the team, he's not really used to the map and all that. So I think there will be that mind game where like they're gonna try and make one or the other ban the map first, and I definitely think that's going to be a mind game.
Do you think Se7en are going to be, going head to head? Se7en not liking the map, and I kind of feel, I know it's very petty, but Ali knowing jumps, that maybe he just favours that map anyway. Do you kind of feel like it's going to end up with Se7en banning that map, or being forced that both teams have to play it?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It really is hard to say. I think Se7en is the team more likely to actually ban Reckoner. I feel like personally, just from my experience on that map, which I haven't played too much of it, but it seems like a map where, because of how many entrances and flanks there are, that a puck team like kind of Swift can actually excel pretty well in the transition fights, because things aren't really like the chokes aren't as tight, and it's kind of harder to hold everything, so that a player can run in, sneak in, and make a lot of plays. So I think Swift would be actually fairly comfortable on that because of the fact. So I think it's more likely that Se7en themselves would end up banning it.
Okay. So moving on to maybe the actual expected results. Head to head, as I said, these teams kind of played last night. The score line was very close, apart from Gullywash, which went heavily into Swift's favour. Do you expect that the games again today will be kind of methodical, or quite a slow pace that Se7en want to do, or do you think that they're actually going to be, even if they are in the lead, do you feel like they're actually going to want to try and close it out instead of sort of playing on these one-round margins?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to the mids, like you said. Generally, even in the maps where Se7en beat Swift still had very dominating mids. I feel like if Se7en have fixed their mid, like I said, like they've done their homework, they've been able to deal with what for Swift has been primarily very early soldier aggression, taking position, like very early in almost every mid on almost every map. If Se7en are able to deal with that and get good mids, I think they might feel an eagerness to get more of a cushion, you know? Because, like, you know, we always say, like, 1 or 2 maps is a decent-sized cushion for Se7en, but I feel like with it being grand finals, if they can just be that little bit more aggressive, just from kind of winning mids and kind of forcing the enemy onto their last, they're going to be a little bit more eager to get a couple rounds more, just so, you know, you can make those little mistakes 6 or 7 minutes from the end of the game. But... yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to if they're not really able to fix their mids and they have to grind it out each round from after losing mid, then inevitably it's just going to end up quite a slow game.
Yeah, I mean, Paddy, you've been in the high stakes games as well. Do you feel like, you know, when you have a 1-round lead, I mean, even in like when it's high stakes like this, do you feel like, yeah, we can park it and just bank on us winning by 1 round, or do you just like? Do you kind of feel like, you know, we've got lots of time, maybe we should waste it, or do you feel like we really need to push to give ourselves the extra cushion that Epley was saying?
Well, I consider myself a pretty aggressive player, so I like to take risks that maybe some other players wouldn't. I'm not really, you know, if I ever go up 1-0, I'm not really keen on, you know, kind of just settling there, because what that really does is. What it really does is that it kind of sets yourself up that, like, you know, you have like mid, like you're up 1-0, you have mid, for example, and then you know, you're just like making small plays, sacking a player in, not taking too many risks, and just kind of parking, like really not moving anywhere. But if the other team decides to make a move and, you know, they're coordinated enough and they execute well enough, just because you have mid, it doesn't mean that they can't then push into you, and then you lose a round and you've killed all this time, and now it's 1-1, and now you're going into golden cap.
Yeah, I think like you're exactly right. If you sit there, you can play that Se7en style and you can grind out a round in 15 minutes. But also you can make one key mistake and lose a round in 2.
Yeah, and it's all over.
Yeah. I mean, it's been that sort of case, I think, in quite a few games this tournament where, you know, 1 round is the decider, and I think it was yesterday on Granary where it was Swift versus Se7en, the last map being Granary. I mean, Swift were sort of parked on Se7en's last, and it was like, you know, a minute remaining. They were throwing everything that they possibly could to try and get the final round.
Yeah.
And I believe, I can't remember which game it was. I think it was Antic versus. Oh, it's lost my mind, but I think it was on Badlands where the same thing happened again. The dying moments, you know, the team just pushes, you know, they all flag for the point, and then, you know, rounds converted, you know. I feel like Se7en might sort of end up, as you guys been saying, sort of shooting themselves in the foot if they play for these 1-0 wins.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can feel comfortable because it's, you know, what you do all the time, but I don't know, I just would feel quite a sweaty gamer if I was.
Yeah, it is a real risk you're taking. You're kind of putting a lot of faith in you not making those little mistakes, because that can just ruin your entire plan, basically.
Yeah. If someone from production could also fix the monitor that I've got in front of me, because at the moment it says it's out of range, but it's not. I can probably reach out and touch it if I really wanted to. I would fix it myself, but I don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest. I'm only here because Getaway's on the main stage. Oh, save me. Anyway, I'm not quite sure what the ETA is on the map bans. If I could get that in my ear ASAP, so I know how much time I can waste. It's that monitor there, Gemm, that isn't working. Come and fix it. He's going to get on that any moment. We've got quite a large crowd here. I'm seeing everybody waving their arms in the air. Oh, that's disgusting. There was a dab. Oh. Announcement: anybody caught dabbing in the crowd will be removed from the premises. Thank you.
Nice.
That's a warning. So, what is the final? Well, I know it's kind of too soon to predict because we haven't got the maps yet. Do you have like a team that you feel is going to like take it all the way anyway, regardless of what map?
I think personally, like, I don't know, I have a lot of friends who'd probably hate me if I didn't say Se7en anyway, but I think it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. I think it probably will go to all 5 maps. I think Se7en are going to like win it, but there's going to be probably at least one map where Swift come out strong and they win something like 3-0, 4-0, 4-1, something like that, and kind of, you know, give Se7en a bit of a kick.
Do you not feel that if they're able to achieve that, they could, use the momentum from that comfortable victory to take it to the next map? I mean, I know yesterday they didn't, but do you feel like, they could act on that a little bit more? Because, when you look at yesterday's scoreline and you go through the first map, which is Process, and then you go into Gully Wash and you get absolutely trounced. I mean, surely you would think that that team that did that would be the, guaranteed winner of the third, or be a little bit more comfortable than what Swift were.
I think if Se7en was any other team, possibly, but I think because the main idea of the team is like discipline, that they're able, once the game ends, like the map ends, it goes a bit poorly, they're able to just sit down and say, right, okay, that happened, we have a decent idea why that happened, we'll just play the next map, same kind of system, like, we're not going to lose everything over it, we're just going to kind of reset and go back to what we know works, what will consistently allow us to win things, and try not to let that kind of dodgy map affect them.
Okay. I mean, so we're going to get pick bans soon, because we do have our North American representative in Paddy being here. Tell me about Banny. Now, you played in Froyo Tech with him last year. I stood behind you guys at one point. I will admit, emotions seemed high, insults seemed creative, and do you think that he's gonna, do you think this is gonna sort of rile its head? We're gonna get angry Banny. He's gonna start tilting off the face of the planet, or was he like one of the more calmer people on that team? Because I remember you being a little bit animated as well at many points. You got quite agitated on Roma. I remember a game on Badlands where you were just really annoyed about, your team not pushing when you were going drop down and stuff like that. So, is that sort of, is Banny one of the more calmer people on the team? Does he try and keep things controlled, or does it just sort of go, full tilt mode?
I mean, he can definitely go to full tilt mode, and it's definitely something that can happen with him. I think that...
Okay, so we do have pick bans. We're going to have to do it from the big screen up there because this monitor here is not working. We have, let me see, I'm trying to squint. Product and Gully Wash have been banned from Se7en.
Yes.
So, expected or not?
I think more or less kind of what we said in terms of Gully Wash, like they have a good map pool, like they can play basically any map, but they had a bad experience against Swift on Gully, so they can afford to kind of throw that away, just ditch that, not have to worry about it. I think with Viaduct, as much as I know Se7en have a strong plan, it is also a bit of a map where weird things can happen.
Swift, they're going to go for the Reckoner pick. So Swift, as Se7en were from the upper bracket, they get the full ban advantage, so they get a choice of both of the bans for this event. Swift are only allowed to pick, and they have gone for Reckoner. Obviously, that's probably not really much of a surprise. I'm just seeing how many maps are remaining from here. Okay, so again, we were saying Reckoner earlier about how, Swift could very well favour it. Se7en not being that comfortable, but obviously they must think it's more comfortable than
I think
those other two.
I think just to quickly mention about Reckoner, Swift's tendency to win mids, even in games where Se7en won, I think would lend them really strongly to Reckoner, just because of Reckoner last being so difficult to push out of. Like we saw Swift against Ascent, I believe it was, they would win dominating mids, and then they would just do the same alley sack over and over and over, probably about 8 or 9 times, because their hold on second was so strong. They knew, like, just because of the map layout and like a specific hold you can do on second, it's so difficult to actually make anything. Even to be able to push out a last on a 2-person advantage isn't in any way a sure thing. So I think maybe Swift are kind of thinking along those lines, win the mids, kind of get as many chances as we need on last, play from a quite a comfortable position.
I mean, Se7en have picked Process, and I think I've just realised that because there's 2 bans and it's a best of 5,
yes.
There can't be any surprise in this map pick. So all the maps are going to be played. Obviously, it's the order that is going to be, the thing that's going to change it. I'm not 100% if the order's going to matter, so we're safe to say that it's, maps are going to be played or just going to be what else is remaining. So we've got Reckoner, Process, Badlands, Snakewater, and Granary. Snakewater being a map that I know Cadus hates.
Yes, he's very vocal about that one.
Is that not worth a ban, or is that a case of just because I hate it doesn't mean I have to make my team hate it too?
I think the Se7en soldiers are pretty comfortable on it. I think, as much as Cadus himself might dislike the map anyway, I think the way that the team works, it kind of matters less about the individual anyway. Like, as long as their team play is good, it won't really matter if someone has a slightly dodgier game.
Yeah, I mean, they've just picked Snakewater as well, so that would be our third map. So whichever Swift picks, they get the last one. So we're going to find out what they're going to go for. It's going to be Badlands or Granary will be the next one, and obviously the final map. Do you think that this map pool favours either team? I mean, personally, I think it's going to be favouring Se7en because I feel like Swift have got their two dominant maps out of the way, being completely. So it's Granary and Badlands is going to be the decider. So does this favour anyone in particular for you, Paddy?
I think the Badlands pick is interesting. If it gets to that map, I definitely think that's a map that Swift on mids will have a great edge on. I remember playing against Se7en when I was on Froyo, and their mids kind of really involved just like sitting on the slope and kind of chilling and waiting for the other team to make a move. But the problem with that is you're giving a lot of positioning away, and Banny's the kind of player where if you give him the space, he will take it.
Okay, and before we sort of, I guess, head it and move it over to our casters, I want to talk about the players for a little while. Paddy, is there anybody that you expect to like really shine, or a key player from either team that really has to sort of perform to, take it all the way?
Well, I think from Swift, it's really important. Believe it or not, I think that Ali and Silentes hold the key for Swift. Like, they're the two players that if they're performing really well, I think, like, if they can't be, like, contained, Swift is going to, like, perform really, really well.
Okay.
And for Se7en, captain.
Okay.
Captain for sure.
What about you?
I think for Swift, one of the best players is going to probably be Ast. Like we've said a few times now, he's been quietly kind of pounding in almost every map. Like his cleanup.
Against low plan Panda today, he was like...
Exactly. I said, it's not exactly like always the flashiest stuff, but his ability to just clean up frags so consistently, I think is just one of Swift's big strengths on the team, considering their tendency to go for kind of slightly dodgier repushes in team fights. That's just how they want to do things. I think Ast is fundamental. So I think if he has a good game on any map, he can basically really swing things in their favor. For Se7en, I think Paddy's right. Like, I think it's going to be important to see how Captain and Drac play, considering the almost constant aggression from the Swift soldiers. Like, the Se7en soldiers are going to have to do something to counter that.
Do you feel, though, that maybe the Se7en soldiers have a little bit more of an advantage because they've been playing together quite a while? There were quite a few games that I saw on Process, which is going to be one of the maps that we were playing, where both Drac and Captain just seem to buddy up all the time. I mean, Drac as well, over this entire event, I think I've casted pretty much 2 of his games so far, and he has just been an absolute monster of keeping himself alive and buying time for his team. So do you kind of feel like maybe because Drac and Captain have been playing together for a while now, do you kind of feel like they might have a slight edge, or do you think?
I think if you've watched the games, you've seen more flashier individual plays from the Swift soldiers, but like the timing and consistency of the kind of bombs that Drac and Captain do, they're always like so on point. Like you see one go, like if they're going for a coordinated sack, it's always almost perfectly timed. If they're sending Draken for a sack, like the spam that's going along with him to support him, it's almost always perfectly timed. Like everyone's positioned themselves in such a way as to really help the soldiers. Whereas with the Swift soldiers, they've obviously been doing incredible things, but they've been relying a lot, I feel, on their own individual timing, their own kind of game sense, and their own individual play.
I mean, I kind of feel like Silentes is kind of similar to Mike. Whenever sort of Mike was playing in every team that he's ever played in, there was always like a case of, I mean, even when he was playing Roma, he would just sort of like jump in, somehow keep himself alive for an obscene amount of time, and then ended up taking out like 2 players with him and then getting everybody else weak. And I kind of feel like that. Do you think Silentes is kind of like the same kind of player, where he just sort of, finds these sort of small angles and just goes in and just, you know, frags everyone, or just sort of does what he needs to do, just does all the dirty work and that's it? Or do you think he's sort of like, well, I mean, I kind of feel like in comparison to Drac is sort of like more of a smarter player. I believe Kermit was telling me about how Drac offline, all he does is just go through maps and practice jumps, whereas Se7en's more of like a practice MG and DM.
Yeah, well, more or less like you said, I feel like of the two soldiers though, just from what I've seen, there's been more kind of timing-based big plays from Banny than Se7en's. We've seen like a lot of the aggressive bombs on mid. Banny will go super deep, try and get damage and frags, and Se7en's will maybe go a little bit later, take a bit of position, still like get a lot of damage done, but won't be like the same full commit as Banny. So inevitably you end up in a position where Banny's going to kind of end up with more frags and damage as a result, but Se7en is still fulfilling his role of like keeping up the aggression and kind of forcing the team to be in a kind of positional disadvantage, whereas Banny's kind of the soldier they usually jump deep for the damage and the kills, you know?
Okay. Before I pass it over to the casters, predictions. So I don't want any umming or ahhing. I want to know who's going to win, how many maps, you know? There's going to, you know, I don't want any of this, you know, flea-flying, oh, I feel like this team could win if they take the first map. Who do you think is going to win, and in how many maps, Paddy?
I think Se7en's going to win.
7. How many maps?
It's going to go to the decider.
Okay. So 3-2 in total, yeah?
Yeah.
I was going to say the exact same. 7 is going to win it. I think it's going to go to all 5 maps.
All right. I believe we might be all ready and set to pass it to the casters, but there are people hanging around them that are pointing at monitors and looking very important. There's a lot of scurrying around, so I'm going to take that as an obvious hint that they're not ready. So I'm going to try and think of something else to say as I drag out this sentence even more. I can't think of anything, I'm sorry. How are you guys?
I'm all right, actually. I've had a very nice LAN.
Really?
A very busy LAN.
Yeah.
How are you, Paddy?
I've been doing great myself, you know.
Yeah?
Woke up pretty late today, but
Been enjoying the event and everything?
yeah, it's a ton of fun, and I'm glad I came.
Have you been to the expo?
I haven't yet. I heard
Yeah.
the Yogscast are there.
I don't care. I mean, they've got Robot Wars, so
That's
yeah,
cool,
yeah,
but
yeah,
that's really good. They have all the robots there, which is pretty sweet. I tried to reach over and grab one, and a man told me, "Please don't do that," so I didn't. He was
That makes sense.
He was a lot bigger than me. To be honest, all of them are a lot bigger than me, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, LAN is always a very special occasion. We are very thankful as well for Multiplay for giving us time on the main stage, especially as it's not 9 o'clock in the morning like it was at I-52, which is the reason why I lost over 2 maps in about half an hour. I was also wasted on happiness that I experienced in my day today, which was the real thing that was going on there. We're getting our monitor fixed just in time now that the pick bans have ended, and so is everything else that I don't need it anymore. But thank you, Ash. You look very nice lying down there. I appreciate the effort. So I think we're just waiting for everyone to get started. I believe there is a computer issue. All 6 players are on the server for SVIFT, and we're just pretty much, I guess, waiting for 7 players. Are the casters ready? Production, are we ready to throw it over to the casters? I'm trying to be subtle as I can. Everybody on this crowd, please don't listen to this. Are we ready to pass it to casters now? Okay, so crowd, that is all from me at the moment. We're going to be passing it over to Ro and Ombrack, who are going to be your casters for this grand finalists. Over to you, boys.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In the I-61 crowd and on stream, we are seeing the viewers steadily rising. It's very exciting, and I'm looking forward to this match between Se7en and SVIFT. Ombrack, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling excited. You have no idea. This is the grand finals of I-61, and both of these teams, they are amazing players all over the place. This is going to be really, really thrilling, and I can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, we've seen this all throughout the series. We seem to be the only casters who managed to get Reckoner, and lo and behold, it's going to be the first one leading the series. Se7en and Swift, we know Swift gets very aggressive once they win the mid fights. They want to go straight to the last, and we're also knowing Se7en is infamous for having that very defensive hold. How do we expect this to pan out?
This is a clash of playstyle. Aggressive gameplay versus slow and really cautious gameplay. We know Cadus likes to take it slow, like to not going for anything that could be reckless. He wants to be in control whatever happens. So Reckoner is a map that enforces the kind of gameplay because it's really hard to push on any point, whether it's second point, last, or even mid. So I'm actually surprised to see that much of Reckoner on this land. I think it's the map that we have casted the most. Probably like
we've casted every single set, I believe.
Yeah,
except for one.
I think
once that we had a vanilla thing going on with like Snakewater Granary.
It's probably like
Badlands.
the fourth time we see Reckoner on stream for as long as we're concerned. So I'm kind of happy to see one of the newer maps making its way through the regular map pools and even more into the grand finals. So it's going to be interesting. And we mentioned it before to the LAN. This is a map where most players aren't really. They don't know everything about it, so they still could be a surprise factor. Something unexpected could happen. We know Bani. We said it countless times before, but he's not really comfortable with the map. I'd say, like he somehow always had amazing numbers on it. I think he always took damage when he played on the Reckoner, but maybe with the pressure. Tied to the fact that this is a grand final, this is on stage, they can hear, there's so many noise around them. Look at that, they're on the stage, they're just getting ready, trying to forget about everything around them, but they can't. They know we're there, they know we're watching them, so again, anything could happen there.
Yeah, so much pressure riding on these players, but they fought and scratched their way through not only the normal tournament, but the lower bracket, just finishing off Lopander's attempt. Very good showing from Swift. Do you think Swift's results against Lopander gives them the edge here? From what you saw, do you think they have what it takes to be on top of their game right now at this very moment?
Yeah, of course they had. They're in the final, so of course there's like best two. We have in front of us the best two teams in front of our eyes. So yeah, they have what it takes. Some people might say going into the grand finals like Se7en did by winning the winner bracket is an advantage because then you can rest on the Sunday. But when you're Swift, you've built momentum because you've won the first game. You've won, they completely rolled Lopander. The game on Granary was impressive, 5-0 in like 20 minutes. No one really saw that coming. And when you're that strong, you know you can do it because you have it going, you have that momentum going. And it's really important, especially when you have that aggressive playstyle that Swift has, where when you're banning a Salentis now, you know that you've played really well on the first map, on the first two maps. So in your head, you're like, I did it already like 2 hours ago. Why not do it again right now?
Yeah, it's definitely a good mentality to have going into every single map. You got to be treating every single map like it was the last one, in my opinion, because that gives you the courage and the motivation, the discipline to do your best and focus on the game, keep the comms clear, keep the DM sharp. I'm really excited to see these players give it their all, and hopefully, maybe potentially, Se7en will be a little bit more aggressive and make more plays rather than playing that slow 30-minute stall out on last. I want to see them push out of last if they have a one-map lead. I don't want them turtling their way to victory.
It's hard to see them doing that because these two teams faced each other yesterday on the winner bracket grand final, I assume, and the three maps were really close. I think there was only one round difference for each of the three maps, but Se7en played a really cautious and solid playstyle, and it worked for them so well. They were able to hold on their last, especially. I remember Process. They could help Process forever. So this is a Cadus playstyle. No, it's infamous, and not everyone likes it, but it's proven itself so far. So yeah, we all wish to see like some really fast-paced TF2, some crazy airshot and all, but when you're Se7en, you know you have a game plan, you know it's working, you know it beats Swift once, so you might as well lay it all over again and take it as easily as you can, but it's not going to be easy anyway.
Yeah, the game plan is to focus on winning the round, and unfortunately that can lead to some stalemates if they take an early lead. But Swift, it does have what it takes to potentially break those stalemates because of how aggressive they are, especially with Ali. We've been seeing specifically on Reckoner, he's well known for that double sticky pogo going into last, but I do think Cadis is going to be on top of that with the sticky traps near the pillars, denying any entry from Ali. So who knows? We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, well, one thing is sure, this team, they know each other perfectly. They know their playstyle. They've probably been studying a lot about how each other played. And Ali used to play for Se7en not so long ago, so he must know every kind of tricks they could have. I know Cadus stepped in and maybe brought some novelty to the team, but the core, Ali knows about the core of this team. He knows how they work. So I don't. Yeah, they may have a plan, but I think today it's not the plan that is going to work. It's everything that's going to be happening outside of the plan, and everything that will be unexpected will make the difference there.
So we're still waiting on 2 players to ready up. I heard there was a PC troubles on the stage here, so it shouldn't be too much longer, Ombrack, and then we'll be getting underway with our grand finals. And if you're just now joining the stream, we can quickly talk about the maps in this best of 5. The first map will be Reckoner. Second map is Process.
Yeah.
Third map was
Badlands?
Badlands or Granary.
Yeah, well, one of each. I don't remember.
No, Snakewater. Then Badlands, Granary finale. That was the number.
Granary
I remember now.
I've actually
Snakewater
called
was
that.
third.
Yeah. I see that Talash isn't on the server yet, and I have a little story about Talash. Talash never wins on finals.
Yes, this is actually...
he must be cursed. I don't know what's wrong with him, but DreamHack, two teams were too much each, and they took too long to play, so they had to get out of the venue, and they couldn't finish it. He lost 3-1 on final. He lost I-58 last year with Ali and Silentis and Ast. So this is probably anecdotal. I don't know, probably not much. But when you're Talash there, you must have that extra bit of pressure. Like, I've never won before in finals. Is this day going to be my day?
Honestly, I think this is the time to break some curses and some rules, because Talash has been working very hard the last few years towards that LAN championship title, and I do think we're going to be seeing it today. Talash will break the curse officially, and he can also say he's beaten Banny on LAN.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many small rivalry between these players, between these two teams. There's the Talash and Banny beef. There's the not beef, but there's some history between Ali and Se7en as well. So, and even within teams, like everyone is saying that Raptor and Banny have some that kind of love-hate relationship as well.
Yeah.
So there's so many little stories intertwined in this game. This is really gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, I did see one of the players connected for just a moment. I believe it was Stark, but then he disconnected. So we're still going to be getting on to some delays. Look at this crowd, though. Ladies and gentlemen, I know things are getting a little bit delayed, but I want to hear some hype for your favorite team. Just shout it out. Se7en, Swift, anyone? No? No love?
That's rough.
That's a shame. No love for Se7en or Swift. It's
You mentioned that Talash will break his curse, so you assume that Se7en is going to take it.
No, I'm holding on to the love I have for Talash specifically.
Okay.
I have no interest in either team winning. I just want to see some good games, genuinely.
So you have you're not biased to your fellow American player Banny.
I mean, I'm really glad to see that there is a little bit of North America representation here on a high-level team. And Banny is fulfilling that dream of North America having a hat in the ring, even if it's only 1/6 of that hat. So
1/6 of a hat.
1/6 of a hat.
That's a weird-looking hat.
Yeah, I would know weird-looking hats. I'm very familiar with that area. Right now we do see on the screen the order is actually not Granary last. It's
Badlands.
Reckoner, Process, Snakewater, Granary, Badlands, Decider. So, Ombrack, talk to me. What is your hope for either team? I'm unbiased at the moment. I don't have feelings one way or the other, but how do you feel?
Am I allowed to be biased?
You're 100% allowed to be biased.
Okay, so I would say I'd be happier if Se7en takes it, because I think this team has way much history behind them, and these players, they've been playing together for so long. So yeah, I'd go with Se7en, but if Swift take it, that's probably mean like they have an amazing player, and I know Sinentes will gonna have an amazing final. I know Ali is a fantastic player, so yeah, I'm a bit for Se7en, but really by a bit margin.
Yeah, like 55-45. It's
yeah,
right
exactly.
on the edge.
Yeah, exactly.
I know I have love for Se7en, and but I also like how Swift is working their way towards the top. They overcame Low Pander, and they have a strong roster. Ali, who had a bit of a break at the start of the ETF2L season last season. He was part of Se7en, took a short break, and then came back for LAN, or a little bit before LAN, just came back to TF2. And so he was able to get picked up on SVIFT, colluding with Banny to make this international team.
I think the last time we've seen Reckoner was Lopender was involved, and we talked about how they use off classes on mids, but I think we could talk a bit about off classes for these two teams, because they're not really fond of going out of the way. Like, they like to use the cookie cutter lineup. I know Stark sometimes goes beyond the border and tries to go for some spy play. Or Thalash is a really able sniper. But this is only when it comes to stalemate, and we were not going to see, like, with Muki out of the tournament, we should be over. There won't be any more weird shenanigans of classes, so that's a bit of a shame, because I think we all like that, see that kind of fresh air onto the mids. But this is all going to be about Silentus and Banny bombing in, and Thalash and Stark and all, and probably even Captain trying to go for the denial, the air shots, and also again really clash of playstyle. And I'm so high. You have no idea how hyped I am.
I'm
just
so
hyped.
ready. I want the game to start. We're still waiting on these delays. Stark and Thalash are the last players to connect to the server. They probably have some kind of computer issues on the stage. They're working on it. I see some players. I see Henny. Big shout out to Henny, our tournament admin here at the Insomnia LAN. Had a little bit of help from Aoshi as well to coordinate all the efforts here. I also want to give a huge shout out to our production crew and Essentials TF. They've put together an amazing production. They had a few months to work with to design all these great things, like this overlay you see for the HUD, the amazing weatherman thing that News will be getting onto shortly.
That's good.
After every single map, we'll have a nice little interaction with News, Professor News with a little lesson. So many amazing things here at this production desk, and I really love you guys at Essentials TF. You guys did an amazing job setting up for this event, and I'm really excited.
Yeah, and that served the show so well, because we had such a great LAN. I'd agree. I'd say the loser bracket grand final was a bit disappointing. The thing we saw this morning, but other than that, we've seen such display of amazing plays. That was amazing, and I'm pretty sure these are VODs we're gonna watch over and over again. And this final, hopefully, will be at least as good as what we've seen so far. The only player missing on the server are a player from Se7en, and they are both the scouts, Starkey and Thalash, on there yet. So I don't really know what's going on stage. I can't really see from there. Looks like people are just standing in front of the PC trying to fix the issues. But in the meantime, SVIFT is already there, all ready to rumble, all ready to fight. And how do you think the atmosphere is on SVIFT's side? There's so many LAN-proven players there. I think besides Raptor and maybe Ast, all of the other players have already been on stage when it comes to Insomnias or Rewind or whatever LAN you can go in. So how do you feel? How do you feel they're feeling right now? What do you think the atmosphere is?
I think there's no pressure whatsoever. I mean, there is pressure, always pressure, but these players have all played before in a LAN setting and in a grand finals. I know Cadis has performed at many different Insomnia LANs. This is home for him. But I'm North America. I barely know any of the Europeans because I'm just that bad of a person.
So let's talk about the American player we have. What do you think what input will Banny have on his team when it comes to handling pressure and stress? Like, he's seasoned to these kind of scenarios, so what do you think he could bring to his team?
Well, I mean, the story with Banny is he's been playing competitive sports since he was 9 years old. Competitive esports. Started off in Call of Duty, and he amazed people when he got into TF2 and started doing really well at such a young age. I think his first LAN with the ESEA was when he was 15. Yeah. I could be wrong on that stat, but Banny's been part of the TF2 lineup with LAN and all these different things. That this is just another day for him. This is him in his home front. This is where he feels the most comfortable, and we've been seeing that in the stats all throughout the tournament. Yeah, constantly breaking that 300 DPM mark while everyone else is just hovering around the 250, 280 mark. And so Banny, obviously being the damage dealer, the caller, the guy with so many hours in TF2 and so focused on this game, so much love for this game, he brings kind of a really holistic feel for how
Yeah,
a player
the
feels about a
reference,
game and how he makes the best of it.
I wonder how Raptor is feeling right now because it's the first time he's playing such a high-stake game. He's playing Medic, and let's say it right now. Before LAN, I'm not talking about LAN, but before LAN, he hasn't had the best performances he ever had in game. He was, I think, subpar what he could do, and like online, he was a bit better. But I still think he's able to step up and do something really great. And look at Ali. Ali, he has the eyes of the tiger. He's so focused right now. You know that chill attitude, that chill poker face, as in, I know I can do it. You know, I'm gonna roll these kids. I'm really ready. So yeah, Ali, ready to maybe actually help Raptor fitting in the game, because I was talking about Raptor. I don't know how he feels right now. He must have a lot of pressure on his shoulders because he's hitting Bunny, someone who's been a seasoned gamer, and you don't want to make any mistakes there because you know that's going to backfire at some point. So I'm interested to see. I think we're going to see it really like as soon as the game begins, but how he handles the pressure, because Raptor is one of the key players. He's playing Medic, but other than that, he has really good mechanics. But that is something that is really affected by how you feel. Right now, he has this cheeky grin on his face. Look at him just looking at the screen. So he's probably feeling okay right now. But I wonder when the game starts, when the voice says, "Let's ready to rumble," how we will be.
These players are enjoying the little bit of time they have before we begin the incredible grind that is going to be these next 5 maps. Let's talk specifically about Reckoner now. We've talked a lot about the general stuff. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Reckoner, honestly, we've talked about Swift and their aggression at mid, Se7en and their defensive play style. How do you feel about Reckoner right now? Do you think Swift have overcome it and assumed the role of Ascent, as we saw earlier in this tournament, where they were really good at this map and they did so well? Do you think that Swift have taken what they've learned from fighting Ascent, fighting other teams, looking at the map itself? Do you think they have conquered the map in a way in preparation for this final?
I think so. Ali is one of these development that really has a good grasp onto the map. He knows how to play the mids really well, and when they play Ascent, we've realized how aggressive they were when it comes to go to mid from second, even if they haven't capped the mid yet, because they've realized the transition between second pawn and mid is really, really short one. And if you go really quickly, you can get caught the rest of the team off guard. And we've seen them like going underpass or cargo and going really deep to get any survivors. So I think they actually kind of understand the flow of the game, of this map in particular, even though they're not maybe really familiar with. And this kind of aggression could really, take Se7en out of position. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some, maybe not all of them, but some mids being really dominant for Swift.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier about the Silentes and Banny bombs. Silentes, earlier in this tournament, we saw going for these interesting little double bombs and finding his way towards the entering players, coming up that slope. A lot of opportunities here for the soldiers to really step up and shine in this mid. We do see still just one player left to join, that is Thalashi. And who's that on screen?
That's Ast. Finnish scout. He's been mentioned by the coach earlier. He's not really shining. He's not really a shining player, but when he's on point, he's on point. He's the definition of hitting shots consistently as a pocket scout. And when they played their best of 3 versus 7 yesterday, when Ast played well, they won the map. So that's not a coincidence. He's one of these players that has a huge impact, even though we don't really see it with shining plays. He's always on point. He's always hitting shot, and when he does, his team is in such a strong position.
All right, so I'm going to make it more of a who's your favorite player right now on either side?
On stage.
On stage right now. Who's your favorite player? Who do you have the most confidence in going into this grand final?
So I said I wanted maybe Se7en to win a bit more than Swift, but I would go with Se7en. Because he's an amazing roamer. Roamer is kind of a unforgiving and unrewarding class, because you sometimes you have really bad luck because you have to sack in to go for the medics, and if you do it kind of checkly, you just get punished. But Se7en he has everything. He has the DM ability. He has the timing. That's amazing. The jumps he does are insane, because he can either go for decoy jumps, draw the attention out of his teammates so Benny can step in and get the frags. But he also has these sneaky plays where he goes behind and He's really good at playing in the backlines, like Starkey does for Se7en. But I think Sinantes is the playmaker for Swift, and I wouldn't be surprised even if Swift loses. He's gonna perform well anyway. Do you have any favorite players on these both of these teams?
I might be biased. I'm gonna go with Cadis. I'm biased because I play Demoman as well, and I'm big fans of players like Numlock back in the day. Oh my goodness, Extremer, Randa, all these great European Demomen. I love those guys, and I'd say Cadis is probably my favorite. We all do know about his wrist injury he had it some time ago, and he's been able to recover from it. But Banny, in a very nice little snapshot there on screen. Absolutely precious. I would get wallets of that for my to carry around.
But look at him, poker face, all the cheeky grin from Banny. Finally.
There's a human behind that face. He was having a good time up there, trying to keep it steady. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of Cadis, even though he's had the wrist injuries. We talked about this earlier. Se7en winning the upper bracket final is really key because it gives Cadis the most time to rest his wrist.
Yeah, exactly.
And that makes it for the best possible game because if Se7en got knocked out yesterday, they would have had to play this morning, and Cadis will be a little bit warmed up, but his wrist would be feeling the burn.
Exactly.
So that could have had an impact on the game. So we're hopefully essentially seeing the best we can from Se7en because Cadis has rested his wrist.
And Cadis may as well be on really good health at his prime right now because when it comes to the group stages, he didn't play all of the games. Whenever a game happened that was considered as easy for Se7en, he didn't play, and was I think Permzilla's stepped in to play instead of Cadis. So he hasn't played all of the games. So his wrist could be in quite a good shape, decent shape, like good enough to play the final. So I think the way Cadis planned this LAN, he was only thinking about how that he will play in the finals, and that he had to be careful not to play too much, not to burn out, so he'd be like in perfect shape to play this one. And I really like how they have a long-term plan when it comes to this LAN. When it comes to the game, you said it, they go it round by round, but when it comes to LAN, I think they were always focused onto the final.
Yes, we do see a lot of players in. The Lash has connected, but we're still waiting for Ali, who disconnected at some point during this fixing of the computers. Ali, the last player to join up, and then we'll be going live with our Swift versus Se7en grand finals here at Insomnia61. Let's talk about the medics, maybe? Raymond and Raptor.
Yeah, we talked a bit about Raptor before, but Raymond is such an amazing medic. He's like, in my eyes, he's like the best medic in Europe and probably in the world because he has such crazy mechanics. He's able to read the game, and the worst part is he plays with the basic HUDs, the stock HUDs, and it's still amazing. I don't know how he does it.
You know, a lot of medics seem to be using that stock HUD. We see that on Shade from North America. He runs the stock HUD. Banny runs stock HUD as well. An adjusted one, though, because, you know, mid-mode and some other things going on there. But either way, it's funny that you mentioned that Raymond plays on the vanilla HUD, and that's the same thing in America. We have Shade, one of the top medics, also doing that. We do see 6 players ready up on both sides. Not readied, but they are in the server. So we are going live very shortly, Insomnia. You've waited very patiently. We've tried to give you as much details about these players as we could from our own history and our own understanding of these teams past, and now we should be going live any moment now once the players have rated up, and we'll be getting underway with Reckoner, our first map of this best-of-5 grand finals.
I'm excited. Like, it's all in the inside, but I'm so excited to see what both of these teams will show us. And I wonder if they have some trick up their sleeve, something they haven't shown yet, and they will keep for the final. Oh boy, this is I61 grand final. This is it. This is now.
Now readying up. So ladies and gentlemen, we are finally ready to go. Se7en versus Swift. Best of 5 grand finals here at Insomnia61. I hope you guys are excited because these guys on the stage need your energy to give the best show possible. And right away, we see some interesting things for the mid, potentially as we're going to be watching the rollouts here. Cadis going to be going for another sticky, a little bit faster there, getting to the slope almost immediately before Ali can even get to his slope. One early sticky from Cadis is going to get onto Ali and damage him just a little bit. He's hearing the damage call, so he's calling it out for his team. Cadis got the loose cannon as well. Big bomb from Se7en coming in for the medic, trying to get onto Raymond. Raymond gets struggled so hard, misses the last rocket, and he's going to stay alive for just a moment longer. Flash now playing the defensive scout. Going to be working his way up the right side. He sees the medic, he's going in. A follow-up bomb from Captain takes out Raptor, but Drac and Flash are the only players alive, and there are 3 players on the side of it. Banny running in from the underpass, getting some pressure now. A follow-up from Ali, doing so much damage with the stickies. Can't quite get any picks. There's so much damage from Banny. Come on. Nice. Ali following up, able to take out the Flash and Drac right away in a follow bomb. Banny gets taken down by Raymond. Raymond is going to be running away, getting as far away as possible from this bombing player. He rotates, finally gets safety, and now Raymond's still alive. Going to have that uber advantage going into this next push.
Raymond, what does he pull up there? Like the jukes on Se7en at the start of the mid were amazing, and now then he took down Banny. So Raptor died to a rocket of Captain, so now Se7en has the Uber ad, and they're trying to come back onto the middle with the Cadis and Captain linking the Uber on the right side. They haven't used yet. Banny with a nice bomb to Raymond. Raymond strikes away, and he doesn't use. What is he made of? Talash with the duel on with Ast on the cargo. That's another frag, and now Se7en looks quite comfortable onto the mid, and they didn't even have to use the Uber.
That hold from Raymond already setting the pace for his team. That's the kind of confidence boost you need to see. Raymond is playing his best game. He's not popping Ubers to some bomb from Banny. He's totally not afraid. Now you see pushing from main is Cadis with Stark. They're working their way in, but Se7en is on the front fence, getting ready to get pressured by Captain. Captain getting down very easily by Banny. Coming in, but also gets taken down by Drac. No soldiers on the side of Swift. Red team, Swift. They are now getting onto their last, but they will have Uber at any moment to defend this push from Se7en.
Samsey, look at him. He's trying to get maybe an early frag onto the other team melee. Drac really aggressive on Samsey, as I said that, and getting the frag onto the sniper, really crucial pick from Drac. Not the Ubers are the same. Can Drac get out? He's so weak onto the spawn door. He's trying to go for the pickaxe play, but finally takes second. Now the Uber has been used to Cadis on the right. The Raptor makes the Uber as long as he can, but Se7en dies in the process on the flank, and this is looking kind of grim because Banny gets Raymond after the Uber. Raptor is still alive, even though it's kind of weak, and will Swift be able to push out of this? I don't know. Captain's being so aggressive onto Ali. He's jumped in and getting cleaned up. It's Stark as well. He's following the damage from his soldier, but that should be it now because...
Nice. Ast able to rotate around while Cadis was making his way out, trying to escape and not start the pressure. Drac actually got taken down by Samsey. I didn't see where that happened. It was probably in the lobby getting onto Raptor because he's very low on health. They're going to get the cast off and now work their way towards mid with a small advantage, about 30%.
Such a display of the aim already. It's been like 2 minutes, 4 minutes, and we've seen amazing stuff already. Now Swift is trying to make its way through the cargo area. Ast is already on me trying to look for hiding people, but no one is there, and looks at Se7en playing really cautious once again. Are giving up the mid without even putting up a fight, and they're gonna hold onto the second, maybe trying to get this U-boat ready as soon as possible, because right now they're sitting on a disadvantage.
Yeah, the Uber's going to be ready to go as soon as they can find the medic. They're working their way across the point. Ast is on the point as well. Captain bombs in, trying to get some damage onto Raptor, but Raptor stays alive. Nice pipe from Ali. But the Uber is ready. They've been delayed long enough, and Raymond is ready to push forward, but they don't have the numbers. They've lost some players, and Banny gets very low before getting forced off. He almost takes down Cadis, but Cadis is going to get popped on and stay alive for just a moment longer. Nice little double duck to juggle Banny into the air, and he's going to crater. They are also able to catch out Ali before he can escape, but Ast is not afraid of Cadis, but Cadis doesn't care. A double dog takes him down. It's Raptor rushing out of the cargo with Samsey, trying to get onto the bridge before the pressure comes in from Se7en. They are ready to retake this mid.
Well, the pressure from Cadis is he's trying to go deep with the sticky jump into the shack, trying to get some point pressure, maybe trying to get everyone else out of the point when it comes to Swift. Swift is putting up a fight. Se7en and Samsey are still in, but Drac will rocket onto the German scout, taking him down with a nice little frag, and now he's in the backline. He's getting chased by both of the scouts and the Raymond, trying to get to go in backline. Se7en finally the casualty, and it's looking kind of grim for Swift right now. Look at the health of Ast. He's dead. He has no health anymore, as I said that. And Se7en is gonna sit on the point and take the mid.
Banning a nice little exchange in the flank. Was able to pick off Stark before getting cleaned up himself. He was behind, getting into position, and Stark went to take it down, but lost the exchange. And now Se7en is trying to get some pressure onto Cadis with the medic on his tail, rushing forward to deny this main choke point, while the rest of the players are stuck in the shutter. Swift are opting to back out at this moment.
The control point is being
All this
captured.
main spam. But no, we do see Se7en trying to get his initiation. The Uber is forced off. They're trying to get onto Raymond. Raymond does get forced, and is now going to be holding on to Flash. As Flash is going to be chasing very quickly here. Follow-up bomb from Captain is going to get some damage, but Samzy is in the lobby taking down the players who rotated in without any of that Uber. So now with the number advantage, they're pushing on the point. Stark rotates through the lobby. He's going to get into the flank through this shutter. No one has spotted him.
That's such a sneaky play from Stark. Everyone was fighting, so he could just jump onto the rollout and get in. But Samzy, he's aware, he knows Starks love to go into the backline, so he's going for the MG duel and wins it with the help of Se7en. But who's there? Talash as well, trying to get the edge over the concussion, but finally Ali is so deep, he's getting caught kind of out of position. Not a really best of play, but from Ali. But in the end, Bani saves the day with a nice drag onto Cadis and Raymond, and now Odin drag is alive onto 7.
Drag very low on health, gonna get out the escape plan, trying to make his way under the point and rotate around. Se7en chasing so hard, Bani gonna get that frag. So they will be starting the cap, but he delayed long enough, Drac allowing the rest of his team to spawn. And there will be some players coming out of the forward spawn now in position for defending against this this retake of 7.
Talash is on position as well. He wants to make something happen because Raptor has the Uber charge right now, while Raymond is only sitting on the 40 Uber percentage, so it's not that much. It's going to be hard to hold for them. And look at Swift trying to make their way out of the toxic with Danny and Az and Ali and Raptor. 4 of the Swift players are there. They don't even have to use, but Talash with a nice body shot onto Raptor gets that drop onto the medic, and now 7 can fight back, but Danny doesn't agree with that with a nice bomb onto the rollout, getting a lot of damage onto Cadis and his teammates, and Az finally securing the point. But with the frag from Talash, now 7 can try to make something out of it.
But Ali is shutting down the shutter very nicely with all the coordinate spam, and a player is going to be jumping in. That's Captain. These players with the hats, I can't recognize them. They're able to push into the point though. No player could wrap behind. Banny is still trying to jump to the point. He's getting eyes on his escape route rather, not going for the medic there. He knows he can't go up against a land demo and a scout with his number. So Banny's going to be sitting cargo, spamming out Cadis as he works his way to the left side. They do have Uber ready. Raymond's getting close. Banny trying to force it off as quick as he can, but now he decides to back off. Aspire close. Samzy underneath the underpass. He's in the position here to potentially go in for players. He does hear the reloading stickies. He's going to rush forward. He's on top of Raymond. Going to get some stickies there. He forces off with the scatter gun. Very nice job there. So now the Super is not going to be getting as much as they want. They're rushing into the point to take the mid at very least. Banny takes a nice little air shot from the distance, but won't be taken down for it. He's just going to get chipped away. Healed back up, and now a repush with full Uber is coming from Swift.
How are they gonna come? We know they like to take really aggressively, so they might come, and that force from Samzy was really crucial when it comes to Swift stealing alive to the track. Trying to go to Raptor, but Raptor strays away, and Banny is getting picked by a nice double dump from Cadis. So now one soldier is dead onto Swift. Maybe they're gonna try to, they should try to go for the Uber. They're forcing the Uber out of the Raptor, and Ali is swinging so deep onto Raymond and gets the frag onto the medic, and that should be it when it comes to this fight. Swift's gonna take the mid and maybe trying to go aggressive onto the underpass.
Captain and Stark are waiting there, Flash backing out of cargo at the same time. They're opting to get into a better position here on second, while Swift maintains that Uber advantage. Very crucial in this next push because they should be able to take second for free. They've got to be worrying about all these players hiding and potentially going for a bomb to force off this medic or at least get the drop. They're going to be pushing without Uber, but they do have a significant ad, so if they can work this quickly, they may be able to get in position for a last push with that Uber before Raymond getting the time. We do see Flash is holding things down at this angle, and Bane is trying to spam his way through. They can't make their way at this particular juncture. The cargo is being launched heavily.
Yeah, the way Swift decided to wait for the Uber before doing any kind of commitment. Banny spotted the sniper onto the respawn, and now Talash has spun back when he can't do anything more than that. But look at 7, they hold so well, they, like denied the aggression. So now Raymond is going to have the Uber, and I don't know if Swift is expecting Raymond to have the charge.
Yeah, Raymond did it. We're able to stall for just enough time here. They're in lobby very aggressively right now, trying to rotate which side they want to go in. Banny getting some eyes on the players. Drag spinning from the left side. They're trying to peck away at the players while we do see the alley bomb coming in very fast onto Flash, who's on a pyro though. He's going to be denying that entirely. Drag did get taken down while Ass was pushing forward in the lobby. It was a counter aggression for Drag during the the chaos of Ali's bomb. So 1-for-1 exchange is fine, but Drag dying there means they can't really push out, despite Ali being dead.
This is the first time we have a non-last situation. None of these teams had been able to go on their opponent's last so far. And now this is Swift. They are the first to try to break the safe of their opponents. And I wonder, are they gonna versus Ascent? They just kept throwing Ali at the other medics, trying to get a drop that haven't really happened. But now this is Se7en. This isn't Ascent anymore. So will Ali just do it all over again? He's trying one more time. He's getting one nice sticky onto Ali, and Raymond has to force to use its drop. But now that's what Swift wanted, and Swift only has to wait for Ali to come back alive, and they should try to push with a nice Uber advantage. Stark and Talash have realized the situation.
Yeah, they're getting into position with some off classes to slow down this Uber as best as they can. Ali now respawning, gonna get healed up. They're working their way in through the lobby. Se7en's peeking things around, calling out the positions of the players. Ali going in the left side near the little boiler thing. I don't know what to call that when they do bomb in right away. Getting on to Stark, the sniper. He's going to get juggled by the Stickies, and that's going to be the first frag of this exchange. The sentry is pushing the point, but they're going to be spamming it down very hard now. It gets taken down. Thalash not going to be a factor with that sentry. Kate is spamming as much as he can, but he's going to get bodied by all these spam. Captain gets taken down, and Ast is working his way over. Thalash has respawned on the heavy. Banny, very low on health, going to be able to pick up on a Drac, and Cadis is also going to get taken down. It's just Thalash on the heavy. He's getting spammed out. Finally gets taken down, and Swift take the first round.
Really well played from Swift. It all came down on Ali. That bomb he's famous for just unlocked the situation, and it's really hard to fight against that, because if he actually hits you, there's not much you can do, whatever your off classes are. So props to Ali for getting his team the first round of this, and this is it. The grand finals have finally started. It's 1-0 for Swift.
After the first 10 minutes, we do see the first round going to Swift. Very good back and forth. I was very glad to see that. Nobody immediately won the mid. There was all kinds of changes happening throughout the round to change the flow of the match. And now we're going to be seeing some support for Drac. I'm going to keep my eyes on him at this mid so we can see what he's bowling up for that support. That guy just shouted at me near the casting desk. Samzy and Ast playing a little bit more passive, waiting for that bomb. Drac is waiting underneath Banny. No, I'm sorry, that Se7en is getting so much damage on Raymond, takes him down right away, and Stark is going to retaliate onto him. So many frags coming in favor of Captain and Drac. Drac is now getting pressured in the inside of the cargo, and Thalash is able to clean up on the Raptor. It's a 1v1. Ast is on 1 HP, gets cleaned up by Thalash, and the scouts of Se7en have managed to survive the mid and will cap it off, but all medics are dead, so we're going to be seeing a full reset on Ubers.
Yeah, Talash and Stark had to get this mid because they kind of made a mistake, I imagine, because Se7en did a solo bomb onto Raymond and managed to hit 3 rockets at the British medic, so kind of a misplay, I assume, from Stark and Talash. I don't know really what happened there, but Raymond shouldn't have died from a 1 soldier bombing in. But in the end, Raptor died as well, and look at Raymond. We can say he has a pretty neat Uber advantage.
Yeah, building with those arrows is a key part of it, and you wouldn't expect that normally when you're facing off against a team with medics respawning at the same time. Katie's now getting positioned inside of the cargo area. Captain tries to do a little bit of a jump to distract some players. The sticky flies out. It's a crit screen play, but it doesn't connect on anyone. Ali is very aggressive, and the underpass is going to get taken down by both the soldiers of Se7en. So now with that frag in play, Raptor is going to have his Uber in time potentially to defend this point. We're seeing them rush in from the underpass. It's the first time we're seeing some aggression from the lower area, and there's so much spam coming in. It's going to be very hard, but Banny jumps into the cargo. We're getting so much spam in there. Ast falling very close onto Stark, but he's going to get so much damage. Does manage to get that frag, and it might fall up on the Thatch. The Lash gets taken down, and Captain jumps in. Drac able to pick up on the Ast, and now with 2 scouts for 1, I think that's a very good exchange. We do see a number advantage, but Raymond still is running that crit streak, so this could be ready at any moment. If they can keep track of this Uber, they will be able to counter it.
Banny doesn't care about counter, he's just jumping in, gets a nice rocket to Cadus, and when the crit is in play, not having a demo man is a huge blow to your game plan. Look at Se7en, they know that, they're just playing far back into the cargo, maybe trying to go with the...
Oh!
Drac!
Drac is so good. He was able to take down Ali, who was reloading his stickies and got immediately juggled and taken down. Raptor tries to surf away, but a follow-up rocket. Drac is not afraid to hit those directs, no matter how far you are, and that's going to take it down, keeping the advantage in their favor. They do have that crit streak ready to go, and Captain is jumping onto the stairs, pressuring the players out of the shutter. Se7en is taking control of this second point, and Swift are going to have to play defensive once again with more off classes we see.
I wonder how they're going to do it. it's not easy, and they they know they have the crease. So look at Kato is trying to pick on to the far right, trying to get something happen. But Stark dies with Kreese is finally used to Kato. He gets Silences out of the fight with a nice first sticky, but he can't do much more with that. And as with the heavy, would be able to deny any kind of aggression onto his medic. But look at Kato is bombing onto the right door, can allow the damage onto Banny, but Banny is still alive for some reason. Drag dives to As on the flank, and now the frags are piling up to Se7en's side. It's a 2v1 on last. Raymond is on his own. Can he get something happen? He's trying to juke the Scout, and the medic is getting finally helped by Stark, but that's too late now when Raymond dies to a rocket from Silences who just respawned. And this first push from Se7en resulted in a failure.
Yeah, they couldn't really make anything happen with that crits creep because the players were so prepared for it. Their position was so far away. Silences jumping onto the point now, and they're pressuring Drac to get away from this area. This is Swift's cap. They are not afraid to hold on to it, and they have a full Uber advantage. Not even just 80%, 70%. They had 100% advantage. So now they're working their way through the underpass, trying to make their way up the slope to the midpoint and pressure these players. But we do see the scouts are playing on the crates very passively. Swift has opted to go to the cargo area. Jumping in is Banny, getting some damage onto Drac, who's going to be going onto Raptor, forcing off the Uber. Very nicely done. So now this Uber will only be good for this midpoint, and Se7en know that they are backed all the way out, but not for long because Silences jumps in, and oh my goodness, Stark had his number, and Thalash is able to clean that up. Very good denial by the scouts of Se7en to prevent their medic from getting taken out. They do get the cap. Swift will hold on to this for just a moment longer while Raymond gets ready to push in.
Yeah, the play from Drag getting the Uber out of Raptor was a really important play from Drag, who's actually seemed to be really on point on this map at least. Like, he's been 2 or 3 times that his play has actually saved the situation for Se7en. So yeah, Drag seems to be really, really good right now. You want your roamer to be on point whatever the map is, and when he knows the timing, then Drag is completely amazing. And now Se7en is trying to go from the underpass, but Banny gets a naughty frag onto Thalash, and it slows things down for Se7en because they're gonna go back onto mid. And they're probably gonna wait until Thalash respawns, but that means that in the meantime, Raptor will get his Uber.
Very good play by Banny to slow down that push by Thalash, hiding in a spot above the cargo entry. A little bit of a shutter door there that he can perch himself on. That was allowing him to deny that number advantage. Uber's already on both sides. This is our first stalemate, proper stalemate of this mid. We're going to be seeing who's going to be the initiator here because Se7en are behind in a 0-1 deficit. And they're known for their defensive playstyle, but that doesn't mean they don't know how to push. They certainly had the opportunity here. It's a decision, not an incapability.
But knowing Se7en, even though they're behind in the scoreline, they're okay with having a really slow and cautious playstyle because that's how they do. That's how they play. They do it really well, and they're not worried that it could take them quite some time. But Banny with a nice 2 rockets onto Thalash completely denies the sniper angle, and Se7en is gonna wait, but will Swift allow them to take some rest?
Looks like Banny's wanting to get very aggressive here in the cargo. He's going to go for a jump right onto Raymond, juggles him onto the midpoint, but he's going to get air shot inside of it, the cargo. But Cadis was taken down thanks to the extra damage from Banny, and Ast is able to follow up very closely now. Raymond is staying very close with Captain at this cargo. They're potentially going to exchange here. They have the demo advantage here, and Silences is going to get taken down over in main by the staircase, and Drac is going to get in position here while Samson's playing very defensively. Drac is spamming out onto Raptor, but not going to be thinking the rockets. Captain jumps in really quickly, trying to get some pressure onto Raptor. Raptor can't surf away if he doesn't take a rocket directly, and Ali is going to get taken down by Captain. He's going to get away.
What was that? Captain, what a nice play. He realized that he couldn't get Raptor, so he just turned back and got Ali. And what a nice rocket onto As, putting the finish card out of the fight. Really nice play from Captain, stepping up after his fellow soldier teammate Drac. And now the Ubers are the same, but they can't really push from this, and it's going to be interesting what Se7en has in store when it comes to forcing the Uber. Drac tried to go in, he's followed by Stark, who's on Raptor, and Kadu with the follow-up stickies, he dropped the medic. That's an amazing play from the demo man, and it opened things up for Se7en now.
That was a really good hold by Raptor when the scout was in his face, but he wasn't ready for the sticky coming from Cadis, and that was able to do enough damage at the feet. It was able to do 90 or so damage and instantly drop that Uber, so now he's going to be respawning on the minigun, trying to get these heals out as quickly as he can while Se7en get into position for their push. They want to be careful about this. They have full ad. They want to get healed up and get the positioning, but the off classes once again are going to be a factor in this defense from Swift.
When you're Se7en, you really don't want to beat these bursts. It looks like they're going to go from the top left with an Uber used early onto Cadis, bumping into the door, left door, but nothing is done with that Uber. The only stick is onto the spawn. Captain gets a Sentry, and Banny dives as well onto a rocket from Drac. So things are looking good for Se7en, but Ali with a spike pipe gets Raymond, the Talash and captains. The frags are piling up in favor of Swift, and this fight looks really grim now. When you're 7, you have to come back, but Cadus dies as well. So attract. That's an ace for Swift. Such a nice hold.
Banny, the only death during that exchange. It was such a poor push. They got the positioning and they took down the sentry, but they didn't move forward. After they took the early entrance, they couldn't find their way forward any further. So now we just see Swift taking their way into the midpoint right away. Both soldiers taking both sides of the midpoint to bully these players out of the way. Captain and Flash are opting to stay out of this. They will have all their respawns in the forward on second, but all they can do is set up for a defensive hold before the Zuber comes in and takes away any chance they have of holding on to this point. Early Uber force off right away. Banny coming into Captain, who's going to be juggling his way out and taken down in the underpass towards second. The cap is beginning now for Swift, but that Uber barely got any room for them. They could have probably done that without forcing. They did get past the sticky traps in Cadus, but now we do see Raymond has an Uber ready to go in time. If they don't push fast enough, Swift will be facing an Uber.
And they're trying to go in Talash in the pyro, trying to deny every projectile that goes into the way of Raymond. And As dies to not working. Drag was in the backline and got one of the scout, but I don't see Se7en pushing out of this. But Cadus gets Banny, as I said that, and now that the pocket is out of the way, Cadus wants to go from the spawn or the stickies above him. He doesn't really know about them, and they should slow things down for Se7en. And as I say, that Stark is leading the Uber onto the right side. They haven't been used by Raymond, and Stark with a nice frag onto Silentis, opening things up for Se7en, and now they can get onto the 7 without onto the second point without even having to use the Uber.
Se7en is getting in position to hold their second. They have control of the point, but that just means they're going to have to wait. They have to wait it out while Swift are in the driver's seat with even Ubers on both sides. Swift doesn't have to push in, and it's all on Se7en to make the aggression, the initiation here on the second point if they want to bring this to a tied up map or tied up in the rounds. Being a 0-1 deficit is not what you want to be when you're on your second and it's even Ubers.
This is really interesting to see how Se7en decides to break the stalemate. I think Talash has some kind of idea about it, but in the meantime the Ubers are the same, and it's going to be a hold from Swift. They may be quite happy about just holding onto mid and to see how Se7en will crush on their holds. I don't see, like, the stakes are too high for Swift to commit any mistakes of this kind. So I'm expecting them to just wait, park the bus for somehow, and see what happens when you're on Se7en's side.
Yeah, Thalash was on Spy there for just a moment and was walking as an enemy disguised, and Salente saw it for just a moment, called it out for his team, and Thalash knew it. He had the walk of shame as he went in all the way back to spawn to switch up classes, and now we do see a nice spot for Stark here. Very interested to see what he can make happen with this, but the positioning of Swift is so passive. They don't want to they don't care if they take cargo or underpass or anywhere in main. They just want to hold on to the midpoint. We do see a little bit of an exchange from Drac and Silentis over in main. Pressure these players out, but once again, it's Swift's game to hold on to. They don't want to hold anywhere too close. They're happy waiting for them to walk through the entrances and the doorways where they can get juggled.
And Ali has spotted Talash on Sniper, so now they're aware that they shouldn't peek onto any kind of lines. Look at them, just all waiting behind the walls. Raptor holding behind the little shack so it doesn't get hero shot from the toxic area by Talash. And with the clock ticking down, Talash will have to take more and more risk. Look at him, he's just getting helped by his team onto the Coco area, getting blocked by Raymond, trying to get a nice shot onto Ali, gets a fully charged body shot to the Swedish Demoman, and that's not enough to get a frag, and Se7en is just getting out of cover.
Swift holding on to this 1 round lead at the 7-minute mark for this entire map. This is the first map in our best of 5 at this grand finals. Currently Flash on that sniper trying to find an angle he can work with. Captain's been playing very close to the underpass and tries to find an opportunity maybe to jump around and get onto Raptor. Raptor's positioning is very close to where Captain can make some kind of play, and Flash get very aggressive in the main lobby. Get pressured by Salentes, who is also getting assisted by Ast. So once again, we see not a lot of opportunities to peek around. Swift are playing so passive, it's going to be very hard for the Lash to find an opportunity here. And as a result, he's going to be rushing forward very aggressively, spots out Ali in the face of him. He's going to back off though, but he's not afraid to do it again, I don't think.
Well, he kind of has to make something happen there because it's only 6 minutes into the cargo. Banny using kind of deep into the cargo, trying to take Talash out of position with but he can't do much more. And look at Talash, he's going for the hero shot. It gets shot down by Ast. That would have been such an amazing shot if Talash could have landed it. And now maybe Swift will try to do something, but again, I really doubt it. And they've been holding the midpoint really good so far, and they're just gonna keep on doing that, I think.
Yeah, this is what we saw a little bit earlier. Se7en's got a very aggressive here, gonna get so much damage, but managed to. Oh, that rocket was so close to connecting onto Se7en's. Drac gets taken down by Banny though, as he tried to make a play of his own, and now.
Yeah, forces the Uber out of Raptor. Really nice play from Drac on the flank. I don't really know how did it happen, and now Se7en is having a quite nice Uber advantage thanks to the play of Drac, and they trying to go maybe from the underpass, trying to lead the chopper to stick to the bunker.
A very good force from Drac there to push the initiation out of Se7en, but no, Stark gets taken down by the spam at the slope, and there's nobody nearby when they forced off the Uber. It's Ali going to be getting out of the way, and Banny actually, they wrapped around. The flank is all the way on the second point, pulling so many players back. Se7en is getting taken down, and Drac is going to fall up onto Ass, who's in the lobby, backing his way out. He's got the health back to work with, and Drac is very low near the shutter, but this drew all the players back, and now we do see a small Uber advantage on the side of Swift, but there is some players getting behind, trying to get position here. That Lash has poked his head out of the slope, but opts to go back out right away.
It's such a nice play from Swift. We've seen them done that before quite a few times already. Whenever it's on Reckoner, they're holding Link, and the other team is pushing from the side. They're just trying to go on the flank, trying to wrap them around and put some pressure on the back cap. So it's really nice play, and everyone from Se7en just went back because they couldn't afford to have so many people behind them. And now Raptor almost has his Uber, but so does Raymond, and Se7en has to be a bit more aggressive if they want to tie this one.
Very good aggression on a little bit of a split push there, but Captain was pretty much alone in the underpass, got taken down by Samsy there. So that frag is going to slow things down once again for Se7en. Ubers are even on both sides. I was talking about this earlier, and I wanted to bring it up. This is a position where, because a one-man advantage is not enough to push on, and they already have this number advantage, or round advantage, they don't need to initiate. So Swift is going to be playing passively. But we do see they are getting a little bit of initiation in the cargo room. Kid is getting piped into the air, but it's not going to be followed up. Bandy trying to jump behind, but doesn't get any. Clips his head on the door frame. That's going to slow things down once again. Swift almost had an opportunity there to catch out a key player in this push, and so now Se7en, with only 4 minutes on the clock, they have to initiate here, working their way into the cargo, and we see they have Uber trying to get in position.
And only 3 minutes is 45 seconds, and as I said, Ubers have been trading onto the midpoint, but Stark dies to Samsy on the flank, and that's not really what you want to happen when you want to come back into that game. Katus is still running the cargo, but he's only with Raymond right now. He's trying to go really deep, but he has no one to help him. Se7en notices it and tried to go for a knife rocket into the devil man, but Talash comes to the rescue, but finally gets cleaned up by Ast, and with Ali dead to it. Nice Drac on the flank, he gets Ali and Raptor, such a nice play from the roamer, and now this could... Se7en could do it. If they have to do it right now, only 3 minutes left with 2 people from the combo down. They have to push.
There are some players in position to slow down this Ass rushing to the point. He's going on top of Raymond. So much damage with the scatter gun. Can't get following up on it though. He's so close, pistoling away, but gets taken down. But that's actually going to open the door for Banny, who's coming in right away. Gets taken down by Stark, can't even stop him, but Samsy's on the back cap right away, trying to slow this gap, but no, it's too late. They got the mid cap, and now they've split up a little bit. Now the aggression from Swift is coming up the slope, trying to pressure the midpoint, but it's not going to be able to work. Raymond just surviving with his life.
Yeah, really nice play of Katus, so he just body blocks Haas, so he couldn't land the fatal blow onto Raymond. So really nice play from Katus, like giving his health so his medic doesn't lose his own. So now the Ubers are quite different. Look at Raymond, he has his Uber fully charged, and Uber is used top left onto Katus again, once again to the left door. Nothing is accomplished, but look at Katus, he's going so deep onto the right side, get the gun, but Banny and Silentes counter-bombed him. Nice air shot from Silentes onto Captain, I feel it was Banny, I don't remember. Only 3 people up onto Se7en, and this is looking really dire now. It's another wipe for Swift, who they look so strong when it comes to hold their last.
Very good play there. The Ubers aren't working out in Se7en's favor. They try so hard and get so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. So now we do see they're working their way onto the midpoint. Swift taking control of this. They don't want to give any more leeway for the rest of Se7en to try and take a round and bring this to a golden cap. Se7en is now in the hot seat because if they don't make a push here soon and force off the Uber and work their way into mid, this will be the end of the first map, and they will be down 1 map deficit. Flash working his way over to the main area, trying to play a little more passive now. As finally the cap is taken by Swift, and they're playing so defensive, I don't think they want to go for anything in a minute 30.
They're on the driver's seat, it's up to Se7en to do something, and Katus is trying to pick onto the cargo area, trying to do something. What they have to do, it's kind of hard. They have to force the Uber, not die, and then re-push with a favorable team fight, so it's really complicated. Especially when it's against Swift, so they're just going to wait for Raymond to have to charge, try to get a favorable trade and make the best out of it.
They are getting in through the cargo now right away. Stark and Cadis leading the push. A nice little bomb from Banny is going to force this Uber off at the very least, but it's going to exchange on both sides, so Ubers are even. They're butting heads near the shack, and Cadis throwing stickies onto the feet of the players. Drag jumps in, and a follow-up from Captain is trying to get the air shot. Se7en is going to stay alive for just a moment longer before getting taken down. He did take down Cadis in that process, but Raymond and Flash are the ones alive. Stark works his way around. Captain did exchange with Samsey. Stark gets taken down by a nice sticky from Ali, but Flash is doing so much damage. He has to work his way to the point. He's pressuring Ast, but Ast is not afraid. He's going in. Nice little pipe is going to clean up on the Flash, and that's all that's left. Raymond goes in for the saw, but can't make it happen, and Ast is going to clean that up. I think that's the end. With 24 seconds left and Swift owning the mid, 1-0 should be the final score round.
As of yesterday, 1 run difference to the scoreline, but that's enough for Swift to take the first map, and it's like they kind of gave up on their really aggressive playstyle, so they could just deny every attempt of Se7en to make things happen. And Se7en, they aren't really the most comfortable team when it comes to making aggressive play, so it looks like the game plan of Swift is tailored to be to perfectly counter Se7en.
Very good plays from Swift to win the first round of this best of 5. Reckoner was the map, and now moving forward, we're going to be going to the next map very shortly once the players have, maybe a 5-minute stretch break with their hands, wrist exercises. You can't get that carpal tunnel. You want to deny that. We're going to be handing things over to our wonderful host, Get a Whale, in his spiffy outfit, and our analysis from, I believe, Patty and Epoli. So go ahead and take it away, guys.
Hello, welcome back to the couch. First things first, before we go on, I had my moment on the stage. We talk all weekend long. My voice suffered a little bit, but in all the excitement on the stage, I forgot one of our biggest sponsors. I did not call them out. They are GT Omega. I want to give so much love to GT Omega. They make gaming chairs, these beautiful chairs that our casters are sitting in. They're gorgeous, beautiful. So if you're looking for a gamer chair, GT Omega, that's who you want. With that said, that's out of the way. Let's talk about that first map, because that's maybe a result that... Were we expecting that, boys? I know that you weren't expecting it. We have Patty here, who's a very, well, you've played with Se7en. I can't call you a fanboy, but you're pulling for them, definitely.
Yeah,
How do you feel about all that?
Well, I'm a little surprised. So you're right with that, and I definitely think that wasn't Se7en in their prime form. When I was watching that, a lot of what I saw was it just seemed like every opportunity they had to end up getting around on that map, which they had many, I might add. They did have at least like 3 opportunities or more to push into last and get around.
Yep.
Their last pushes were not very solid when they had full Uber ad pushing into last. Every time they did it, they would just push into the left side, force Swift into the spawn, and then they wouldn't re-aggress. They kind of just sat there, and no one wanted to make the move to kind of stuff them on the right side. And because of that, Swift was able to regroup, and the Ubers faded. So Uber is something you have to use if you're going to use early, like they have been. You use it to get positioning, and they didn't use it to get positioning at all. They just used an Uber, kind of walked a few paces, and then that was it. And then they had a chaotic DM fight and lost about every time.
Yeah. Equally, do Se7en's mistakes kind of outnumber any mistakes by Swift on that first map to you? Or what's the story to you?
I think to me, both teams, had their fair share of mistakes. Both teams had their fair share of good plays, but I think it's where Se7en's mistakes happened. I basically, have to echo what Paddy said. The reason a Se7en plan works as well as it usually does is because they will 98% of the time win those pushes that they theoretically should win, these Uber advantage pushes onto last. That's the entire reason they play so heavily around Ubers, and they play they'll have Uber advantage 4v4 as we saw, and they'll wait for their spawners because they have such set plans that are so consistent. But when those aren't working, that's kind of it kind of doesn't really allow them to clean out any rounds, It kind of just puts them in this position where, okay, that's not working. I don't know. To me, it seemed like it was as a result of execution. A couple times, at least, you say about how they walked in through top left. They denied left spawn fantastically. They kind of stood on the left. At least once I saw Cadus bomb super deep on the right.
Yeah.
He more or less put down a carpet of stickies, but he got cleaned up way too quickly. Like, they cleaned him up, and all he really took down was like a sentry, and then missing a demo man on that part of last. It basically makes it almost impossible to win. You can't play point in the same way. You can't control them on the right-hand side because you don't have that consistent spam. So I think these kind of mistakes is what maybe they weren't necessarily like more in number than Swift, but it's just where it happened.
Sure. There's a play I know that you wanted to talk about, which is with Se7en defending, if we go further back, defending last against the alley jump, as it has been dubbed. You want to talk about that play and how they handle it, because like you said, you've played, and actually you've played that role. Do you want to talk about how they kind of tried and failed with blocking that alley jump, but
Yeah.
there was kind of failures on both sides, but you want to talk about what the defense is for that?
Yeah, well, Se7en's go-to for that is a pyro. If you notice, they ran pyro on last every time, and that's because they know Ali likes to do that jump,
Yep.
and they use that to try and air blast him and deny him. So
But they didn't have luck with it very
no,
much.
no,
did
no,
they?
not at all. And the thing that I played that same role, and when I did it, I used the detonator. And I actually like jumped up onto the barrels
Yeah,
on the
you were
on
saying
the
the
top
height
right.
difference
Yeah,
makes a
yeah.
big deal.
And I saw the lash on the low ground, and
Yeah.
that's a huge deal actually, because if you're on the low ground and the demo's in the air, you're not
You're
actually
just-
denying him
right,
at all.
exactly.
You're just kind of letting him come in and then air blasting him when he's already in and has a chance to throw a million pipes.
Yeah, no, I mean, luckily for Swift, I mean, they didn't jump in and take, 3-4 rounds with that. But,
Yeah.
we have logs, I think, ready that we can pull up and see how those tell the story of that first map. We'll have them in just a second here. We can try to break down the numbers, but, I mean, we were talking about it. Even though it was a 1-0, it was not really stalemate-y for most of it. It was some back and forth between, say, second to second. What else stood out to you, for example, Ipali, with that? Or do you think, I mean, is this a first map where the teams are just kind of feeling each other out, or what do you think?
I think it was a little bit of kind of feeling each other out, a little bit of trying slightly different things.
Mhm.
I thought we saw some really nice from both teams, kind of fake aggressors into the other team, kind of faking a sack, and then another guy comes in, or kind of like you half commit a guy in a jump and then he jumps out, and that like allows space for spam. Kind of.
The bait plays.
Yeah, exactly. The kind
Yeah.
of stuff where, it isn't just that same send a guy in and sack and he full commits and that happens. It's something a bit more kind of, fluid, where you have to be more coordinated, but it can usually make it much more likely that you'll actually like get the 4C lead.
We can pull up the logs there. We have those ready. We'll look at some of these numbers and see if anything jumps out to us. Right at the top of that scoreboard again, he's had a fantastic land.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Patty, but he has. His name has been, 10K very frequently, 343 damage a minute. I mean, hard to argue with numbers like that. What else do we see here that maybe jumps out to us in terms of nothing very obvious here in terms of number-wise?
I just got to give another shout out. We've done it 100 times to Ast.
Yeah.
He's just so consistently good. I
Solid.
really think he's like, he is like the glue which makes Swift work like
Yeah.
it does. Like, just watching it, he, like just the consistency in which he hits those shots that you need to hit is fantastic. Like the way he works in team fights and kind of repushes and, kind of defenses, it's just, he knows his role so well, and it's kind of crazy to see like how perfectly he can execute it.
Did anyone stand out to you as being kind of conspicuously absent, Patty? As we look at the numbers here, I mean, I felt like Stark was not really used barely at all, really, which Stark is tends to be such an important part of the game plan of Se7en. He's a very solid scout, don't get me wrong. Had maybe a little bit of a weak map. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's kind of, it plays into the role. I mean, now he's on combo, playing heals a lot, and, a lot of his, on prior iterations of the team, he was always kind of the playmaker, and that was a lot of his, charm as a player and what really made him excel. So, definitely looking at, I didn't see too much out of him, not too many kills. Like, it wasn't even like he played like an awful game, like terrible, but
No,
it was
just
there
kind of
was-
absent.
Yeah,
Didn't see
just
much from him.
didn't see much.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the players I ended up seeing, well, actually, I saw a lot of Banny and Ali,
Yeah.
like just
Drac had a fantastic
yeah,
map
Drac
as well. Not
yeah.
to interrupt you, yeah.
Yeah. Drac actually had a lot of key moments there that like set up Se7en actually quite a bit to push into last.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And you know, honestly, if I were in his position as a roamer, and you set up, you make the play, and I'd be pretty frustrated. I would be surprised if that wasn't something, you know, like coming in this next game, you know, a little bit of frustration from Drac there. You know, he did quite a bit. So
yeah, we talked about how he's been kind of streaky, but it seems like he's on a strong streak now, and hopefully he can maybe keep it rolling through to that second map.
Yeah.
Anything else to glean, do you think, from the logs here, Eeply?
I don't think anything too insane. Obviously, just looking at the numbers, Se7en didn't have a particularly great game, but at the same time, he kind of did what was needed from the team. Obviously, like, you know, depending on how your team wants your roamer to play, like, you can frequently have roamers have absolutely horrendous logs in stalemate type games because, you know, they'll just send them on in.
Yeah, I know a lot about that, actually.
Yeah. We got one of those right here on the couch. No, certainly a couple stat lines there that maybe aren't as they would have liked. But do you know what? That's just the first map. It is a BO5, as we know. So Swift taking that first map, and the next map we're moving on to is Process, which is really sort of, I think, mostly a neutral map. Do you think that either team has the edge going into Process, guys?
No, I wouldn't really give either team an edge on that map. Having played with Banny, and I'm assuming, you know, he kind of leads Swift. He's pretty solid on that map overall, and you know, playing with Se7en as well, they're both pretty solid on the map. It's gonna just come down to individual performances there, and I think I've said this before, but the mids are kind of everything. Like, especially on a map like Process, like if you win mid and then you're on mid, and you just get to keep doing whatever you want on a second over, and then you get that one push.
You can attack.
And then you can just roll it all the way, and that's what Se7en's going to be looking to do for sure.
Yeah, what would you predict, if anything, on Process? I want to ask about, like, off-classers. Do you think we're going to see any sniping or anything like that? Any difference-making off-classing?
Yeah.
From Stark, for example, either?
I think it's far more likely that we're going to see a greater degree of off-classing, or at least off-classing to a greater effectiveness, you know? Like, we saw a little bit from Thalash, and like, he hit a couple shots, but not really anything big. And I think it's just that Process lends itself more to Sniper because of the sightlines. I don't know if maybe either of the teams are holding off a bit on Spy until slightly later on in the best of 5, just because Spy is incredibly good on LAN, especially when you've got a massive crowd making a noise to kind of, you know, disguise, you know, the various little hints you'd get for it. You know, they might be waiting to later maps just because obviously once you start bringing that out and teams start predicting it, it kind of loses its effectiveness. But and I would expect this map, it was only like a 1-0 loss. Obviously, you know, they weren't looking to lose Reckoner, but Reckoner's the kind of weirdest map out there for 5CP. So I would think maybe not necessarily like an easy win for Se7en or anything, but I think this map will kind of give us a much better idea of what's going to happen on the rest of them, because it's more straightforward. Both teams are going to have a solid plan for it. It's not quite so kind of new and different, you know?
Last but not least, let's see if we can tell the future. Do we have predictions? Who's going to take this second map? Patty, you got to be as unbiased as you can.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not
hard
to be.
Yeah.
Honestly, it really is kind of hard to say.
Yeah.
To be as brief as I can, you know, Banny, the mids here for Swift are going to be Banny and Se7en is probably jumping really, really deep early on. And, you know, that's a very effective mid fight. I really do think it's just going to come down to mids. Like, it really is the mids. To be honest, I think Swift probably has the stronger mids in general. Like, just from what I've seen.
Yeah,
they've been having good mids against Se7en, like, throughout. So, I mean, if I'm going to go by that logic, then, you know, I would probably imagine that Swift is more likely to take it.
Patty is predicting Swift, Banny's team, to win this map against Se7en, who he has played on their roster, just for anyone keeping track. Yeah. Eeply, real quick, we got to head to casters.
I'm saying it's still going to be Se7en. I think it's going to be like a 2-1, 3-2, something like that, but I think this is a map where Stark comes alive.
We hope so. Well, listen, I'm told we got 12 gamers up on stage, raring to go. We've got 2 casters raring to go. Their names are Ro and Ombrack, so we're going to kick it over, boys.
Men. Hey, we're back.
Yeah.
All right, the players are in the server and getting ready to go. Ombrack, they talked briefly about process. What do you feel?
I feel I agree with Paddy. I think Barney is so good on this. He has this on mid, this double bomb onto the above the
The
PC.
billboard.
That's so strong, really fast. And um, I remember versus Nunya, which is like a lower skill team, but Se7en had a lot of trouble to handle Chris double bomb. So now we're talking about Barney, we're talking about Swift, so better players, better team. So. No offense to Chris, of course, but we're talking about Bunny here, and I think the mids are going to be. I expect them to be really dominant in favor of Swift, but I think Se7en is clever enough to back out in time and not getting completely wiped on mid, and maybe able to hold the second point. And I also agree with EPD when he says that this is the map where Star comes back to life, because I've been kind of disappointed the way he played on the previous map. He's the playmaker of Se7en. He loves to get into the back lines and make something happen, make magic. But here, he didn't really hit the spot on the Reckoner. And I think the third player that is, I'm not concerned about, but I wonder how well he's going to fare is Parash, because Process is such a sniper-friendly map, and I want him to play the shots.
Crowd get hyped because we're beginning the first mid right into the fray. We do see Cadis hitting his nice little patented double sticky bomb through the rollout to get to the mid much faster than the other Delman. Ali is just now showing up. Getting a little pressure to Se7en as he bombs in, but he's going to have to back up for just a moment while he regroups with his team. Double bomb for Bandy is coming in right away, getting into the choke, and he's going to be pressuring some players back. Cadis gets taken out by Ali with a nice pipe, and Se7en is sitting on the point, going to be able to do some work here. Captain got a nice little air shot onto Raptor, though. He knocked him into the air and took him down, and now with no medic on the side of Swift, they're going to be working very hard to go against the Lash. He gets taken down by a nice rocket from Bandy as he jumped across the crates. Raymond is at the choke with Stark. He is going to have the Uber in time, but if the pressure comes forward from Swift, they could block it.
Yeah, Se7en lost mid, but again, as I said, they managed to save the situation somehow by getting Raptor down. So now Raymond at the Uber ad. Are they going to try to push just with an Uber advantage? I don't know. It doesn't really look like Se7en playstyle, but look at Cadis and Captain, just double Ks are just breaking their way through the middle. Cadis is getting blown by Se7en, slowing things down a bit, but that's not enough for Se7en to come back. Samsi is getting caught off guard by rocking from Captain, and even with the stocks being dead, Se7en will try to keep on going.
Nice bomb for Bandy coming in onto the medic, but can't pressure him. He's getting taken out at the choke by Flash. He's retaliating. Tries to take an arrow and is going to stay alive. A big number of frags on the side of Se7en, taking out all these players. Swift are going to get some forward spawn on the side of Samsi. So it's going to be trapped and going to have to back spawn there. Ali is getting in position on last. They can't defend the second because they have no numbers, but Raptor does have the charge in time, so that he will be able to defend this. But Se7en are looking to try and find the best opportunity, like you said. They want to get the best push possible. They're very methodical with their attempts, and they're poking and prodding to see what route they take.
And they played this map yesterday on the best of 3, and Se7en won 2-1, if I remember correctly. And they were playing a really cautious game plan, and they waited for 5 minutes when if they had in the window of opportunity they wanted, they're just gonna wait forever. So. For now, they have the cookie cutter lineup. Starks get Banny out of position for some weird reason. I think Starks tried to do something happening on the backline. As he's building a sentry gun, he has been spotted by Drac, and Samsi is trying to make something happen. Drac tried to jump in, gets completely denied by the sentry gun, and finally taken down by the same Drac. That's a cool trade for the roaming soldier, and now Se7en may have the window they need to come in.
But Samsi gets a nice snipe onto Drac, and that's going to slow things down because now they don't have the fragging power to work their way in. Nice aggression from Se7en, making his way into the battlements. He jumps on top, onto the point, struggles Raymond for just a moment, but gets taken down by Captain. So that good attempt to come in and force off Raymond, get that Uber advantage, did not work out. And so now we might see a response from Se7en immediately if they can get a position. We do see Captain working his way to the right side of the lobby. Wants to work in. He sees Samsi the sniper and has to back off for just a moment, but Ali took a little bit of damage there from the spam of Cadis, peeking the lobby very aggressively here, and now the spawn has come back and we're back to a reset.
I'm surprised to see that Se7en didn't take advantage of the fact that Drake died and maybe get enough class on spawn. I know Kalash doesn't mind going all the way back and make something happen with some up classes, but they didn't do it. They're still sitting there with 2 soldiers and 2 scouts. So, and there's the gun there, so it's gonna be really tricky for Se7en to break it now, because they can't really send Drake bombing in because it's gonna get denied by the sentry gun, and it's only maybe up to Stark. He tried to go in, but gets taken down by the engineer, and now this is maybe the time for off-class for Stark, because if he comes back on scout, it's gonna be really hard for Se7en to break the situation.
Once again, the respawns have come in. No opportunity to work their way in. Se7en is currently holding second and want to make their way into this last, but needs some kind of opening that could come in their favor. And we do see Se7en playing that defensive sniper, trying to get some shots, but he's not going to be peeking early into lobby where he can get the most angle. No, instead he's going to be playing very passively into the shutter. Teleport gets taken down, so I think that's a call for a push. Would you agree?
Well, with the city down, that's so much damage output removed from the game, so yeah, I assume they want to do it, like Drake with the crucial pick. He's still there spamming onto the first door, but no one is there to accept his damage, and he's just gonna retreat full back. Captain was speaking quite aggressively into the lobby, and now it's time to ally to retaliate, but he's only laying stickies down with nothing happening. So Drake was just trying to poke that sentry, because the Uber is finally used by Raymond onto Cadus. Doesn't even get the sentry, finally gets it, but the Uber has been used by Raptor as well, so Cadus looks like it's gonna get juggled, and last but he managed to escape for some unknown reason. I think he just hit the ceiling and just fell down, and no one really shot at him for some reason. And Captain is trying to come back into it, but the nice spam from Batty and Silentus shut down the attempt from Se7en.
Cadus putting on his dancing shoes and manages to find his way out of that exchange with his life. Very crucial there, because that would have opened the door for Swift to push out with no sticky traps, denying most of the key areas when pushing out of last. Se7en now back into position on second, building up that Uber as quickly as they can. They could get another push in here. They did take out the sentry, and so Ast is now having to reset in a different position entirely, because he lost his entire nest. He's getting to Se7en is in position now. Drake has actually managed to get his way into the panic room and is pressuring onto Banny, or Silentus, excuse me. Taking a few rockets there. Drake gets on top of Ali. That pick is so crucial to make this push, and he comes into the sentry and dies into the face of it. Not a big deal, because now with that, oh no, but Captain gets cleaned up. Silentus is getting retaliated though on by Stark, and the Uber is forced off by Raptor. Banny's getting very far forward, trying to force off the Uber, catches out Stark, who's going to take the flash, and now the Uber is being flashed back and forth. Raymond is not going to be able to hold on to this Uber and use it for anything else in this very good push by Raptor and Banny, but Banny gets taken down by Stark, who is holding on to the right side out of the sideline of the sentry.
Sentry is still up. It's getting fixed up by Ast as well as he can, despite the spam from Cadus and Drake combined. They can't get down a level 3 sentry because Ast is just sitting behind it, hitting it with the weapon. But Sentry is finally done. Se7en cleans up Cadus with a heavy weapons guy. Captain got launched into the air and gets cleaned up as well. So now Swift, according to the really aggressive playstyle, are going to make the best out of these 3 peaks on 7s, and they're pushing out of their last.
Cap is going in favor of Swift, and they will retake the second point. Deny just a couple of respawns, namely Cadus and Captain. So now it's up to Se7en to find a defensive hold on this point. Ubers are relatively even, but we do see Kalash is at the choke. Getting a sideline from Sewer, bomb from Silentus, and Banny is going to pressure him out. Captain getting a little bit of damage there, juggling up some players. Drake was able to do some work there, but couldn't clean it up. Cadus did get a pick on Banny, and now both soldiers are dead on the side of Swift, but Cadus and Drake have fallen down, and so that means they've lost major output, damage output. Stark getting pressured here by Se7en, but he's going to get the better of it, and the force is going off because Raptor tried to save his teammate, but Se7en got taken down, and now this Uber is going to be fading away from both teams. Kalash is still in the sniper and charging up a shot onto the point. Can he get the angle? It's so close. We do see once again Drake getting up top. He's getting into position on top of the crates, juggling the players back, and now fall from Stark is getting on top of Ali. He's pressuring Raptor so hard, but Ass is going to be defensively holding onto it. Raptor taking so much damage from the spam rockets. He's going to surf away so low on health, 18 health. Raptor going to stay alive for just a moment longer, and Cadus on the point going to be taking so much damage from this pipe from Ali, but he takes a nice rocket and pipe from Ali, going to get taken down there, and now Swift are holding on to this advantage with the numbers. Raymond is the only player alive, running out of the lobby in the battlements. Banny chasing very hard through the rollout room, but it decides to back off and take the second point instead.
How did Raptor survive that? I have no idea. He took so well every attempt of at his life, and now Swift is using this medic advantage by pushing onto last. There's so much pressure, already pressure to the captain. Ast is sitting on it, but he's not getting denied. Finally gets cleaned up by captain, and Stark gets Ali as well. No scouts onto Swift's side, and Silentes is another casualty. Only Banny is alive, but it's getting cleaned up. So Raptor is trying to escape out of the lobby, but it's getting cleaned up by Falash. Really nice hold from Se7en, but maybe Swift rushed things a bit there.
Yeah, Swift were very close on getting that cap. They will get a kill 4 spawns as a consolation prize, but Raptor is such a long respawn timer that there will be no heals into this point. Now Drac is working his way. No, that's Captain, excuse me. Trying to bomb him, takes a lot of damage though, and is going to get cleaned up by Se7en with a long-range rocket. And Stark is going to get headshot by Samsi, who is playing all the way back on the health pack, working his way to the point now. You see Banny going for a nice little double bomb. Going to be getting very aggressive onto the medic in the second point, but he slides back off, faking them out. And Raymond's all the way back on last. Ali jumps in aggressively, but he didn't do anything. He just got a little pipe onto the flash. He was bombing for practically nothing because Raymond was out of the fray entirely. We do see now a little bit of rotation for Se7en, getting onto Drac, doing so much damage here, juggling in there. Nice little air shot in the lobby. Gonna fall up onto the flash, and that pick is gonna be opening the door for the rest of Swift to move their way into the last.
What a play from Silentes. He read the situation so well. He knew he had the window of opportunity to go in there, and he just went for it. And now the Ubers are going to be the same. I don't see Swift pushing with only 2 people down on Se7en, considering they're going to spawn really soon, and having Samsi and Sniper. So they're just going to do it 7 style. They're just going to play cautious, trying to get Samsi a nice sideline to get an early peak. And then they'll see what they're going to do. And they're as well also going to wait for Raptor to have his Uber.
Ubers are even on both sides now. We do see a little bit of a duel of fates. We keep quoting it as this. Falash and Samsi working their way both sides of this point with a sniper angle. Trying to find which player they can shoot first, because if anyone steps out of line, it's going to be a crucial pick for either side. We do see some initiation from Banny trying to catch out Drac very far in the lobby. He's going to get out just in time, but Stark got in, and Samsi's going to get that pick off with his sniper shot. And that's going to open the door for this frag, or this last push, because when you have a sniper in play during a push, it's very hard for the rest of your team if you're Se7en defending, because that sniper sideline is going to be able to get so much pressure. Drac getting so much damage from Banny. Ast is going to try and clean up with the pistol, going to take him down, and Flash has respawned here, getting some pressure, but there's still a player behind. Ast is sitting up top in the panic room, rotating over side.
Silentes, really nice headshot onto Cadus. He can't get him, but that was a nice attack from the roamer. But in the end, it just gets cleaned up by, I think that was Captain, and now that he's there, so is Ast, and Samsi as well. This is probably the repush opportunity Se7en was waiting for. Cadus is leading his team maybe from the first door, but no one is really helping him. And as I said, a Captain jumps onto the point to try to get the nice jug onto Ali, but Ali managed to escape with a slipper HP. Finally gets cleaned up by Stark, and Se7en looking really strong with his repush.
With no demo alive, they're going to make their way through the choke point. Banny taking so much damage, going to get healed up for just a moment. Ubers are even on both sides, but they have the demo advantage. They will be pushing through this choke. A nice bomb for Banny is going to pressure the players, expecting him to come in. He's just sitting on top of that rock. Captain getting lined up for the shot, gets onto Raptor, juggles him into the air, forces the Uber off because he got juggled into the wall, and now Raymond is all the way back on second, trying to keep his players in line before they can repush here. Swift know better than that. They are holding on to the midpoint. They can't go any further. They don't want to feed any players. They want to play with the numbers and kite out this midpoint, maybe force off the Uber from Raymond as they work their way in through this location, the IT.
Cadus is leading the choice, going super deep, but he gets cleaned up by Silentes right after the Uber plays on him. So now this is looking really, really tricky for Se7en. Stark dying again. I feel like Stark is dying quite a lot and often out of position, so he may want to try to fix this situation, or he's going to hinder the team quite a lot. And now Se7en has got to fall back to right to last, and the Raptor has a unique Uber advantage, and it's going to get really rough for Se7en if they don't get any kind of classes, which they do.
Well, Se7en does have a little bit of a defensive presence here outside of the normal 6's standard. We do see some players getting in position on the side of Swift. They're working their way in through the shutter as they make their way forward. They do see the sniper and call it after their team. They're trying to get into the high ground and pressure out Captain, but they're so far away. Raymond's going to have about a few more seconds before he can get that Uber off the time. And now we see Banny getting some good damage onto Captain, but it's not going to be doing anything because he's getting healed up very quickly. The sentry was taken down by Samsi on the right side, and now we're going to be seeing a fight. Uber is going to be ready at any moment, and both players are still up top. It's going to be Se7en getting very aggressive, forcing off the Uber, but Ali and Raptor and everyone falls apart. It's just Samsi and Se7en alive, but Drac and Cadus get taken down by Se7en. Very good
that
job.
was such a weird play because the Uber was used to Cadus and on Falash on the secret room, and for some reason, Raymond just left Kados to deal with Silentes in such a confined area. So of course, Kados died, and you don't really want to lose your demo, especially when he's the one main calling for your team. And look at that, without demo, Benny can go so deep onto Raymond against the frag, onto the medic, and now Swift is maybe gonna try to go to loud. They have a really nice Uber advantage. They're gonna wait for Benny and maybe try to go for the respawn, but it doesn't look like they're gonna do it. As and Samzi are already there, pistoling people away onto shutter door. Silentes going for the bomb play onto the secret area, and the backup is on from Balash. Maybe he's gonna get done in time.
He does get the backup in time, and now there's some pressure from Slent. He's going to take down Kados. And now with Kados not in this play, they're going to be retaking the second as soon as possible. That backup play from Flash is going to slow things down so their medic can get back in time. But the Uber is still building up. They went for a dry push, knowing they can push with just heal advantage. And now Drake is going to get juggled by Silentes. Very good damage there. And Hast is pushing so much pressure onto Raymond, who stays alive for just a moment longer. Stark going to take down Bandy, but the cap goes off. Swift take the first round.
It was so well played from Swift. Even though they didn't have the Uber and Raymond was alive, they just realized they were 6 up and only 3 players from 7 were alive. So it's only a matter of DM now, and when you have 3 more players than the other team, it's way more easy. So props to Swift for having a good read onto the situation, and it looks like Se7en doesn't really know what the answer is to take down Banny's aggression.
We are seeing a little bit of a tactical pause right now, so really excited to see this crowd, all these people in favor of TF2. How you guys doing out there? Are you having a good time watching this game between Swift and Se7en? Glad to hear it. We are going to be waiting for this tactical pause to go through. The delay is instantaneous, so this is not something happening in 90 seconds in the future if you're familiar with STV delays and pauses. So we're just kind of sitting here waiting while whatever team is called the pause. I do believe it was
Kados.
So Se7en is having a little bit of a discussion here.
And they have to, because looking at things right now, it looks like Swift is kind of in control of the game. Se7en had some attempts onto Swift's second bomb, but in the end, I don't know. I feel like they don't really know how to approach the mids and every fight. I think Starks, I mentioned, it dies quite a lot, and if the playmaker again is never going. It's not like he's dying on the backline trying to make something happen. He's just dying right before a team fight happens. So that's less DM for Se7en, and he gotta be more careful about that because he keeps getting caught out of position, and it's really hurting his team so far.
So what do you think is the play in this next mid-fight? The pause has just happened, so we don't have this delay any longer. Very short 90-second pause, I assume. Going to be going into a little bit of a strategy talk now at the beginning of it. Going into this mid-fight, we're going to be seeing, once again, the Demoman rolling out. Kados does have that little skip jump over the ramp to start things off. So we are now officially going live with this mid-fight. And Draken Captain, do you think they're going to be an impact player at this mid?
I think Drake again is really good when it comes to jump, so I think he has really good timing. He's trying to go really deep onto Silentes and onto Swiss Sewers, but he's getting almost cleaned up by Ali, and Silentes finally gets alive. Look at Benny up in the air trying to get something happening to Raymond, but it doesn't happen. And Drake with a crucial pick onto Ali gets retaliated by SCT right away, but that's it. Benny is dead on the backlines as well, so if Se7en just tagged around their medic, they could make something happen. Subsidy dives to a nice take from Kados, and Silentes on top of the crates is having some spam going onto the combo, but he's getting shut down by Stark, and Raymond is kind of weak when Raptor. Raymond getting 2 medics died at the same time.
Silentes still getting onto the face of Stark and Talash, but they're going to get the better of it. Ast is rushing right behind Kados. Kados doesn't even know it. He's going to get meat shot from behind. And a follow-up onto Stark is going to take him down. He's going to refight this mid as best as he can. He sees Talash onto the health pack. Going to be rotating on top of the crates. He sees him, and the extra damage is going to pressure him out. Talash is very low on health, going to back out, but Drak is still alive on the midpoint. He's going to be hiding out in the sewer, and he gets out just in time. So retake by Ast there. Very good job to allow them to retake the mid at the very least and hold on to that.
Yeah, we mentioned how Hast would be such an important player for his team, and he's just showing up so strong so far. He has the DM, has consistent shot, and I think he's like kind of the carry of Swiss right so far.
Only a small Uber ad right now. They're not even building. I don't know what happened. There was just a little bit of a delay there for the heals. So now both sides are building at relatively equal rates, using that arrow building to boost the numbers they have and get the Ubers much faster than intended. You do see the Ubers are relatively even. I don't think there's going to be any initiation from either side because the Ubers are just so razor thin.
He died at roughly the same time at the midpoint, and we see Swift are in a really defensive position here, so it's pretty much up to the bombs of Captain or Drac, or maybe someone rushing in from behind to open the door for retaking one of these points.
The situation is really similar to what we've seen in Reckoner, with Swift being in the lead and being happy to sit on the mid waiting for Se7en to come at them. So it's going to be really hard for Se7en. I don't really know how they can break this stalemate because Ali has stickies over the choke, so the main entry point to the mid has been locked down by the demo one. The Raptor is sitting kind of close, so maybe actually a fast bomb could do the trick. And as I said, I've tried to go for Raptor from PC. He gets finally shut down, but it looked like kind of a desperate attempt from Drag because he went on his own. He had no follow-up damage for him, so again, it feels like Se7en is quite powerless right now.
Yeah, they did try to get a player in there, and unfortunately when one player goes alone, it's very easy for a medic, especially as good as Raptor, to survive. And now we see some aggression from Swift. They're not going to be playing passively. They want to go on this number advantage, so they're working their way in. Kate is going to get a lot of damage on the side of the sewer side, forcing both Ubers off. It's going to be an exchange, but Slunch is going to get taken down by Stark there. So Stark and Flash on the point, going to be rushing forward, trying to get some damage onto Ass. Banny is so low on health. One stick is all it's going to take, and it's going to take him down. Raptor also followed up by Stark. Both the scouts are following forward. Stark has come alive, and a follow-up bomb from Drac is going to get so much damage onto Samzi, as well as Ali. They're going to be backing out of this choke as quickly as possible, while the rest of Se7en are already taking the mid, and they have WARHURYEAH.
Nice Tara quiz on a 4K right now. That's maybe the awaken we were expecting from him. And with a 50% WARHURYEAH for Raymond, maybe Se7en will try to make something happen. Kadus is peeking onto the choke, trying to make room for his team. Banny denying the British demoman with a nice rocket, and now it's going to be up to Kadus to find a loophole and trying to make something happen for his team, as we have another pause.
All right, there is a technical pause right now. It was called by Raptor, or sorry, no, Stark. So it's probably a sound issue, as I'm seeing inside the chat. So someone on the side of Se7en, I believe, is having a technical problem, and the pause has been made by Raptor as a result. So we'll be getting back into this action very shortly. Don't want to talk too much about the strategy because players are currently listening. But the positioning right now, we know all this strategy. Finally, the unpause happens, so we don't have to delay any longer. Right away, we see the players getting into position. Stark sitting at the choke point, peeking away. Banny jumping in once again with that double bomb. Going to get a little bit of rocket damage on there, but not going to be able to follow up very quickly. We see players now flooding in through the choke point. Captain moving very far forward, and Kate is rushing with all these stickies, going to be doing a lot of damage. Drac now coming into the choke, getting so much damage onto Raptor. Raptor is going to wrap around through the wall and stay alive for just a moment longer. Staying alive is very crucial here, but they didn't force the Uber off, so now they'll be wrapping in through the shutter and popping off the Uber potentially. They don't even have to pop. They're so comfortable with walking through. They know there's no stickies, and now the Uber's been forced off, but it's not going to be too much longer before Raptor. He's getting so much pressure, taking so much damage. He doesn't get the Uber in time. He's going to get taken down by Captain and Drac. Very good coordinated bomb. Ast and Bane are still alive and doing so much damage, but Cadus is sitting up top in the panic room. The Lash takes a little bit of rocket damage, but now Captain's going to clean it up, and it's just the demo on the line. He does clean up Cadus, but it's going to be a free cap. And Se7en are not done yet. They are ready to fight back, and they're going to take this round, tying it up 1-1.
Really nice comeback from Se7en with finally some sort of aggressive playstyle, and the fact that they didn't wait until the second point and actually went for it, even though Raptor was so close to having the Uber, shows that they realized they can't really afford to wait anymore, because Swift is really good at holding points, and they have to make some more risky play, but as we said, high risk, high rewards, and it just showed up right now for Se7en.
All things are even. We are at equal footing on both sides. There's 10 minutes left in this map, and Cadus is getting to the mid fight much faster. Ali just opting to sit at sewer and wait for a little bit of an arrow spam. Slunt is now bombing in onto Cadus, who's spamming at the choke, taking a lot of damage. Slunt is going to be waiting up for some heals, and Captain's going to initiate onto Samzi, but Samzi is going to be pressuring him back, and Slunt bombs in once again. Banny and Asti get taken down, though, so now these frags are in favor of Se7en, and Samzi gets taken down. Follow-up bomb from Captain is going to pressure Raptor. Raptor gets taken down, and Ali is trying to back his way out. He's jumping in and trying to get out, but a follow-up bomb is going to get so much damage on him. He's 2 HP. One chip shot is all it's going to take. He's throwing stickies behind him, trying to stay alive, but Captain's going to get in his face. He's trying as much as he can. He stays alive for just a moment longer, but the longer he stays alive, the easier it's going to be to pick him off. He does get into the spawn and stays alive to allow for a little bit of a defensive hold and not die late into this fight.
And Se7en is already making their way forward to the Swift point. The Uber has been used by Kino, so to the right door, because no one is there to be killed. As I said, that Banny is being cleaned up by Captain. It's no more stickies on the point, so maybe some time pressure would be enough. As I said, the heavy is going down from, I think it's Samzi. Samsey, yeah, he's there. He's trying to make some cheap shot damage, but in the end, there's only so much he can do versus 4 other players. And Ali is on his own getting cleaned up. And that's another quick round for Se7en, taking the lead for the first time in its grand finals.
Feel the energy of this crowd. They are so excited to see this, and Se7en are stepping into their shoes. They want to show that they have what it takes to take this map and bring themselves closer to that I-61 victory. We have 3 more maps following this one and 10 minutes left for process. They are talking in their pre-game strategy thing for every round. Very nice touch. 15 seconds to go, and now we're getting ready into position. SVIFT have to retaliate right away if they want to hold on to their lead and risk a 1-1 map tie in this best of 5. Cadis once again hitting his rollout. Ali going to be waiting on Sewer once again. Not working out for him, and Captain's going to get into a good position here. He does see an early shot onto Salentes, who's taking so much spam. Captain sitting up top. It's going to be opening from one of the soldiers on the side of SVIFT. Banny going for that double bomb once again. Thalash is waiting for it, and Raymond is going to get taken down by Banny, and Cadis falls closely behind by Salentes. Banny gets taken down by Thalash. He's going to be rotating onto the right side of the rock. He does spot out Salentes, but Salentes is not going to be phased. He takes him down, and also Captain jumping in gets taken down by Ast. It's a wipe once again for SVIFT, retaliating with the round. They're going to be taking this. Absolutely can't mess this up. Surely they can.
I don't see how they could, but really nice reaction from Banny, who got shut down by Thalash on the 2 previous middles, and this time he went straight for Raymond and got the frag onto the medic. So yeah, nice adaptation from Banny, and with a 100% add-on to Raptor's hand, this should be a round for SVIFT, and that's the beef or Se7en pulls off the magical hold.
They do have a lot of tools in their belt, one could say, when it comes to defending. Players are now working their way in through the main lobby, trying to decide which way they're going to go. It's back and forth, what's going to be. We do see a lot of spam coming in from Drac, who's going to be forcing off the Uber. Ali jumping right away to get into the face. Drac got taken down by Ast. Very good job there, clearing the stickies right away. He's getting onto the point. There's no stickies to deny it. He's staying on it. Nice little bomb from the Captain is going to throw him off the point. And Cadis goes down to Ali, and it's a cap for SVIFT. 2-2. One round after the other. This is such aggression.
This all comes down to mid. Like the 2 previous mid were so dominant for each of the teams, and they just keep their momentum until the last. So really nice play first from Se7en and now from SVIFT. Nice retaliation. They leave no place for doubt there, and that's really good for them. And now it's going to be Se7en again. I feel like they're in the backseat because they had to take this map if they want to have more room to work with for the rest of the best of 5. And Samsey, is he actually? No.
Just a little bit of a pre-game strat. They want to know if there's any kind of shenanigans going on with the Mediguns. Cadis once again hitting that rollout. Ali finally getting a rollout for once in his life. He's going to be getting pressured by both the soldiers who are sitting on top of the crate on both sides. Salentes putting a little bit of pressure onto Captain there, who's going to be healed up and back into the fray in no time at all. Banny once again going in position, but he's very low on health and getting pressured so hard. He's going to get killed, but he does connect onto Stark in midair, and Ali and Ast pick up kills of their own. It's both the scouts on the side of SVIFT rushing forward. Thalash is going to take a sticky in the choke. Nice little rocket onto Raymond. He's going to survive, and he's taking so much damage. They're chasing as hard as they can. Raymond's not even going to turn around. Salentes is so close behind. He's going to get onto the bomb. He's so close. One rocket is all he's going to take, and he gets cleaned off. Salentes with 2 HP is going to survive, and Raymond dying so late into that fight is going to be disastrous for Se7en to hold on to this round.
Thalash salvaged the situation by getting a frag onto Raptor, but yeah, what an aggression and what a play from Banny. He's drawing so much attention when he does these high bomb, even though he only got Stark this time. Both Tarky and Thalash were looking at him, and then the rest of SVIFT can just walk forward freely without being contested. So again, I feel like Banny and Ast are the 2 men to watch when it comes to SVIFT.
Yeah, Banny's been kind of doing the same mid almost every single time. And they were on top of it this time. He took a lot of damage before he even initiated his jump, but he still was able to pick off Stark in midair and exploded himself as in the process. So we do see some building on both sides. One team could hold on to this advantage if they decide to push it on. Hopefully they were counting it, and they are opting to get very aggressive into the lobby now. We do see Ali jumping right away before he even gets the Uber. He's not going to get flashed, but does take a little bit before taking down the sentry, and now we see the Raymond has his Uber ready to go, defend the point. Ast and Raptor are getting so much pressure here. Raptor's so low on health, going to get out just on time, but Ali's getting pressured so hard by Cadis, who's working his way in through the lobby, and Banny is still hiding up underneath. He does get met by Captain, who's pressuring him, and Banny is going to get taken down by Captain. So now that's going to open up the door for Captain second. Se7en are working their way in, and Cadis is jumping up, putting a little pressure on the point. Ali takes down the Lash, though, and that's going to be crucial for this. And Cadis also gets taken down by Samsey, who's working his way forward. it's not looking good for Se7en as they lost two very crucial players in this
That was
defensive hold.
such a scattered repush from Se7en. Half of their team was still on last one. Katie, Starkey, and Talash and Raymond won the second point. Drac and Silentes trade some frags, and Samsi dies as well. So maybe actually Se7en could hold this. But look at Ali and Raptor going so deep into the last. The Uber has been used by Raptor onto Ali. Raymond so weak. Can he survive? But Ali is under proud. Starks gets one pipe in the head instead of his medic, and now Talash gets down by some stickies from the Tali. Ali, he was on his own though on the last. He got no cover up by his team, and now with the demo man down, will Se7en try to push from this. It's pretty hard for them to do it because with only 5 minutes, you don't want to get caught off position, and you don't want to make a risky push that could cost you a round.
Banny doing very aggressively in the shutter at the first door. It's going to push players back, and I see this little split push. They are able to pick off a Banny, and now working their way to the point is going to be Se7en. They're retaking it as best they can. No Uber ready on the side of Raptor, and Samsi's actually going to be rushing in and forcing it. Se7en is also going to get taken down, though. So it's 2 players to force off that Uber, and now there's going to be a little bit of a leapfrog situation if Raptor can get the Uber in time. There's going to be a lot of pressure because they only have 3 players alive, and Se7en have only just now capped the second. They haven't even worked their way to the mid, so now the respawns are coming up in time. But Swift are so far back. I don't know if they're going to be getting into position to defend this point. They will have the Uber in time, and they are working their way through the IT, popping right away. They don't want to get any cap time, and Drac is going to rush forward and get some damage onto Banny, but Banny gets better of it. Takes down Drac, and now we do see some aggression from Ali, who's getting pressured by Stark at the choke point. Ali is going to stay alive for just a moment longer. And once again, we've reset the positions, and the Ubers are in favor of Se7en.
Really nice play from Swift, the way they went really aggressive onto the IT and using the Uber quite early, completely denied the attempt of Se7en to cap the middle point, and but they had to use the Uber to do that. So now Raymond has the Uber ad. Will Se7en keep trying to make aggressive playstyle working? I have no idea, but it looks like they want to make something happen there.
Yeah, the players are working their way in through the IT. They're able to catch out Samsi right away. So now the force is going in. They're pushing right away, trying to get some pressure onto Raptor, who's nowhere to be seen. It's just a push to get through the choke point, and now they're going to cap the point. But Raptor has Uber ready in time, so they're going to be initiating here very shortly now. Throwing an early sticky there to pressure the players, let them know that the force is coming. Swift are working their way in through the choke now, pressuring onto the players. They're trying to air shot. Nice little air shot at a captain. It's going to do a lot of damage to Raptor.
Gets Raptor!
Very nice job there to take down Raptor, and now there's no Uber to work with. Ali gets taken down by Captain as well, so now we do see a nice aggressive bomb onto Silentes, who's very low on health, going to be backing out through the IT. Swift are falling apart, and there's 3 minutes left. This is not what they want to have happen. Raptor dying there was so crucial.
Yeah, I think Kadius just got a pipe in his head and just created the medic to the floor and to death, and that was a drop, of course, from Raptor. He couldn't really see that coming. It's really hard for him to take the blame on that, but in the end, that's a drop, and that's a really bad timing to drop the Uber, because now Se7en can push the left with the fully charged Uber, and the up classes from Swift may not be enough to hold back the aggression from Kadius.
They are going to force right away, coming out the right side of the lobby. Case gets juggled a little bit there, and Ali gets a nice pipe onto Thalash, so that's going to slow down their fragging potential here. They are able to pick up on the Silentes, but Banny jumps in onto the ramp, able to pick off Cadis, and now with no demo stickies to do some damage. Another nice little air shot to deny Captain, and Ass is going to clean that up. Banny following up very closely onto Raymond into the lobby. Ali is also very close behind. It's trying to chase out Raymond, but he's at the choke point. He's going to stay alive for just a little bit more. But there is a player behind, and they know it. Drac is sitting onto the point. He jumps into it, gets onto Ass, but cleans up by Samsi, and now the cap is going in favor of Swift. They are going to get the second and work their way with 2 minutes left in this round. They need to push forward with this advantage.
2 minutes, and Ali and Ass and Raptor are making their way through the middle. This time Raptor doesn't really want to drop, of course, and Banny with a nice aggression completely prevents everyone from spamming his medic. Raymond is close to his own Uber, and Swift's got to make things happen really quickly now. They're making their way through the sewers area, maybe trying to get some aggression onto Raymond, who's holding behind the spire. It's going to be... actually, the Uber has been used quite early by Raptor, and Raymond retaliates with his own Uber, and so many flashes onto Raptor's Ubers. It's getting cleaned up by Stark, and so Cadus gets 2 clean frags onto the scout. That could be it for Se7en if they want to push out. Ali is already out of the fight, and only the soldiers are still there somewhere, but Silentes gets cleaned up by Cadus again, who steps up to the situation and actually makes his team in a really now Se7en is in the driver's seat.
But Banny is on the back gap on Spire, and if anyone can get to the mid in time, they could stop it, but no, there are no players in position. And Ali's going to get taken down by Captain, who drops in through the choke and is able to take him down. Banny is still behind. It's going to be a factor in slowing down this push because there's only 50 seconds left on the clock, and it's all up to Se7en to hold on to this and push forward, take the second and the last. Salentis gets taken down by a nice trap from, or a little bit of sticky spam from Cadis, catching him out before he can escape, and Banny's getting pressured by Thalash at the midpoint. There is a little bit of a defensive build on last, and we do see Raymond will have Zuber in time to push.
Sentry is taken down quite early by Ali. There's nothing on the point. If they put some capital on that, there should be it. Drag gets Raptor onto the secret area, and the heavy is there really sitting really weak. No, their stick is on the point. They have to remove them if they want to cap. Banny is coming on the backline from the lobby, but only Ali and Banny are up, and it's only about the Swedish Demon Mana. Can he do it? It's 10 seconds. It's Se7en takes it and takes the map. That's a 1-1 in this series.
Very good push from Se7en to take this map and close it out. It's going to be 1-1 in this best of 5 for this grand finals between Se7en and SVIFT. Very good job. 11 seconds left. There's nothing left to see here. That was an incredible rally from the rest of Se7en to come back in and cap this off with 11 seconds to spare. This is the kind of TF2 action we love to see here. None of this stalemating. We want to see players battling for control of the map lead and coming in, and now we do see Se7en finally nail themselves their first victory in this best of 5, tying the series up 1-1.
And it's really hard now not to think about the drop Raptor had on the mid when there were 3 minutes left and the 50% Uber ad for SVIFT, because that possibly cost them the map.
It absolutely had to, because with that Uber advantage, they could have worked their way into second and had themselves in the driver's seat, forced at least a golden cap, and not to put themselves in a position where Se7en held on to that momentum and pushed forward, retook second, retook mid, or sorry, just retook mid and then took into second. Worked into last, and that was a very good push, very well timed. They played so cautiously too. I was worried they weren't going to get on the cap, because that's one of the mistakes teams makes when they push into process. They focus on the frags, but don't get them, and then there's no cap time, no focusing onto the point. But they played carefully. They got the frags, and then there was still 10 seconds left to work with before they capped it off. So very good showing from Se7en there to tie this series up. How do you think this is going to go? How do you think SVIFT are going to be feeling about this?
I think I know one soldier who's going to be pretty upset about the situation on SVIFT side, and when you consider best of 5 is all about the long run, and when you can build momentum, especially when it's on the last second, that's a huge boost to your situation, to your confidence, and it's going to take a lot for SVIFT not to crumble under tilt and pressure now. So I assume Se7en is going to take it now, but SVIFT has so many strong players that they might as well just bounce back and forget about this one right away.
So we're going to take things over to our host Get a Whale and our analysis between Eeply and Patty once again. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. My name is Get a Whale. I'm here with Patty. I'm here with Eeply, who's had a wardrobe change.
Yeah, apparently I've been blending into the background with my
Oh
jumper.
my goodness, that is your fault.
Yeah, it was a production decision, sorry.
Okay, well, we have a lot to talk about. How often is it in top-level TF2 that you can sort of just turn it on? Like those last 3 minutes, the Raptor drop seemed to coincide nicely with Se7en figuring out what to do, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, and I'll be honest with you, having played in situations, especially at I-Series, even though I didn't have a particularly good performance, the team didn't have a particularly good performance at that LAN, there were a lot of moments where we as a team would get momentum based off of just a drop or a good force or a good play, a back cap or whatever, and sometimes that's all it takes, is that one mistake from the other team or good play on your part that then riles your team up, and you guys can just start going and riding off the momentum. So definitely coincided.
You need that inciting incident to get you going. Yeah, because I mean, equally, we were here on the couch, several of us, and talking about it and whatnot. I was talking to even some spectators here in the production area, and we were saying, man, Se7en they're a fantastic team, but they're not doing a whole lot right now, and they really didn't for a whole lot of that map. They had a couple okay mids. One player that we talked about a lot on the side of Se7en was Raymond. Raymond is playing, I mean, he's playing fantastic. He's just staying alive at the most important times. He really is. I'm not saying he's perfect, but on middles, he's been sneaking out and slithering his way out, hasn't he?
Well, it was the same on Reckoner as well. like Raymond's ability to just know where all damage is coming from, like predict, you know, maybe not the decision making of the enemy team perfectly, but like where they're going to be coming from in all of their sacks, you know, like he's just so mechanically skilled and he's just so intelligent with how he positions himself as medic. It's something kind of crazy to see. Like you'll be sitting there watching the cast and like, you know, there'll be maybe 3 rockets, any one of which would have taken Raymond down, and he'll just get out almost every time. I think it's crazy to kind of see that comparison. Like in fairness to him, Raptor had his fair share of, like, you know, a couple decent escapes, but it's nowhere in the same level as Raymond at all. You're like, it's difficult even really to compare. I think like just Se7en with all of their kind of flaws and mistakes which they've been doing the last couple maps, I think with anyone but Raymond, they'd be in a much, much worse situation.
Yeah, everybody loves Raymond. We mentioned the name of a legendary medic, Miralyn, who was well known for his movement and his, you know, jukes, so to speak. And he's making it happen, Raymond is. And luckily his team is maybe figuring it out now. We'll see if it carries forward to the next map. I don't know if we have logs ready. Can we pull up the logs? We'll see how they help tell the story a little bit here. Look at that guy, top of the scoreboard. We've seen a lot of captain at the top. It is a team game. Luckily, his team did take this map. What else do we see in these logs that can... but look at Drac. Look at his soldier partner. Only 8 frags.
Yeah, 8 frags, but I do think the kills that he did get ended up being pretty high impact.
Yeah.
I think he did get some kills on Raptor, too, as well. Where's the med picks?
You look at, yeah, I mean, while we're on the topic of medics, I mean, Raymond only 5 deaths, which is spectacular, versus 12 for Raptor, which is still fantastic. Almost, I mean, that's close to being the second least, but, you know, close is a great concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think an important one to look at, considering the history of SVIFT across the tournament, is that Banny was just unable to have as big of an impact.
Yeah.
He had some very good mids. His huge double bombs a couple times went off really well.
Yep.
To you know, we were kind of discussing it a little bit, kind of, you know, suggesting how, like, different ways Se7en could kind of deal with the double bomb, not just kind of stand there and let it happen to them.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see from the numbers, Banny's not at the top. He's not getting a huge amount of frags. So as much as, you know, you've still got Ast, you've still got Smizzy kind of doing pretty well in their respective roles. You don't have the same kind of punishing force of Banny. And even though this game was super close, I think you can put it down a little bit to that. Obviously, with about 3 minutes to go, everything kind of got sped up like 10 times the speed.
Yeah, really
you know,
did.
A couple tiny little things made all the difference.
Yeah.
But just, you know, statistically speaking, a lower impact game for Banny.
Yeah, as we look at some of those teammates as well, we have Ali, BY, we have Salentas, who had great performances, but the thing that stands out to me with SVIFT in that is, I mean, how many fail pushes and strange half pushes into last were there, Patty? We were talking about that.
And it went both ways. It went both ways. Both teams had these very absurd last pushes where they, and it's unusual at this level of play as well to just see a team push on full ad and you know,
like a false start or sending 1 or 2 people in and no follow.
Drop beforehand, or like someone will die and they'll stay in. I saw that a lot. I saw a lot of players dying and then like overcommitting to the fight and staying in it when it was completely pointless.
And this isn't a weird map. I mean, this is process. This is the map that they've played a trillion billion times. It was an odd thing to see. I mean, SVIFT picked up a couple rounds. Before you knew it, it was 2-2 though, and Se7en coming out on top. Anything? We didn't see. We keep talking about sniping and off-classing. We haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, not
I don't know where Stark has been. There were only 2 headshots, and those were by Sam.
Yeah.
What do you think, Eeply? I mean, what's going on? Are the teams just sort of so focused that they're not bothering with anything like that, or what?
I don't know. It might be a case that they're kind of a little bit spooked, a little bit uncertain how they're going to perform. Because obviously, when it comes to sniping, it is all about the aim. And if you're not feeling your aim that day, it's not always particularly easy just to come in and just, you know, kind of like turn it on. But I don't know, like the game wasn't particularly straightforward in terms of there wasn't a lot of obvious off classes where, stalemates where you just stand there and then you know, there's an obvious time to off class.
That's
Like
fair.
I said, there was a lot of back and forth, like I said, weird little kind of bits of pushes, and maybe it's just the fact that Se7en in particular didn't feel comfortable enough at any particular hold to really go forward and off class and kind of fully commit to that, considering at any moment, you know, suddenly SVIFT might appear and they would really need that second scout to try and deny them.
Well, we are moving on to our third map. It is called Snake Water, a map that has no snakes and no water inside the playable area, but it's called Snake Water.
No, there
Did
is
they re-add
cheese.
the snakes?
I'm not 100%
It's a
sure.
crazy point of contention on
They
the
should.
Snake Water map.
It
They
should
got
be
rid of
it should be a
them.
part of the map, you know,
Yeah.
the snakes.
They
You
were
got to
right
watch
by
out
the,
for them.
right by the boats. We were not looking at the map right now. We have it on this monitor. You can't see. But no, Snake Water is going to be the map as, I mean, it becomes a best of 3 now,
Yeah.
which is, you know, each subsequent map becomes more and more important now. So, I mean, Patty, you're glad you were wrong, by the way, about predicting
Yes.
Swift to win
I
that
am
map.
quite glad. I'll admit it.
Do you think that Se7en is going to ride a bit of momentum now coming into this, or do you think this is still up for grabs?
I think this is what they needed, and I actually think that losing in the way they did for Swift, on this map, might actually have the opposite effect in that I'm not sure how they'll recover from this because you know they had a really strong start, and I know from my experience that Benny, when he goes from a strong start and things start to like falter off and especially big mistakes from Raptor, I wouldn't be surprised if like Raptor was getting a little bit of heat for that match. I would
Getting
not.
a little bit of this, maybe a little bit of the salt.
A little bit of the salt, yeah.
Okay, that's never fun. I mean, what's your feeling? I mean, Eeply, you know, neither you or I have played on either of these teams or with Banny or anything like that. But what's your sense going into the next map?
I'm kind of thinking because I believe there's a bit of a break between now and the next map while we swap out casters. I think, not 100% certain. I think it's kind of going to be a bit of a reset. Like, you know, we've got the weird map reckon out of the way. I think Se7en at least are going to sit there, reset themselves, and kind of hopefully you'd think they'd take a bit of momentum from the last game. Like, I think if they win Snake Water now, I think it's going to set them up in such a good position to win, what is it, Granary will be the one after this?
Granary and Badlands, I believe. Then I'm not certain about the order, but yeah.
Yeah, I think if they just, you know, take a bit of the momentum, take, you know, a bit of time just to work out exactly what they want to do, and they then come in and manage to, like, win this map, I think that will probably be it for Swift. I don't think they'll be able to come back from a loss like that, especially, like I said, if the only map they managed to win in 3 is Reckoner, and like a 1-0, you know, like, the way that Swift does things with their confidence is all about, you know, fast, quick rounds and dominating performances. And if their one win isn't in anything remotely dominating, it was a 1-0, I think that's going to affect them more than it would Se7en, who just win, you know, they go for the objective.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's sum up. So let's do this. If you had to give advice going into this map on, you know, what does each team need to kind of do, what do they need to do going forward to sort of grab hold of this in, say, 20 words or less? What would you tell Se7en? What would you tell Swift?
For Se7en,
I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
yeah, I know. For Se7en, I would probably say they need to play more together. They're very split right now.
Yeah, we talked
I
about
see
that.
a lot of like just they're not together. I didn't see really good coordinated play from them until the very last bit where they got that last round there.
Yeah.
But until then it was very sloppy pushes.
We saw them split up
Yeah,
on Ubers
a lot of splitting, and they need to stick together in team fights instead of just separating off. For Swift. I mean, their aggression is very good. Like that's their strength, and more than anything, I think they just need to keep their composure and like stop letting like little mistakes, little mistakes that turn into big mistakes, as in letting Raptor die by not having a person watching the flank and whatever. It all spirals.
Yeah.
So basically, keep an eye on the medic.
Cool.
Is what I would say.
How about you, Eeply? Do you got short version advice for each team?
No, I think more or less same as what Paddy said. Like, Se7en needs to address their pushes, you know, just make sure, refresh themselves. How are we planning on closing out each round? Because I think as long as they can stick with that and have at least reasonable mids, they'll be in decent position. For Swift, you know, because of how they tend to get rounds, I think they just need to make sure that once their initial mid strategy stops working, that they have something else to go back to.
That makes sense. Well, we are getting the players in server. We are just waiting on, let me see. Looks like we may have everyone in server. We're just getting some last-minute preparations done here with our casters. You still out there, crowd? You still with us? Hello? Birmingham NEC? I hear them. I hear them.
Yeah, you can hear him a bit.
They're out there. Yeah,
Yeah.
a bit.
A little bit.
Ebley says you can only hear you a bit. Can we have like one big crowd pop? That's a no.
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 Good night, everybody.
Right. Great
Show's
tournament.
over.
People are taking a break. They know they got a few minutes. Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, as we would say in North America, and like I say, it is now a best of 3. We do have casters here now standing by, and it's a switch over. We're going to my boy WARHURYEAH and sound guru Kermit. We have news, though, I'm being told. Oh, we have news. You see, we have a person by the name of News, and news can also mean, you know, like a story, a headline. So tell you what, we have the hit of LAN. We've got our boy News on the meteorologist, expert meteorologist News. I think he's ready to go.
Welcome back, guys. Okay, so I've got another breakdown of some points from that last series. We'll start with this push from SVIFT on Reckoner. Now, it was even Ubers. They had, I think, a player advantage going in after winning the mid-fight, but they're leaving one player to cap, so they're thinking that they're pushing on a player advantage when really there's not too much to go in with here. And what they failed to do is, what you want to do in this situation, you need to be taking and controlling area. At the moment, they're pushing into Se7en's territory, and they don't really get anything from the Uber trade. You can see Ali walking in. They're using a lot of ammo. You could see Samsey in the cap. They're using a lot of ammo and resources to get the entry into the position right now, but they're not actually getting anything for it. And it takes quite a while for them to... They Uber quite late, which is good, but they're not getting anything for the Uber, and Cadis and Raymond, when they pop the Uber, they can just walk back forward and retake all that area that SVIFT just tried to dominate. And it does come down to a bit of a messy fight at the end, but the choke point favors Se7en because they can lock down the exits for all the SVIFT guys, so they're much more limited in where they can dodge and where their DM can actually let them move. This was a really nice push from SVIFT that I'll take you to. They had an Uber advantage, and this is exactly how you want to use it. So it's a similar idea. You want to control territory, and what they do is they take the Uber in top left. They secure all the area on the left side by sending Ali in really deep with an early jump. He secures the spawn door, locks off the sniper, and gets the kill. Immediately, what they want to do is control the area of the point, and they know that there's a sentry on the right side, so Ali's going to walk across, and he's going to shut down the sentry by putting out the damage on there. Everyone else is, you can see the rockets going in, they're all focused firing on the right. Ali puts out the damage, and then you can see the soldiers of SVIFT, after Ali gets knocked back, they follow up, getting the kills on the right side. Then they can switch their focus onto the heavy on the left, and you can see that heavy had no idea what he could do. So just really textbook push from SVIFT there. There's another clip, I'll actually to this one. This is a really nice play from Captain. So what he does here, rather than bombing onto Ali or to the medic, he actually bombs over Ali, so Ali doesn't think he's being pressured, and when Ali's trying to contest him at the choke, he turns around to see that Captain's shooting him in the back. So Captain kind of fakes out Ali there, puts pressure on the medic and scout so they can't support him, and then he turns around to secure the frag with his team. Right, now I'll take us to the second map of Process. I wanted to show this Uber trade that Cadis had. So what happened here, actually, I'll draw it out for you guys. So as SVIFT are coming in from the right side here, Cadis, they get the call that SVIFT have taken control of the sewer area. So what Cadis does is he goes into this position and he tries to control it, and as soon as he realizes that SVIFT are trying to walk in from the right side, he calls for Raymond to meet him so that they can take an Uber trade, because there's 3 or 4 players bunched up from Swift in the sewer area, and it's just Cadis and Raymond at the start. Now, when you've got that situation playing out, Cadis is able to make Raptor flash a lot more than Swift are able to make Raymond flash. So the Uber ends up lasting quite a bit longer for a lot of the players, or for Cadis, and a lot shorter for a lot of the players in Swift. He gets really isolated, but what happens is everyone else from Se7en dive forward to support Cadis in that small choke area, and Cadis doesn't even end up dying. So it's really good of Cadis to take that aggressive Uber trade, and amazing for Raymond to have that communication between the two of them, where they can meet together in such a small choke like that and take an Uber trade in such a small time window of opportunity. Another example of them playing really well with the time windows. This was a dot push that they did. They had a 25% advantage going into last, and they go for... They're pushing in through the lower right in the shutter because it's the quickest entrance into last, and they know that because they've got Uber and Swift they don't need to worry too much about any stickies or any traps or anything like that. They just want to get entry into last as soon as possible, and once they're in the left side, they know that the Swift guys are going to rotate into this area. So what Cadis decides to do is just he goes straight across point, and you'll notice he's only shooting for Raptor. That's the primary focus, and what ends up happening is, as you'll see, Raptor is so close to Uber, but they manage to kill him on 98%, and they do it really well. So you can see the Uber coming in here, Danny, Raptor, and all the Swift guys rotating. Cadis is shooting. You can see him shooting this sticky at Raptor. Really good focus fire, and he dies on 98%. Then they just need to focus fire the rest frags at the tail end of the Uber, and they win the round. Yeah, well, again, thanks to Essential Tactics TF and Gentleman John for those screenshots, and we'll take it back to Get Well.
Yeah, let's hear it for News. What a hero. I want to be News when I grow up. Well, tell you what, we don't have a whole lot to say. We're actually going to head over to Kermit and WARHURYEAH, as I said, at the caster desk. As we get ready to start that third map, Snake Water. It's all you, boys.
Well, hello everyone. It is a change of talent here. I whined and kicked like a baby until I got my place, and oh my goodness, there's a sign above my head. That is disgusting. Get out of here, you rascal. So we're going to be heading into Snake Water, which is going to be, I think we've still got 2 more maps after this. It currently sits at, currently sits at 1-1 in the series. The last map going to Se7en in a very, very sort of last minute cap, which I'm sure Se7en will be slightly peeved, but I believe I hear the countdown timer, so we are ready. Crowd, are you ready?
Yeah.
Kermit, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Is your
go.
pizza ready that you definitely don't have here?
I definitely don't have a slice of pizza on my desk.
That's what it's all about. So it looks like there isn't going to be anything unusual for both of these teams as they do start their rollout to mid. We've got Cadis going for the standard rollout as well as Ali. They're both going to be getting around mid at the exact same time. Both medics are running the normal medigun, and it does take a bit of a sticky to the face straight away. There's going to be quite a few Se7en players that are going to be congregating on the top right. Drag does start moving to the kitchen. Sam's going to start chasing him down, but Drag does take out that pick. But there is a big double soldier bomb, but they've guessed wrong. Raymond is sitting up on catwalk, and they both get completely shut down whilst that was going on. Captor takes out Raptor, and that is almost that is a clean sweep wipe for Se7en. In this starting map.
From Se7en there. You just see everyone on Swift just trying to walk over the right-hand side, and he just got absolutely shut down by Se7en. Captain just got in behind him. He was just straight onto Raptor. There's nothing that could be done about that.
That is an absolutely disgusting and brutal mid. I kind of felt like both soldiers from Swift were sort of going in the wrong direction. They got sort of confused as to where they were, and it looks like Se7en are going to be gearing up to push through shutter straight away. They do have a full advantage, and it looks like Banny does get that Uber off quite early, so they do have that to their advantage. But everybody on Swift are on the right side, pretty much all by themselves. Samsy does take out Thalash, so they do have a pick advantage, and that Uber is completely run out for the side of Se7en. This is going to be the point where they're going to have to start getting out of here. Cadis, though, completely left high and dry, was skirting around the spawn door of Swift, and he does have to hightail his way out of there. Drag does get taken out as well, so that is a bit of a messy push going into that last.
very surprised that Banny actually managed to live there. Like, he was at the shutter door and he somehow managed to actually jump away in the Uber, and no one focused him down even though he was pretty low health. And we've got like a massive advantage now for Swift, and they're going to be walking through the slot area right now.
Yeah, I believe they're going to be opting to go catwalk. There are stickies up there, but they have been sort of blown away a bit, so there's not going to have so much. Astos going first. He is leading up this Uber. Raptor at this moment, he's going to want to make sure, if he can, to not use this Uber. Getting middle for free is critical, and Drac absolutely slams Celentes. Stark, he helps finish off Banny as well, so now this is going to be a really difficult situation. The Uber has been popped from Raptor, and Raymond does get it in the nick of time to sort of go in for the exchange, but Cadus absolutely mulches Samsies. Is Raptor, oh my goodness, he's actually maybe going to get out. This is going to be absolutely sickening. Thanos does go in and actually cuts him off as well, so that was incredibly close. It's just going to be Ali by himself, and now again this is going to be an absolutely amazing counter push from Se7en. They take out everybody on Swift. Celentes and Banny do get up in time though to defend this second.
That was incredible from Simpson there. Like, you just saw like Drac was just sitting in kitchen for the entirety of that like Uber. As soon as he knew exactly where Swift were going to be leaving from, he just pushed instantly and got straight onto Raptor. And I think Thalash just came in as well and actually managed to pick up the frag onto Raptor there.
Oh, Samsy is a bit too deep into top lobby. He does luckily get out of there. He's waiting for an arrow from Raptor, but yeah, that Uber push was a bit... It seemed a bit slow. I guess Raptor, you know, Raymond surviving on that last push as well.
Yeah, they just stood and saw with like the or in kitchen.
But here comes the Uber from Se7en. They're going to be pushing from lower, which is a bit of a better option when you do have a full advantage. Captain's going to go for Celentes, so that is going to be Banny taken out, I think, as well. He's sitting by shutter, but he's kept himself alive. He tells to take out Cadus, so he does the impossible with like 10 HP. Samsy, he's sitting on the left side. He's got the full of poop, but Thalash, he's not focusing him down. Samsy, he's 12 HP. Raptor does get taken out on the back lines as well, which means there's going to be no heals for this. So this round looks like it's going to be all over for Swift at this moment, unless Ast can do something. Celentes does come in at the death as well, but it's Thalash that finishes off. It's the first round going for Se7en. I believe this is their map choice, question mark. I'm sure it is. I'm just going to guess that.
Very sure it. Yeah, I think it would be, because I know for sure that Swift will have picked Reckoner.
Yeah, that does look like we have a pause at this moment in time, which gives me a chance to have a sipple of water and juice a slice of your pizza.
I think I'll maybe hold off and eating on while I've got the mic on for now.
Hi, crowd.
Hi, crowd. Someone dab.
No, don't dab. Don't listen to this.
Oh, yes. That guy. Shout-outs to him.
That was, we do not, never mind. I guess there's not, I can't stop it.
Oh, I think I saw another cheeky dab there.
It was a cheeky dab.
Oh, I think we might have been.
Yeah, we are back in the game, so we're gonna have to take it away from this dabbing pageant where we rate the finest dabbers that Insomnia61 has to offer. You're all pretty bad. As we enter into the second round of Snakewater, I don't think both medics are running the standard medigun. I don't know if there's going to be any banners. I don't think either of these teams particularly have run banners at all during these tournaments, and they're in the finals.
Any of these four soldiers ever run a banner at all? It's like only ever seems to be
Banner loses games, it's confirmed. Ali, he does take a sticky again from Cadus, so Cadus is doing really well, and he's going to be sticking up the left side as well, so he's going to get some damage onto Ast, who's lost his overheal. Samsy, he's going to be taking up the top as well. I'm going to wait for the soldiers. They're going to be gearing up for a push. Banny goes in, Celentes goes in as well, but Celentes gets absolutely crushed. Banny does make his way through the Soul Room, but once again, Se7en are completely reading these aggressions by the book, and I think Raymond, at the moment, is incredibly low. He's just 46 HP, but he's got 2 scouts to keep him defended and alive through his valley, and that is another dominating mid.
Captain when he's trying to run out towards Saw there. Yeah. I don't know how Se7en managed that. Just the exact second that Banny started to jump over top, they were going over the point and just aggressing straight on.
Celentes just gets chopped down. I saw him jump. He doesn't even make it to their side pretty much, and he just gets completely cut in half. He must be getting hit by just a fat meat shot, but it's going to be a full Uber advantage for Se7en. They're going to be looking to push in through Saw Room. They're going to be having Stark and Cadus leading the way with this. Again, the idea is that they keep hold of this. Banny's going to go in for a big bomb to see if he can get the Uber off. Celentes was there in Saw Room, so that's a really good, well work played. So the Uber has been popped. Drac, he's going to go lower. He's going to start moving to the flank.
Sel does Crater. He's trying to get out there. I think he's hoping for an arrow from Raptor, but he was just a little bit too slow in that. So did die. It was incredible that Banny got out. Actually, he was literally in basically on top of Raymond and somehow managed to get out. I don't know if it was through cheese or not, but that was like sick that he actually managed to get out there. Now we've got like a pretty 30-40 advantage for Swift here.
It looks like Banny, he's gearing up to go forward, so they're going to be doing what is quite unusual for most teams playing against Se7en. They're going to go for a push out. It looks like they're going to go through balcony. Banny jumps in big, tries to push Captain out of the high ground. Drac, however, he is in lobby behind. I don't think he's been called. He does go in for the bomb. He pops Raptor up and he does get the force and he hits the air shot on the Uber player. It doesn't matter. It still looks sick, mate. Captain's going to be sitting up in the window room as well. He's just putting some pressure. He's just moving his way back. Raymond does have Uber in reply to defend this second. It has been recapped by Swift. Se7en just trying going for a force, but he's not successful. Raymond at the moment sitting on 100 HP, so it's just going to be spam from a distance they have to deal with. Ast as well, also getting caught out. Ast is down for around about 17 seconds now. This is going to be pretty bad as Se7en, they're gearing up already, being aggressive, they're going straight through to last. The poop is being launched in the air, he's going to be taken out, so that is the heavy down pretty much straight away. There are some stickies on the point, so Ali is alive. As is going to be spawning in 2 seconds, but at the moment, there's nobody dead from the side of Se7en. They're going to be getting onto the point. Stark is just sitting on it, he has to get himself off, and they do it. It's a perfect push onto last. They lose no players throughout that entire push.
That was incredible. They just played as just one solid, cohesive unit for that entire push. Like, you can see the health is awful now for all of them, but no one died. Raymond was just keeping every single player alive for that entire push. That was just incredible. Like, you could see, like, Sil was on the top right-hand side, and Raptor just rotated through spawn. Apparently, Sil didn't get that memo and ended up just standing on his own, trying to 1v1, I think, like an Ubered Drac on the right-hand side.
It looks like we have a pause once again. There might be a minor technical issue or tactical.
Oh, let's see. We can check the in-game chat. Nope, just Banny paused.
Oh, Banny has paused the game.
Want to maybe relocate.
I see Henny sitting behind him to see what's up. You don't mess with this man's schedule. He keeps everything to the T. Hello, everyone, by the way.
Going for looking at the chat earlier, you can see Thalash said that the last time they paused there was because the mics are messing up. I won't quote
so
his
it might
chat.
be that, but Benny is the one that paused it this time around. I don't see anyone scurrying around, so it might be a case of something minor. Hopefully, this game is getting quite quick for Se7en at the moment. They've got a 2-0 lead. It's going to get more and more difficult. We have unpaused. We are going to go back into the game. It sits at 2-0 for Se7en on Snakewater. Both teams sit at 1 map apiece and it's best of 5. Nervous. Knees are weak.
I'm trying to. There we go.
Oh,
Try to
I
fix my game.
believe there's another pause that's just happened again as well. So neither team wanting to really play the game. I think they just prefer each other's company.
Yeah, they might, yeah, that's the thing. We can't see what they're saying in game until the pause is over, so they could be having a nice little conversation right now.
Yeah, they could be
We're
laughing
just
at
not
us.
privy to. Yeah, maybe they just want to try and put us on the spot. You know, it could be they just want to see what we can manage to improv on the spot.
Nothing.
Yeah, I've got nothing either.
I've exhausted all of my brain power for the weekend.
I thought we were done casting, so you know I didn't really prepare anything extra for today.
It's my fault. I whined like a girl.
Yep. It looks like we are live again.
Hopefully,
This
we're not
time
going to be
with no
pausing
pauses.
again in the next few seconds. So this is going to be the 3rd mid now. Se7en, last year's winners, are going to be taking a 2-0 lead as we resume the game. Cadus slightly faster to mid than Ali. He's been really dominating him at the moment, getting some loads of chip damage onto him straight away. I look to see another big bomb from both of the Solis. Banny, he's going in for a skip jump. Again, he gets meat shot. He just walks straight into Thalash. Se7en once again tries to take a contested follow up on that, but Drag completely has his number, denies him all the space that he could ever hope for. Ali, as well, is incredibly low. Raptor does hit the arrow, and Captain, he's going to have to be forced out of kitchen, but there's just 3 players left alive. This is the 3rd mid in a row for Se7en. They are absolutely putting on the clinical display on these mids.
I was trying to do, like you said, that in every other mid that Se7en has just been getting absolutely mulched, and then that was the one where as soon as he didn't actually jump, he just Banny jumped first, and then Sil just got shut down by Drac on top there.
Do you feel like they need to do something different going into these mids? Because at the moment...
As far as I'm aware, Banny has done the exact same jump every mid. He's just jumped over top left and straight into Stark. And what's happening, as soon as he lands, Stark will clean him up, but everyone else in the team basically walks forward over top or over point. Cadus goes over the point, gets damage out on everyone, and then we've got both soldiers just sitting on top and just spamming down like so much damage goes onto the team that there's nothing they can really do. They just have to back up.
Looks like there's a bit of harassment, an exchange of formalities and ammo for both teams at the moment through Saw Room. Bunny just having a little peek to see if there's anybody that he can catch out of position, but it's going to be very hard. Se7en are used to defending these leads. We were saying on the analyst desk before this all started about how, you know, maybe just having a one-round advantage is a little bit too risky in a grand final when it does look like, you know, they push for a second and they get it. So if they can get a clear round by wiping a team, they'll go for it, but they're not in any rush to go for any plays at the moment. It's going to be all on Swift to start making making a play.
This point is like been notoriously difficult to push out sometimes from mid when it's in a stalemate like this. Like, I know this isn't the, very sure this is the updated version of Snakewater. Looks like it is. Like we've got the roof removed from just over towards Saw, that like it just makes it hard. But Banny's walking forward, super aggressive here. Silentis goes down to stick with
Do get a trade, so it is starting to get taken out. Banny, what on earth is this? He's still alive. He's absolute. Oh my goodness, Cadus! He comes in from the flank and he takes out 2. This is an absolute disaster. At the moment, it's just going to be 1 scout remaining, and Ali, he's going to be on catwalk, and he's going to be the only one left alive. My goodness, Banny, he was just sitting in window, staying there forever, and Raptor, sorry, my mistake, it's Dropter, who ends up getting rid of that Uber straight away. And my goodness, they're going to be pissed with him. Silentes, Raptor has now spawned. There is a heavy coming out for Ast as well, so this is going to have to be do or die. Their Uber has been popped from Raymond. There's time on the point already. Captain, though, he's on the flank alone. He does trade with Banny, and at this moment, it could very well be Se7en holding this mid. They do the impossible, but Drac, he's sitting on the point with the equalizer. He does go for Raptor. He gets a nice hit off him, but it's nothing else to follow him up. My goodness. Cadus comes up with the goods when it's needed the most. Absolutely flattening any kind of push that Swift wanted to do there.
Yeah, it looked like Banny was just sitting up in the window there going towards Coward. I think he was just trying to call Raptors to come forward to give him heals, and no one was watching the actual main entrance into Saw, and Cadus just wandered in and just got the drop on him. And then on that last though, that was insane. Like Banny and Sil were just went absolutely huge. As soon as someone was on the point line goes to Lash, they jumped, double bomb, he's dead. Then they see Captain on the far side, jump him, double bomb, he's dead. Yeah. So that's like a third of the team gone instantly, and then Raymond was already on the
Cadus again with another sticky trap. Ali was trying to go in through catwalk and he just takes him out straight away. It seems a bit messy because sometimes they do have a scout with them to go in first, but Ast, he was on the flank pushing through Saw Room with Banny. I don't know if that was a lack of communication or if that was a play, but that is definitely one you need to scrub out from the play. But Banny jumps into Thalash. He's like, oi, I know you're European and you're not good, but Raptor, he jumps in as well. He does have to pop off the Uber. Banny, he tries to get them to force, so they have multi-Uber. Banny's going to have to try and do a lot of work to get himself out. Raptor's been popped up in the air, and Captain takes it out. So that is no medic on the side of Swift at the moment, and everybody from Se7en are pretty much on decent HP bar Drac. And he is just sitting on the logs, just spamming away, buying his team a lot of space, stopping any other part of aggression from Swift at the moment. Spawns are coming in 3 seconds, so there could be a case where they're going to get caught out, but Samsey was sniping through the right side, and he gets taken out as well, but both soldiers are now up. Silentes taken on the point. He does take out Cadus. Drac gets taken out as well on the side, and at the moment, again, it's these Snakewater spawns, everybody coming in at the right moment. As to take out Raymond, so there's just 3 players left on the side of Se7en. Silentes with a nice rocket, and Ali finishing up Captain. It's just going to be Stark remaining. He's going to try and get a frag. He's not able to get onto Silentes. I have to say, it's been a problem with Snakewater throughout his lifetime. Those spawns coming up when it's needed the most and saving the team.
Yeah, I think like Sam was probably thinking the exact same as me, and that Se7en would not go for that quickly into last. That's why he was sniping when he spawned there. Like it was just like it seemed out of character for Se7en. Drac jumps in, tries to get any sort of force on the Raptor and does 0 damage to him. Gets taken down by Ast. Lash is sitting as sniper in forward spawn though.
Yeah, it is
Raptor's
at the moment.
Raptor's already walked past. He can maybe block mid. Oh, he gets the body shot on himself.
He gets Silentes, so even though that's not the best pick, it's still a pick nonetheless. It gives his team a player advantage. Captain does try and go into the flank to see if he can catch anybody going around Kitchen. Banny is there to meet him, and he wins the joust out of that. Ali is holding Stinky Cheese at the moment on the left side. Everybody from Se7en are now getting back onto last, getting ready to set up. The Ubers are now equal. Although Swift, they don't care. They're going to go through the left side. Banny, he goes in so deep, though. He's being launched up in the air. And it looks like Ass has also been left high and dry. But whilst that was going on, Samuels does take out Thalash. Starker does get the trade on him as well. Drac, that's 2-player advantage now. So they could have something possibly to work on, maybe to just send a soldier to suicide, but it looks like...
Banny into...
Yeah, I think they might go for a trade. Oh no, it's going. Se7en jumps off the wall, it goes for the high bomb, trying to get onto Raptor. He does hit one rocket, he hits the second one, but Raptor, he's incredibly weak, he's on 20 HP. My goodness.
My God, I thought Raymond was going to drop to the full damage there. He got popped up so high by Still there.
Oh my goodness, I am really surprised that the stage hasn't collapsed with the size of this man's balls. Jesus Christ.
Got the last sniper in lobby now going for another hero shot. He's super far up. Actually, we've got Drac in lobby.
Oh, he does get the last rocket off. That forces Raptor to Uber, so Banny's going to have to go in solo on the right side. He's sort of just skirting around to try to do something, jump straight to the flank to see if he can get any players, but there is nobody there. They have left ages ago. Se7en does try and follow up and try to make a play himself, but he is picked out from going through lower.
I'm wondering if that it is a disadvantage right now for Swift. Okay, well, Se7en are just pushing out. They're not waiting. They're not giving Sam anything.
Not letting Swift.
Yeah, they've used super early. Cadis is attempting to jump in.
Gets a sticky onto Captain. Sorry, it was from a trap that got him killed. And at this, I believe it's 50% for Raptor. So they go. Oh my God, Ali getting 2 quick frags with stickies. Oh wait, he's doing a lot of work, and it's going to be Thalas who's going to be sitting at the bottom. Raymond does get taken out by Banny. So it's just Thalas, he's on 3 HP. He's doing so much and he's still alive. Drac is just sitting at the bottom as well, but whilst that's going on, Se7en's on the last point and there's no one there to defend it. So Swift get their first round. It's 2-1 for Se7en as it stands at the moment. 15 minutes remaining. We're going to go into the 4th mid, and it's going to be interesting to see what Swift do to sort of try and get themselves into the game on these mids.
Yeah, their mids have been pretty bad so far. They've just been getting shut down by the scouts every single time. And I really want to go back to just see what that Uber was from Se7en there, trying to push out from lobby. Kadish attempting to do, like, I think it was just a crouch there, just a sticky jump forward, but just got shut down instantly.
Very uncharacteristic of Se7en, isn't it? It's, but I guess they had the advantage, they wanted to go for it. Again, both Daremen arriving to mids at the same time, pretty much. It's going to be interesting to see what the soldiers are going to do on the side of Swift. Banny, he's going to try and go for some aggression into his own kitchen. There's 2 players there, though. He's going to have 2 versus 1. He unfortunately does lose it, but Se7en, he follows up with him, takes out 2 down himself. So at the moment, this is a 2-player advantage. Captain does take Se7en. Takes out Se7en, banishes him. And at the moment, it's going to be pretty much even. There's just, unfortunately, though, 1 player missing on the side of Swift, but it look like they want to keep themselves in. Ali gets disconnected. He's going to try and get himself out. He does get the health back, but Stark is high on his tail. He does take him out. So another 1 mid for the side of Se7en.
And you can see it seems like Swift definitely wanted to change up the mid. Se7en is going on the bottom right there towards the Se7en's kitchen. And then I think Banny into the... Oh, Banny's in.
Banny goes in.
Oh, Raymond's high up in the air, but no, he's okay. He survives on 40 HP. No Uber popped off.
That, you know what, I feel like in that moment, though, maybe they could do with sending somebody else with Banny then. I mean, he does a good job of getting early damage. If he wants to do that, send a teammate. You're more likely to get a force, and you have Uber for last anyway, but...
Yeah, and the Se7en haven't capitalised off of the pick. They've just stayed out there, and maybe they might send a sack of their own. I'd like to see them send maybe Drac from under and Captain from top left. Oh, Drac! Oh, he hits the speed shot, but he does end up beefing his.
That is
his second one.
That is a good jump.
And we've got Swift moving into lobby
here.
Here
we go, Banny. He's going to go for his own fancy jump of himself. Pops up Stark, and yeah, he does take him out. So that's going to be 2 down for the side of Se7en. Oh my God, Banny takes out Thalas as well. He just does a 2v1. And he's going to go into Raptor. Raptor unfortunately drops Cadis. There's only Captain left alive at the moment, so going to have to solo it with just him. It's going to be ulti jury, but instead of it just being 2 versus 2, it's 2 versus 6.
Raymond managing to get out there on just about 50 HP, picks up the pack and kitchen there, but Swift aren't giving him any time at all. Banny's in already, he's already got damage on him.
This is just relentless aggression. Raptor, he's sitting on top of the shed and he's dodging all of the rockets that is coming out from Captain, but whilst this is going on, Raptor, he's just dropped 3 of his teammates. And at the moment, well, Cadis does get caught in as well on popping this Uber, but whilst this is happening, Drac is going to go for a back cap. It's just a soldier though, so, and he does get out through
very nice jump from Drac there.
Yeah, that was really, really good. He just completely bamboozled them then.
I wonder if they're going to look behind. It looks like they're actually sort of looking around the lobby a little bit just to make sure he's not, like, is fully behind.
Yeah, I think he's just completely pulled a fast one. Done him like a kipper. and they have no idea where he stands now. He's outside the kitchen on choke at the moment, and it looks like Se7en are going to go for a push. The only problem with pushing through choke is you are suspect of getting forced quite easily, as it's very, very easy for soldiers to jump onto. Captain does do a skip jump to go through, scout the area, and he says, team, there's lots of spooky men here, can we back out please? And they do. We might, I'm surprised we haven't seen a situation where Se7en just wind the clock down a bit, you know?
Yeah, I think that's what they're kind of doing now. They could have sent a sack to get a force on a Raptor immediately, but they've just decided to kind of play the time a little bit, maybe just, you know, get at least 1 minute or 2 maybe off of the global map time. Ali's really far forward here setting up traps. He's lucky that no one decided to try and push out from kitchen there.
There are stickies on the
Drac
left
has got
side.
300. I don't know if Drac's wanting to maybe go for a buff.
Oh,
Well,
that's
we've got
a pause.
a technical pause. Yep, Drac says in the chat, technical pause.
Thank you for doing that,
Oh,
Drac.
looks like Stark's been doing a bit of shit talking in the chat here. He's got a lol, nice one, Raptor. Don't know if that was when he maybe dropped 3 players on mid.
Spicy, that. That's a bit of BM manners.
Yeah,
but
that's a throwback to Happy Cool.
that's what it's all about, though. You know, you gotta not take yourself seriously. You gotta, you know, throw the shade at your opposition. Get under their skin, get them tilted.
Yeah, especially with Swift, like, I know a lot of them are quite emotional players. It can be very. I've played a lot with Samsy and Pugs, and even then he will get tilted quite easily.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see it happening again here. Banny, I think everyone knows Banny's the exact same. He can get tilted quite easily.
Yep, Steve. I hate idiots.
Oh, yep. And then
Classic.
just mostly any part, like a lot of the stream highlights that actually get posted on TFTV or Banny are him just shouting at people for
it's,
a medic that drops him in a pug or.
I should start doing that, to
someone
be
that
honest. I
pushes.
should just start bitching at people.
Yeah, probably maybe get some more viewers, get some extra subs.
Yeah, definitely need that.
Where is it people can subscribe to you?
Oh, people can subscribe to me at twitch.tv/WARHURYEAH/subscribe.
Did they get what sort of benefits did they get from subscribing?
Emotes.
Or any good ones?
Yeah, pretty good ones, to be honest. Wars Pipe is a pretty nice one. Can I get a Wars Pipe in chat, please, guys?
I'm going to tab out from the game and I'm going to see if we can get any.
See if there's going to be
things.
one.
Yeah,
Please.
We've got someone doing a War's Head.
Mum, I think you're watching. You're subscribed to me.
Oh, there we go. The chat's caught up to us. We have got some.
There's a couple. These player cams are really, really good. Some people said that they were impossible to do at LAN, and these guys have done the impossible and made them happen.
No, looking through all the player cams here, no one seems to actually be talking right now. They're just all looking at each other. They aren't actually doing anything.
If they follow the rules of CSGO, you know, when it's tactical, you're not allowed to speak to your teammates. If it's if it's tactical, you can speak to your teammates.
Yeah,
if it's technical, you can't.
Oh, okay.
But look at, I mean, they've got esports headsets on. TF2's come a long way. They've got the big, you know, ones that make them look like got Mickey Mouse ears. Look at those. Beautiful, massive things they are. But that's how you know you've hit esports levels. We've made it, guys. It's taken many, many years. TF2 is confirmed to be an esport. We're back on the main stage. Nice woo.
That was a
Thanks,
very
Gem.
nice woo.
That's
that
too
echoed.
loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please have
I was having a
respect.
quick look at the stats there, and it looks like pretty even across the board for
Yeah,
both
can we
teams.
have the DPM and
Oh,
stuff?
here we
There
are.
we go.
Yeah, let's see who's got the highest on the server. I think it's Banny at the moment.
Can we
with
sort by
287,
highest?
Drac at 283. That's actually pretty surprising that Drac's actually the second highest DPM on the server as
To be
roamer.
honest, as we've been saying, like, I think all the games we've casted where he's been in, he's just a fat gamer.
Yeah,
you
he's
know?
just been going huge all LAN really.
Like
even on like Reckoner there, they did lose, but Drac got so many like crucial picks on the
we
Raptor.
are back in the game,
here
so
we
we have unpaused. One thing to note, Raptor's on 6 deaths, Raven is on 2. You know, fantasy points ruined.
Where were we? Where were we? We're in a stalemate, of course.
Yeah,
we
we
were.
were. Well,
It's,
to be honest, it wasn't that stalematey. I think. The
yeah,
pause made
it's
it look
only
like
been a
it
minute
is.
or so. But
So at the
yeah, that
moment,
seems
I think Stark, he looks like he's going to be gearing up through Soaru, but he's just having a little peek, just seeing if he can bait any players in. Ast is also gearing up as well, so they do favour to just send Ast in through to lead these Ubers most of the time.
Yeah, Banny's getting very aggressive. He's
Yeah,
been
he
doing
does
this
a little,
lot.
but this has happened before. We've seen this situation where Banny sort of skirts in and overstays his welcome, and Raptor just opts not to press mouse too. is going to have to learn his lesson and do it again this time, or there's going to be some choice words sent in his direction. Thalash and Drac, they're pushing on the flank ever so slightly. I think it's just to gain some information, find out where Swift are holding, what their setup is, if they want to sort of try and go for a, you know, maybe if Drac wants to go in.
I'm not sure. Like, well, Samsy's doing, I don't know, he's hiding behind the box on grass there. I'm not sure. That's a Division 5 strat there. I don't think anyone's really going to fall for that.
Come on, man.
Actually, I say that he did do it on Reckoner where he had underneath and got a force onto Raymond. So it's quite possible that they might actually think
It might be a
at
double
this level,
buff.
they won't actually check it.
Yeah. There were no
who would
Div
do
5
that?
idiot would ever go there, and obviously Samsy living up to his name and does it. I do apologise, Samsy's quite hench.
Yeah, he
Really
might,
sorry.
He might beat you up later. If he watches the cast back.
Drac, oh, what an absolutely amazing jump from Drac. It goes in through the left side through Soru. I have no idea what that jump was. Jesus Christ, it took me 2 hours to replicate that, and he does get the force onto Raptor. That was absolutely beautiful from Drac.
Yeah, as I was saying yesterday, Drac he practices and practices his jumps all the time on all the Sixes maps, just trying to see what he can do.
He's
Yeah,
in
Sam might get a pick here.
Oh
He's
my
onto
goodness, he's completely done him. He's
going
made his way onto mid as well, but Drac is there to spawn, so he could possibly block it as well. I don't know if anybody...
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Ali
easy
is
for Drac.
absolutely on his own, caught high and dry, but he does somehow get out. That is very, very surprising. Whilst that was going on, Raptor does have to pop his Uber. Samsy did get taken out by Drac, I believe, as well. But that is a huge player advantage. There's going to be 2 spawns in 3 seconds' time, but it looks like Se7en are just going to start playing the point. Raptor's going to have to force onto it as well, because if he doesn't, they're going to end up capping it. But at the moment, Silentes, he does spawn in time as well. But oh my goodness, Drac is just a clean-up crew, sorry. And he takes out the trash. And that is 3-1.
Drac has just been going absolutely huge this whole map so far. The jumps he's been doing, and then the bomb, every single bomb,
The timing as well.
yeah,
when
looking
he
at
does
this, he's still at 280 DPM. He's the only person higher right now that I can see is Banny at this point. And Banny's been taking quite a few heals, and I think he's playing pocket on this map. Drac has just been going absolutely insane.
That is, he's busting out all the plays when it's needed, and they're just absolutely amazing to watch. It is like a Roman masterclass. So we're going to be going into mid number 5. It's going to have to be Swift really sort of throwing out the kitchen sink right at the moment. So Silentes actually is going to go in through kitchen, but Captain is using the window at the top to spamming out. Banny does jump in, he tries to fight Raymond, but Raymond is nowhere to be seen. He was completely on the other side. Cadis does get knocked down into choke, but he's able to pick up the health pack. There's time 3 on the point for Swift that do have the advantage in time and on height advantage. Captain does try and reclaim that back, but Thalash on the flank takes out Ali by himself. Catches him off guard. Captain jumps in as well. Is he able to get any more frags? There's going to be 3 players remaining, and now just 2. It's going to be Raymond and Samsy. Sorry, Raptor and Samsy. They're going to hopefully try and keep this Uber alive.
Yeah, again, just as soon as Sil went into kitchen, Banny jumps over the top, and somehow just Se7en predicted that Sil was going to come back out of kitchen when Banny jumped. He got shut down instantly. He had to just jump back to his own side of the mid. There was nothing that Sil was basically just a non-factor in that mid there. He just got shut down so well by Se7en.
The mids are going absolutely appalling. Banny wants to go in through Sorim. I think he might want to take a solo route, but they're going to have to start making the plays because it's 7 minutes 20. They need 2 rounds to tie it up. Although they're probably going to want to win it, so they're going to need more than that anyway. Banny, he's just peeking. He's just hoping that someone's caught out of position. But everybody on Se7en.
This bit is so easy to just kite any sort of Uber that would come out from Banny.
Yeah,
here.
it's
the
so
Uber
wide
does come
open.
in
They do
on
go in
Aston
with
Banny.
Ast, and Banny goes in as well. They do get the multi off, so that's the saving grace. Ast is still keeping up on the high ground, but they do have a good position with this Uber. They make sure to get on the high ground. Banny drops down. It does take out Raymond with the help from Ast. And there's Samsy. He's also kept himself alive for all of this, and he's now helping in with his team. It's Drac that was able to go behind. He does start doing the back cap, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to get it.
There's nothing Drac can do there. He's just kind of stuck behind. He's selling Sam.
That Uber was so good when they went in and both Ast and Banny just went behind, got onto the high ground. As soon as the Uber was out for Raymond, it just collapsed on them.
Yeah, everyone from Swift just went straight to the high ground and was just raining down damage on the Se7en there.
Drac is still alive. He does a skip through the window. He's going to try and get a frag, but unfortunately he's not able to. He does get picked up, so that's going to be 1 player left. Sorry, he's going to be spawning in 12 seconds, so I don't think he's going to spawn in time for this push.
He might be there for the tail end of it. But the last
Swift, they're going to Uber straight through through Shutter. Ash does kind of look at the sentry, doesn't think it's worth his time, does start just playing the point, and people on the left side, they try and go around, but it just gets collapsed on by Banny. That was real well thought of. They know they're going to spawn, they're going to rotate the other side. Banny just jumps into them, blocks them from doing any damage, and Ash played that so well. He does try and get the sentry, but he thinks, nah, I'll just go for the point.
Yeah, that was just everyone was just stuck in spawn from Se7en there. No one could get to the point. There was nothing they could do. That was just so well played from Swift, forcing them into spawn for the rotation.
Yeah, so it stands at 3-2, a little bit faster pace now on this map, which is just what we like to see. There's 5 minutes.
The fastest map I've seen.
Yeah,
we've
probably,
casted with
maybe.
Se7en.
Yeah, there's 5.5 minutes remaining on this map. Se7en have a 1-round lead. Swift are going to be looking to take that away from them. I want to see what it is that Swift are going to be doing, because everything that they've tried so far has just been absolutely diabolical. But Banny tries it again. He does jump in. He does take out Dallas this time, so he's actually been able to do something. Drake does try and get onto him in return. He gets taken out. Raymond is in a really, really difficult position. He's going to have to sort of fall back through choke. There was just a game of down a piece, but Samsey does take out Drac. And now the aggression, the back foot lies with Se7en. As Swift, are just going to keep on ploughing forward maybe. Ast is alone on grass, and Entis does sort of join up with him as well, and so does Ali. Cadus, he's kind of caught out, he's just with Raymond. They do pop the Uber. Raptor pops his in return. Ast is desperately trying to get the flash, and he does. Captain on the left side is just sitting on top of the points, and Entis popped him up and almost hits the air shot. That would have been so close. At the moment, everybody from Se7en are just somehow all full HP. I have no idea how they've been able to do this. Banny gets taken out as well. Silentes and Banny, so there's no soldiers on the side of Swift at this moment in time, and they're going to have to try and hightail their way out of through kitchen. They do so well on holding that.
That was insane. Like, Drac towards the end just came in with a huge bomb. Like, Banny tried to bomb onto Cadus, got one good rocket, and then just got taken out instantly by Thalash. And then Drac just did the exact same, basically bombed straight on to every single player basically that was on grass for Swift, and got basically 80 damage on everyone.
It must have been like arrows from Raymond or something, but they were just all pretty much full. It was absolutely amazing. It was just like, they just lost out of that, but there's going to be some contention on second. Raptor, he's on 91%. Some of his players have sort of left him. Samsey's going behind as well. Silentus does start blocking the point. He pops Raptor out. He does get the frag, but Samsey decides not to go for the back cap. He's going to help out his team. Cadus, he's sitting on grass by himself. Captain did try and go under the point, but he isn't successful. He gets caught out by Banny. Thalash, he's the only one left alive. He's making his way out through his saw room. They're going to start licking their wounds, and they're going to again be on the back foot.
The positioning there, I don't know, Cadus again just jumped forward, and then there was no one really left to protect Raymond from any sort of force. I think Banny just jumped in from, I think he was on what was used to be drop down. He just came in and just got the force, and then came back in later and just got the frag onto Raymond when it was in the post Uber.
Yeah, it looks.
It just seemed like there was just no real direction from Se7en in there. That push, they weren't sure. Like, did they want to go straight onto balcony? Did they want to stay and like sit and play the point? They were just kind of a bit split up.
Yeah, Swift, he gets taken for free. Se7en opting to not contest that at all. Ubers are going to be pretty much equal, give or take 10%. There is no off classes apart from an engineer for the side of Se7en, but Swift, they want to go in deep with this, so they're going to go in. They do take out that sentry gun. Ali, he gets launched up, and this guy's going to start putting stickers on a point. It looks like Ash is going to start teasing it a little bit just to see if they can get anybody to collapse on it, but unfortunately they don't, and there's 3 frags for Se7en, so they hold this last.
Oh no,
oh my god.
Banny picked up by then. Oh my lord, he was very close to
Oh my god, he's still alive. Banny, he goes to Raptor. Oh, sorry, Raymond, sorry, and he gets him down to half.
That was incredibly close.
I don't know.
I think if the lash hadn't been coming out the right hand side there, that would like 100% have been a pick onto Raymond for Banny.
Yeah, Thalash, he's still on last, building up a sentry. Banny has kind of bought them enough time to sort of defend second and go up for a push onto last.
Yeah,
no off classes.
Very sure that even if Se7en had pushed out, they'd have probably recapped and then just like held super passively and straight back to last. They probably would have, if they could have, they'd have recapped and just left the sentry on last, so they were already set up. They do not want to mess around and lose this lead.
Yeah, understandably. There is no off classes for the side of Swift. There is 1 minute 40 seconds remaining though, so they're going to have to come up with something fast. We've seen this before, and they were trying to throw everything, but they did it one by one. They're going to have to work as a team to do something. The sentry does get taken out from long distance spam. Cadis is sitting on top of the point. I believe there's a sniper needs to get his headshot onto Ali. Se7en jumps in deep, pops Drac up in the air, who's able to keep himself alive. He's 21 HP, does go into spawn to swap classes, so he keeps himself alive.
That was so close. There was a sticky sitting right at Drac's foot when he was about 10 HP or something there. That was incredibly close. He actually had the class switch down.
Swift, again, they're just hovering around the left side. Banny does a really good jump to deny space, but Drac isn't having none of that, and he takes him out. Samson gets taken out as well. There's going to Uber has been popped, but this is actually going to be quite horrible. They do exit through lower. I wonder if Sam's going to spawn as an off class. They're going to need to do something. There's 50 seconds remaining.
Less than 1 minute. They're just going to have to go for an all-out point play. There's nothing else that they can really go for at this point.
I feel like a sniper would be really good. I mean, it's going to be difficult without one, but if whoever's sniping, if they're going to have like a moment, this could be, it's a gamble, but either way, if they don't win the round, you know, they've lost this map anyway. It's just worth on trying to do something, but
they actually do have a bit of an Uber advantage.
Yeah, I don't know if they know this.
Yeah, they've got an almost 30%.
All right, so they're going to be
Raymond
Ubering through Shutter Door. Raymond is going to start going. Oh my God, Annie takes out Raymond. This could be absolutely critical. This could be horrible for Se7en. Everybody's congregating on the point. This is do or die, but oh my God, they're actually holding it. Se7en is the last one remaining. It's your team versus Stark. Annie as well. He's going through Valley. It's going to have to be him. There's 5 seconds remaining, and I think they've done enough to defend this last point. Se7en takes Snakewater.
That was so close at the end there. They did not seem aware of that Uber advantage for Swift. They seemed to have no clue that Raptor had the 30 advantage over Raven. And Ali went like straight in on the Uber, just getting that jump. That was
so
sick.
good.
That was sick.
He managed to get that sticky through the spawn door.
Yeah, that was the one crucial thing on like all their last holds for the last few minutes there. Drac, every single time he was like, I think he did it like 3 times. He was 10 HP and he just switched class before anyone could actually finish him off. Like if it weren't for that and him just getting tons of damage onto people on the right hand side.
Yeah, he was absolutely dominating that. Anyone that tried to go into him and close down or try and create some space, he completely had their number. If not, he would just go, as I said, go into spawn, swap classes and recycle. I believe we do have our analysis ready to pick that map apart. Over to you, Get a Whale.
He's right. We are ready. Thank you, WARHURYEAH. Welcome back to the couch. I am Get a Whale, joined by my man, Turbo Tabs, my man, Ipali, and guys, we went a little bonkers there at the end of that.
Yeah.
I was totally convinced that Swift was going to pull that off. And what a crazy defense by Se7en. Unbelievable is the word I chose.
Completely insane. Like, literally, we're talking about a full Uber against what was basically nothing at all. Like, that entire post-Uber fight, they had no Raymond. It was literally just a case of, you know, they had their, like, bit of off-class. They had a couple, like, residual buffs. They didn't really have position. It was just entirely, like, the focus and, you know, Swift's little, like, positional mistakes or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain how that happened. That was just actually godly from Se7en.
Turbo Tabs, talk to me.
It was just a great piece of like wiggle at the end. They were just constantly juking and jiving on top of this point, and they just couldn't seem to hit them at the end. And then there was only Ali left, and it's a horrible feeling as a demo man because you just can't get that reliable damage when you want it to, and you're just facing up against 2 scouts or soldiers or whatever.
You just can't do it.
I mean, I'm stressed out watching it. I can't imagine what the players are like.
Yeah. Guys, Turbo Tabs needs a glass of water. He is freaking out.
He's a stressed out gamer.
So, I mean, that is really huge for Se7en, who started off this best of 5 kind of cold and just barely tepid, and now they're rolling right along. And if they can take this next map, that's going to be tournament. That's going to be it. So we're looking at possible tournament point here once we switch into the next map. Yep. Do we have a log that we can look at? Can we have a look at that, see how that helps tell the story? If it does, and look at him. Look at him. This, I mean, this is not, you know, an instant replay or a copy paste. That's Banny again at the top of the log with 10k damage. It's like the theme of LAN.
Yeah, but to be fair though, he has been kind of throwing himself into the thick of things, so it's kind of inflated damage. He kind of goes right on top of them and gets a load of damage, but it could be kind of damage that doesn't really go anywhere. You
Well, that was what we were talking about here. I don't know if it was when you were here, Turbo Tabs, on the couch yourself, but we were talking about how, I mean, it's great to do all that damage and whatnot, but I mean, it sounds really cliche, but it's a team game.
Yeah, it's just I feel like Banny doesn't really value his life. He saw tremendous success towards the later end of the tournament by switching up his style from like this less the reserved pocket to like a more aggressive pocket, like think of like a la like AMS style of pocket, where he was just kind of throwing himself in. But now Se7en maybe have caught wind of it a little bit, and they're being a lot more like strict with the scouts, and they're constantly shutting him down on mid. They're constantly shutting him down in game as well, and it just feels like Banny is just trying to force things a little too much for my liking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's not the only issue that they're having on Swift by any means, but I mean, I feel like before, I think it was the second map or something like that, Epley, you had said, I think this is where Stark comes alive, and I feel like Stark and all of Se7en have come alive. I mean, great work by both soldiers, Captain and Drac. Cadis, it was okay. Stark definitely came alive. Only 8 deaths on that map, which is lowest of any of the combat classes. I mean, they're feeling it, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I think exactly like you said, like Stark really did come alive that map. I think a lot of kind of Banny's deaths, and you know, like you said, like he got damaged but couldn't really do anything with it because most of the time his team wasn't really with him, either a mistaken calling or some kind of miscommunication. Regardless, there was a significant amount of mids where Banny would jump super high, super deep, and Stark would just basically two-shot him out the sky. And the second that happens, the second like Banny's life is just thrown away for what is basically nothing, like it's so much more difficult at mid for Swift to actually play, you know?
Raymond again. Oh, look, we're sorting by. What are we doing? We're sorting by frags now. Look at that. Didn't know we could do that. It's 2017.
We have the power.
We have the technology. Yeah, you see Thalish had as well. I mean, that's what you want your scouts to do, is cleaning up all those frags. It's fantastic. So, I mean, really, it's, they're working together with the soldiers, and they're doing it, and with Cadis as well. We were talking about Raymond. I mean, I was over there talking to, granted, some big fans and proteges of Se7en. I was talking to, Gubbins and Fribbs and them, but we were saying Raymond is the best medic, at least in Europe, at least. He's on another level.
No,
it's scary.
I don't think anybody doubts that for a second. I think a lot of people right now are kind of scratching their head. Is he the best in history? Everyone's like thinking.
I mean, he makes a good case.
He does. He's like the consistency in which he is exceptionally good as well. I think I've maybe seen over the past couple seasons like 1 or 2 games where it's been like, oh, Raymond was a bit iffy. Not bad by any means, but just, a little bit iffy.
And those are online games, worth noting.
Exactly. But almost every game he plays, and basically every game I've seen him play on LAN, it isn't that he's good, it's that he's exceptionally good. He's just doing things which I don't know if any other medic active could really do.
Yeah. People were telling me about how for years when they've come to LAN, you stand behind players and you spectate and watch them, and you're like, oh, this player's good, this person's but you stand behind Raymond and you're like, what is even happening? Like, he takes advantage of subtle little bugs in the game to his advantage and stuff like that, and it's wild. Well, I'll tell you what, we do have the next map coming up, which, as we say, if Se7en pulls this off, that's going to be it, so very important for Swift. But first, we have an assignment. For all you people sitting in the crowd, there's been talk of this group photo that we're having. We're finally having it. We're going to be taking a break for about 10 minutes here. This is a tradition. We've done this. It wasn't done last year, but we're picking it back up again. Everybody is welcome to come outside. We're going to be taking a group photo with everybody, production and us and the players and spectators too. Come out and be part of the photo as well. We want to show the world we still got these big, huge crowds that come to I-Series. Am I right? Is there a crowd? Hello, are you here? Birmingham, NEC? So we're going to be doing that for about the next 10 minutes or so before we swap over maps. Please come on out. Take your friend or your parent or your buddy or whoever you're with and come out, get that photo taken. When we come back then, we're going to be playing Snake Water. If you're at home and watching on Twitch TV and you're not here, well, sorry, you can't be in the photo. Come next year. But we're going to be doing that, so we will be back in just about 10 minutes here on Twitch TV and here live. And so come outside, get that photo with us, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes for the next map and possibly the 5th and deciding map. We'll see how it plays.
Yeah.
Stick around. We'll see you soon. Hello? Boy, people sure love to play the fool when the camera's on them, huh? Why are people still dabbing? Don't they know it's August of 2017? Grow up. Come on. Something else cool you can do, isn't there? You didn't see the compilation video from last year's LAN where people were dabbing? Come on. Get some new material. Welcome back to the couch. We had our photo. It was beautiful. People in Twitch chat are probably dabbing, you know what I mean? You can use
Almost
like the
certainly.
backslash or whatever.
It's happening
Yeah.
a lot.
We are back. We're getting ready for map 4 of a possible 5 maps.
Yep.
It is tournament point, so to speak. Tournament map. Or what would you call it?
I think tournament map.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 7. Makes
For
sense.
Se7en TF2. They were probably the favorites going in, but if you were to ask us on map 1 or 2 or maybe even some of 3, I don't think we would have been able to tell you who was going to pull out and win this tournament. Turbo, am I wrong?
I don't know. I said pretty early on I was confident with SVIFT, so I'm sticking to my guns.
So you would have been confident, but possibly wrong.
Well, yeah, but I've been doing okay so far, I feel like.
How's your fantasy team doing?
I didn't sign up a fantasy team, though, because I don't put my money where my mouth is.
Can we get a new analyst, please?
So if I'm wrong, I just don't bring it to attention.
If you guys don't know, you're here in the crowd, yeah, there is fantasy teams that you can do. You can go online, yeah, you can find
It's
it.
a lot of effort keeping up a fantasy team. I just don't have the time.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I did really well last year. I got in like top 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of how many?
Like 500 maybe or something.
Okay. Not out of
no,
like,
it probably would have been
not
like,
out of
I
18
think
or
it would have been
something.
like 100 or so. I know all the staff were playing at the time.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we got real quick because we're about to kick it over to the casters. Do we have any feeling? Because taking that photo was kind of like a tactical pause in a way. Does that make any difference? Does any team have the edge coming into this?
I think, if it was a different team, maybe, Swift would be kind of composing themselves, taking that time to do whatever, but I don't know. I think if Swift have got themselves in some kind of state from the last 2 maps, I think that's going to still continue straight over to this one,
You still feeling Swift, Turbo?
Yeah, if you asked me earlier, I would have gone with Swift, but because of that performance we saw earlier from Drag, from Captain, I feel like now actually Granary will go towards 7. I'm just hearing myself on the echo. And it's really hard.
Toward that team that you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
We'll tell you
words.
what, it is do or die time for Swift TF2, but with the call, it is Kermit, the Frog, and WARHURYEAH. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Getawell. Welcome back, everyone, from that pause that was initiated by Getawell. I mean, I did see, I think it was Samsy, walk up to him with a wad of cash before the game started, so not saying anything, but someone might have taken something to get a pause in for Swift. But I hear the ready.
Yep.
The countdown has started, which means that we are possibly going to be on the last map unless Swift can do something and stop Se7en from claiming a second I-Series title in a row. Last map went 3-2 in Snakewater. Crowd, are we ready? I realised I said ready and not ready. I'm embarrassed. Anyway, this is possibly the last map is match point for Se7en as we go into Granary. Now, they played last night on this map, and I believe it went down to maybe 1-0 or something. It was just a 1-round win anyway. But we're going to be seeing if Se7en can repeat history and do the exact same thing again when it matters the most. Both their men opting to roll out through top, and it looks like once again we're going to get bone bomb from Silentes, but oh my god, he takes so much damage and he creates it straight away. Raymond is just sitting so far back into choking at his 2 frags for Se7en. They're going to be absolutely annihilated. Ask gets taken out as well, and it's Banny. He's going to have to try and get himself out of there. He's the last one alive, and that is a clean wipe for Se7en. They only lose captain in the process, and Drac, he's not giving up. He's not slowing down. He's already on Swift second. Looking like they're preparing for a last push already. He goes up top to deny Silentes straight away.
This aggression from Se7en, just they want this win. They want to close this series out right now.
And they're going to be pushing in through the right side straight away. Cadis does a little hop to get onto the top pipe. He's going to take some high ground. It's looking a bit dirty at the moment. Se7en does try and contest him. Cadis is pretty much just left alone. There's so many players that aren't involved in this fight from Se7en, and he's an absolute calamity. It's just Drac that's sitting up top. He's too low to join in. Stark is going to have to try and get himself out of there. Drac is going to be hiding above a balcony on second. No one's seen this. He drops down. He goes as Raymond. He takes him out, and he actually gets the frag onto him. I believe that was a drop as well. Oh my God, Drac! What a big boy play.
That was incredible from Drac. I have no idea. They seemed so confident that Drac couldn't have been hiding there. I don't know if they were distracted by Stark standing behind the point, but they just did not check any of the hiding places at all.
I think they did check it, but by that point, Drac was already on his way down. So it was too little, too late, but they bunched up so much and there was no one going in forward by themselves, and it looks like we're going to get a contention from Swift, and it's going to be looking good for them, but they do lose 2 in the process, but they do slow down the aggression from
Flash
Se7en.
is up on top behind. He's in a 1v1 with Sil. He might.
Oh, he gets out Banny, hits the rocket, and oh my God, Cadis, he's going for the flank, and Ast's getting caught out. That was so fortunate because it looked like Raptor was staying there as well, but he relieves as well. They're going to be sitting up on last. Raymond and Se7en, they have a decent advantage of 20%, but because they're missing Thalash, it looks like they're opting not to push. Having said that, they're going to go in through top. Raptor is on 90% Uber, so it's going to be a critical pick. And Banny, he gets slammed to the ground. Ash gets taken out as well, so that's the heavy already down. There's going to be some point play. Se7en is going to be sitting on top of the pipe, but Raptor, he gets Uber and he does pop it off, so he does get it in just in time. But Se7en does get taken out, so it's going to be 3 on 4. And at the moment, it looks like Raptor is just going to be him, so it's going to be Samsy versus 3 players, but the 2 of them are so low. Samsy has to go for it, and he doesn't make it. And that is first round for Se7en.
That teamwork from Captain and Drac yet again just showing how well they work together. Like Drac jumping on top of one pipe, Captain sitting on top of the other. They just rained down so much damage onto everyone from Swift that tried to contest the point there. There was absolutely nothing they could do.
I don't think Samsy was aware of how weak those players were, because he was opting to pistol him down. I think if he had his scatter gun out, he would have easily taken out both of them. But it's easy when you're Captain Hindsight, obviously. He might not have noticed that at the start of that 3-on-1 engagement. Anyway, it was a lot to ask for, and it was close till the end regardless. So they're going to go into the second middle. Both down, and actually Ali's going to be opting to go through the right side. He's going to start sticking up choke, and he's denying it quite a bit by himself. So that's 3 players that aren't going to be able to get up to mid on time. He's bought so much space for his team captain. He's going to go for a jump from the wall. He does get a lot of spam off, and there's so many gamers that are weak on the side of Swift. Se7en does go for a cannon jump up Banny. He managed to get behind. He pops Raymond up, but Raymond serves it around. He's able to keep himself alive. He's just on 98 HP. He's doing it again. He's unkillable, this person. And it looks like Ash, he's also sitting on top crate. He's going to pepper him down, but Raymond finally gets taken out with some good aggression from Banny and Se7en. They're able to clean up the rest of the gamers on the side of Se7en, so there's a strong mid from Swift.
That was insane. Raymond stayed alive for so long there, and even though he wasn't even just like running away, he was standing there just actively dodging everything that came at him and arrowing his teammates at the same time. Like, he was just going hard on that mid there. That was incredible play from him. It was just a shame he didn't manage to make it out.
Yeah, it's a full Uber advantage. So it looks like everyone from Swift are going to be going through the left side. Ali does jump forward. Drac is being popped up in the air. The sentry does get taken out almost immediately. Drac is doing so much to drag attention away from the rest of his team. Samsy sitting on the top height. Captain absolutely annihilates him. Se7en on the flank though, he's trying to do a lot of work. Raymond is 66 HP, and Banny maybe overextends too much to try and get the frag. Whilst that was happening, Dallas managed to respawn in time, and this push has been completely nullified by Se7en. It's been worked out so well.
Most of that Uber was just kind of wasted on the right-hand side. Like, they weren't even, I don't even know who was getting shot at. Drac was just jumping around. He was just making space, really. Everyone was kind of looking at him, I guess, instead of actually at the the targets that could actually help on the point.
Yeah.
Drac was about 10 HP, just jumping and like over and over and over.
I kind of feel like there was also a point where they focused Raymond too much, when he's not going to get Uber anytime soon. So it seems kind of, I think maybe at that point I thought, this is over, might as well try to get something, but Se7en are going to be trying to go through choke, and it's going to be so difficult for them to do it for free. Oh, this setup from Swift. Cadis is incredibly low. He's on 20 HP, and the Uber has had to come out from Raymond. I would have thought they would have tried to get this for free. They do get Se7en in exchange, so they do get something for the troubles, but Raptor is going to get it in just a few seconds. He's sitting on 90%. It's going to be full Uber advantage, and it looks like they are going to go for a retake of this mid. And it looks like Banny does jump up top, takes control of Catwalk. Drac jumps in, but Raptor sees it coming and does back out through choke. That was actually well played from him. I'm sure everybody on Swift was sort of holding on just for a moment, thinking he would drop, but he didn't.
No.
Well done.
That was well played. And now we've got 60% Uber for 7.
Oh my god, what
that
is this?
jump.
This is a absolute bitch pop from Raptor. Oh my goodness, I don't know what prompted that. They just Ubered through choke and nobody from 7 were there, so what was a really good Uber advantage that I could have taken him to 7 is
It's
now
quite
being
possible that
completely
7
taken
didn't
out.
see it. I'll be honest, I didn't even see it. I didn't even notice that Raptor had popped off, but 7 seemed very confident. They must know that he's popped off. They're wanting to go out right now.
Yeah, they must do, unless they're just sort of feeling aggressive. But I think the urgency that they're sort of showing now maybe suggests that they didn't. But who knows? Only they do. We don't. We don't have team comps. Next year, that's something to do. I don't think they know. They mustn't know that they've actually
Yeah,
Ubered,
because I think it seemed what happened, like Ali and Banny both jumped forward super aggressive. I think the plan was maybe to pop on the both of them if 7 were close in right yards. There was just some miscommunication. They ended up popping anyway when 7 weren't there.
Yeah,
but now Raptors at almost 90% Uber. They're going to have it again, and 7 just didn't know.
They are very, very fortunate to get away with that one. That would have been an absolutely disgusting mistake if 7 were aware and they managed to push back out onto them straight away. Raptor, it does look like he wants to go into Lunchbox with his team. Se7en tries to move away the stickies. Cadus is holding very, very forward though. They could actually just send Ass through, Ass to sit in on the top. They have control on Lunchbox, so they do get a health pack to look at and to keep hold of, which is important when these fights sort of do drag out for a long time. You can get a player back up to full pretty much quite quickly with that health pack and that kit control.
No one from 7 wants to peek anything here. Like Drac is sitting just on a little bucket, just spamming the corner. Like he doesn't want to end up.
There's
going down to
stickies
7.
above the door. These were checked, but I think Cadus managed to get down some others. Ali has no idea now. He's just spotted them.
Yeah, he stopped peeking that quite so
Se7en, he goes in from the top. He tries to get a frag, but unfortunately he's not able to connect. He does not start down to 35 HP, but an arrow will get him back up and working. Ketamine is a good job. Sorry, don't do drugs. That was a joke. I'm sorry.
Well, as we can still see it's even Ubers, and we've got Se7en up in 1 second. He's not off fast, and Drac, I'm guessing, was going for a force there. He tried to bomb onto Ali and just got no damage on him really. Maybe got rid of an overheal.
Like, yeah, 7 are going to be favouring, trying to go for an Uber exchange. Unfortunately, they do use most of it, trying to finish off Captain, which they do. The Uber has now been popped from Raymond, so there's going to be 2-game advantage for them at the moment. But they do kind of end up going in too deep. There were 2 players look like they're trying to wrap around behind them, and they do get completely cleaned up at the side of 7. There's still 3 gamers remaining on the point. Se7en, sorry, he's going to be trying to do so much work. He's 22 HP. Some good arrows from Raptor, keeps himself alive, but doing so he might have got himself killed, and he does kill himself. He stands on a point and presses the suicide button.
Yeah, that was nice arrows from him, but it was just ultimately not worth it for him to stay in. Like, Sil would probably have only gotten like a tiny amount of less damage if Raptor just run away, and he'd have had significantly more River than he has now. There wouldn't be like a 60% advantage for 7 if Raptor just run away. You have Samsey sniping forward spawn.
Sitting in forward spawn, just waiting for the call that they're pushing through.
Thing is, with this new version of Granary, I'm probably going to get jinxed now, but a lot of people don't seem to ever really want to
Going in for the left side. Banny pops Stark up, but he's not able to finish off on the frag. He does knock him down incredibly weak. Captain is peeking as well, so he does jump through. Samsey's still sitting there, and he's going to be set up for Raymond. Raymond is hopping around. Samsey, unfortunately, he's not able to connect on a shot. Captain does start to close him out, and he does force him to back spawn. Really well played from 7. We're now going to be pushing through seconds. They're going to go through Z, and they're going to start. Though they do Uber really, really early, so Cadus has got a lot of work to do. Raptor is sitting on 90%. And Raptor is getting caught out, and he does get him. Cadus gets a critical pick onto Raptor. This stops him from getting Uber. So this should hopefully convert into a round for them. Drac, though, there's 3 gamers left alive. They're so weak. It's just Ass and Samsey's 2 scouts versus 3 players. This is going to be impossible. The spawn's 5 seconds in time, but it's not enough. They clean it up. It's a nice crisp push from their own last.
That was so clutch, hitting that one pipe on a Raptor just to completely deny any chance really for Swift to hold that last there. That without any heals and they're out the rubber, there was just nothing they could have done.
Yeah, that was a push from 7's last all the way back to Swift zone. So that is using the momentum really, really well, going from point to point. Stark is currently sitting at 10 kills, 1 death. He's a good gamer.
Yep. Wait, 10 for 1. Yeah, okay, that is, yeah. It just kind of took a second for me to realise that he's died 1 time in 10 minutes as Scout on Granary. Like, that's incredible. Not sure, I
might have
didn't
read
actually
that
see what his DPM was, though. That's the real
600.
stats.
So again, Ali's going to go through ramp room to try and put some early pressure in the choke. He's denying any sort of aggression. So then does not jump into Kratos, and he does get the second rocket. So Kennis has been taken out of this mid straight away. Se7en are aware of this, and they do completely back out. It's just Captain left alive, but he kills himself so he can get a faster respawn. Se7en's getting a really good jump onto Cadus, taking him out, and as soon as that happened, they knew that they wouldn't be able to get the firepower needed to contest mid that much.
We've got Swift just walking straight onto the point here. Se7en not even close to contesting Starks. Oh no, they are going to try and block. They're blocking with the Uber. They are in a single Uber, like it is
Swift,
possible.
they are really liking this at the moment, and he goes in. Bunny goes in so deep and takes out Raymond, so this is a really well worked Uber, but they haven't caught second yet. Drac is doing so much work. He's completely defended second. They won't be able to get last without killing Drac first. Here's the wall that separates them, and he is doing so much work. They finally take him out, but the good thing from this is that they're getting 3 extra spawns in just 4 seconds. Drac may have saved this if Thalasher and Raymond could do something about it. Raymond's sitting on the point, and it's not enough. So Swift do just edge out around. My goodness, Drac.
Yeah, that was so unbelievably close for Drac there. If he'd maybe just played a little bit more patiently, sitting in Z instead of peeking out, like while someone was on the point, he might have been able to just get that frag and block them even more. Because I think Ast was only on like 30-40 HP. He would have died to a spam rocket there.
11 to 2 for Stark at the moment. 213 DPM.
Here we go onto our 4th mid.
This is shaping up to be a pretty sick game.
Yep, this has been incredible. This is like, I don't know what's happened, but it's just been a lot more fast-paced. Like, it's kind of like the I-49 finals, I think it would have been when it was TCM and
Epsilon.
Yeah.
Cadus, he's a little bit faster to mid than Ali. Does sort of bully him out with some world time stickies. No immediate aggression for both teams. Well, that looks like it's going to change. Se7en does take up to the top. Oh my goodness, he gets absolutely destroyed. I think he caught a pipe. He was literally just put down solo. Banny does get onto Raymond as well, so he takes him out. But whilst that was happening, Raptor does die as well, so he's got 2 scouts left. This could be absolutely critical. It's 2v2. Oh, K just completely denies the top, so it's a little bit of miscommunication. It's Samsy versus 2. Drac with a really good pre-fire rocket and denies the health pack as well. Just saying to Samsy, get out of my mid, boy.
That was incredible. Drac, like, he sat for a long time just in there, ramp room, sitting on a little barrel, just spamming down right side, trying to get any chip shots that he could. And then as soon as Banny jumped, Drac just came out of his room, ramp room and just like jumped straight onto the combo. And he was only on like 50 HP, but just kept playing up top and just spamming damage.
Do you feel
he and Cadus like winning that out?
Do you think that Drac could be MVP?
I think he's been MVP so far for mostly the whole land for Se7en. I'll be honest, Drac has just been doing so much work on the flank point.
Oh, Swift, they're looking like they're going to try and get onto mid 4-3. They're not going to, well, they haven't even got Uber, they're not going to be close, but that doesn't mean that Se7en aren't going to get Uber either. Captain just sitting onto catwalk. Drac goes in deep. Oh my goodness, unfortunately he does beef it. That is a rarity from him. Raymond is sitting, almost got Uber, but everyone, Cadus is an absolute disaster once again. They overstay their welcome. He gets 2 frags almost immediately. So Raptor is taken out, and it's just Ash left alive. He does now get taken out by Thalash, so it's going to be Banny the Manny. Is he going to be able to defend last by himself? Probably not. But
Probably not, but
he does.
Yeah, he's going to have heals here. He's going to have his demo man. Samsy's going to spawn as well, and Sil. Don't know if they'll be able to get to the point time. No one got forward. The Raptor was alive for a long time there. Didn't go forward with Ali or Banny there to block the point. They just stayed back right and let Se7en just walk in uncontested.
It sits at 3-1 currently for what could be the final map, unless Swift pull some magic out of the hat and hope that the rabbit is alive, because they need to make a miracle at the moment. There's going to be 16 minutes. There is still a lot of time left in this, but they are constantly being pressured on the back foot. These sort of Uber v Uber engagements sometimes do favour them, but they just seem to hang around for a little bit too long.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to try and change something up, if they're going to maybe just like wait and counter jump the soldiers from Se7en. Cadus is so fast over the top though.
This is so frustrating to play against. He's not able to do it any extra damage, but Ali does take too much for him to really help his teammates. As does take out Cadus, so Cadus maybe staying a little bit going too deep. So that is a comfortable mid from Swift.
Yeah, I don't know what Cadis was doing there. It looked as if it was pretty good, but instead of sticking up top where the combo would have come out from, he stuck up the ramp room and just got absolutely no damage. And then as soon as he was like out of stickies and had to reload, he just had to give up all the space he'd already taken. Swift are very quickly on the second here.
They're able to get second for free as well, which would be really good. They're going to go through left side. They're just going to get up straight going forward. They're not going to wait for a pick, but it was just a distraction for Se7en to try and go in. He's not able to connect with Raymond on any significant damage for anyone to follow up. I'd imagine we could see an off-class sniper has been brought out by Stark. Balash has gone heavy. Stark is just going to be peeking through the left side. Banny gets taken out by Captain, so it looks like they might even push, but I'd imagine Se7en are more than happy to just be comfortable and sit at their last.
Yeah, Stark's getting so aggressive here. He knows that they aren't anywhere in lobby. I'm assuming he knows that they can't also be on top. He is so far
as well.
Yeah, he just gets taken out by the sticks of alley.
Yeah, Asta's gone sniper, so Sedentes opened the door for him, so they know that they're going against a sniper. They do have a pick advantage. Asta's going to go in deep. He's going to be able to get onto Raymond. Raymond hiding behind the pipe, so he's not able to connect on a headshot. He did try and go for the poop as well, but he's not able to connect on the shot. He's just going to be moving around on the point at the moment, so well, Raptor went down to around about 40 HP during all that. Sedentes does get taken out by Drac at the top.
Every single, I'm sure we've seen this before, just any time Sil and Drac seem to meet on the flank, Drac has almost always come out on top. I feel it was this last night actually when we were casting basically this exact matchup, and it was on Granary, and Drac every single time he and Sil met each other and in Lunchbox, he was getting the pick.
Yeah,
opening the door on the right side here. Stark, he can really aggressively there into the sight line.
There is no counter sniper for Ast at the moment, so he's going to have.
He hits one headshot on the Captain, goes down to 10 HP.
That was so close. Stark is starting to pressure him even more. I'm just going to keep my eye on Ast as he tries to make a play. These are the kind of things that they need at this moment in time. Time is ticking down. We've got 13 minutes, so still a lot remaining. Absolutely amazing aggression. Both solids just jump at the same time and banish him out of this map.
He is, he was absolutely gone. I'm still surprised that Stark decided not to try and counter snipe there. There's not a ton he can do really as Scout on this last until the Ubers are popped off. All he can really do is kind of peek in and get that, maybe some chip shot damage, maybe a little intel, but Drac's already doing that for them on top. And Ast has decided to come back up on Scout. He doesn't want to snipe anymore.
Yeah, he did sort of stay in a little bit too much into spawn, but it looks like we're getting some aggression from top. Maybe a sack, so there's two men.
The force has been used.
Oh, they did it. So they do manage to get the Uber popped off from Raymond. Banny is going to be in Lunchbox. He's just sort of skirting around, making sure that no one can get behind.
Yeah, and Stark now off class and he's gone Inji. He's going to get the level 3 sentry, hopefully up on their right-hand side.
It looks like I would imagine though that, well, I'd hope that Swift would push before that level 3 gets up fully, but
yeah, it'll be a level 2 for sure, and it's already up.
Yeah, they're going to be going up through the top. The only disadvantage here is that there's going to be quite a few gamers that aren't going to have buffs, so they're going to go Uber through top, but the double donks is absolutely mothering them at the moment. Ali, he has to lead the Uber by himself. He does take out that sentry. Raymond is incredibly weak as well, so I don't know if anybody's going to add on it. It's Banny, he does jump in, he does take him out, but Thalos doing a lot of work heavy, and he does 2-pipe him and take him out. So this looks like it could very well be a round for him. Sark is just the last one remaining, and they get it. It's 3-2 for Se7en, sorry.
That was a really nice push there. I don't know what Stark was like upgrading the sentry. He got the level 3, but he had no metal left, so he should have. I don't know why he could have just left it as a level 2 and actually been able to heal his sentry up. But instead, he decided to go for the level 3, and there was nothing he could do. It was just like some fodder really for Banny. He spammed 3-4 rockets at, and that was it gone. Like all that time he spent off passing was just wasted.
It was. I kind of felt it was going to be a bit shaky when it was just Ali sort of on the pipe by himself with most of the Uber. It could have gone horribly wrong, but he did manage to take out the sentry and help with Banny as well, and get a lot of damage onto Raymond to help Banny finish off the frag. So Ali again, he's going in so deep on the right side. Cadus reads him so well, and he is literally forced out, and I believe Swift might be completely out of this. This is so dominant. Ali going in too aggressive. Oh my goodness, Drac, he does get a crisp rocket onto Raptor. Popped him up in the air, he knocks him down to 40 HP. They do get 2 picks though, so there's no soldiers on the side of Se7en, but they're going to get 2 spawns. I don't know if they're going to be feeling ready to just sort of try and act on this straight away as soon as they're with them.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cadis went for that roll it again, like just after how everything went in that last mid, but I'm guessing that's exactly the effect that he wanted it to have last time, where he just instantly got the pick onto Ali.
Yeah, I think normally when he does it, he does put stickies on.
Oh wow, Sam is in deep. He almost got the pick on.
I guess, yeah, I guess that was just trying to suicide play. I was going to say that normally when Kalis does that fast rollout, we stickies up Catwalk as well.
Yeah.
As the main door, I think he just forgot about Catwalk, which allowed Ass to just sort of pass on him a bit. But yeah, it paid off a lot on that second time around.
Yeah, now we're just seeing Samji's not actually off glass, and he's just going to set on the scout. And now it's quite possible that Se7en are just going to try and run down the clock for a little while here, and like they've got no real incentive to push. They're already one round up, and this is like, you know, the tournament point for them really if they can win this map. They're just sitting spamming ramp room really. Cadis is getting kind of aggressive with Captain, but Raymond's sitting really far back. He doesn't want to push no up and get into it.
Looks like Swift, well, Asta's going to go on a solo mission to try and get something out of his aggression.
He's got shut down as well.
They're trying to make plays, but I do feel like they need a little bit more meat in these sack attempts, because it's asking a lot from one scout to push him through choke when you have no high ground advantage.
I think the way they're probably...
Drac goes for a skip jump, he tries to get onto Raptor, he does get 2 rockets. Oh, he almost got the third.
That was a really nice jump from Drac. I think we've seen him do it before actually, and I think that was actually probably 2 seasons ago now where he actually managed to do that and get a really nice drop on him. Nursey actually it was from thanks to Nursey team advance.
Banny, he is pushing in. He's pretty deep. Cadis is there,
Sam
but
gets taken down by Fallon, should be fine.
this is, it's getting sweaty at the moment for Swift. They're going to have to really start trying to get some rounds in and get some more frags. I feel like just this probing, just sacking one player over and over again is just going to...
It's basically what I'm thinking is that they can sack a scout and they know that Se7en won't push off that, so they can keep sacking their scouts. Se7en won't push. If they sack a soldier, they sack Sill or Banny, they're definitely going to push off that, because it's just such a huge pick really, just for how much work Sill and Banny can both get done for the team.
Yeah, I guess so, but you know, when you're behind, you need to do something a little bit more purposeful. I mean, all that's going to happen is that you're going to give yourself even more pressure with all these unsuccessful suicides. Banny goes in through choke again, he's just going to throw. Captain takes out Samsey, so once again they did the exact same thing. Banny pushing through choke, Samsey tries to go through ramp route, and they just get picked off of the flank. But luckily, Silentes does get a frag onto Stark.
Yeah, I guess that was Stark just trying to do pretty late counter attack. Ali's getting really aggressive here in ramp room. He might walk past Kate. No, he's getting stuck out by Cadis there.
I think he wants to go. This was just actually a huge distraction for both soldiers. So Silentes and Aspley both buffed him through the flank, but oh, that's a good uber pop, so they do actually get the force. Raptor has also, oh my goodness, Raptor is getting juggled, he's getting absolutely mullered, but Raptor is actually able to do how he's doing his best Raymond impression. Oh. Cages is trying to go in with the pain drain, but he's not able to get it. He sort of skirts a little bit too deep. Raptor again, he dodges the pipe.
No way.
Oh my goodness, Raptor, you might have been able to save it, but unfortunately he's getting chased down hard. Oh my goodness, Raptor, he was doing so well on keeping himself alive, but also Se7en, they're able to gain so much space. It's just going to be Silentes and Aster are going to be the last line of defense. They do get one extra spawn, but this is going to be too little too late.
Just farming them at spawn. That was unbelievable from Raptor. That was so close. I think actually what might have happened, he didn't actually catch the pick that killed him. I think it actually might have hit Sill, who was overhealed, and he obviously could just tank that, and then Raptor, who was only like 20 HP, died to that. I think it was actually just Splash. Raptor actually might have been safe there if Sill had been positioned just a little differently.
This is 4-2 now for Se7en. At this moment, they are looking in pretty good shape to win I-61. Swift, they really do have to try and do something here.
Now I wonder if they're going to try and maybe just do something. I was going to say to counter Cadis on this fast rollout. He's doing the exact same. He's come in. Ali's on point. Cadis is just sticking him off.
He does get knocked out. Ali is sticking up Catwalk, but nobody's going to be coming from there apart from Drax. Silentes does go for a fast bomb through connectors, but there's nobody there to follow up with his damage. Samsey does make his way onto the Catwalk of Se7en, but both stick out. They just turn around, lock onto him, and take him out of the game. But the saving grace here is that they do have point control and they will cap it. But Se7en, they're hanging around. They want to try and get onto them. Raymond is incredibly low. He does serve onto the health back. Oh my goodness. Raptor, he does have 93%. So both of these medics really like playing this thin.
Yeah, and then still getting the forward spawn there. He was like, he's already back in the fight. He's ready to go jump in.
It's 3-yard control as well for Swift, so this is just what they want. They need to get every single part of the map for free as much as they can. Swift, they are going to continue. They're going to go in through Lunchbox. There's no stickies there just yet, but they're slowing down a bit, so this is going to give them a little bit more time on the side of 7 to set up on the pair. Baddy has sort of made himself known. Ali is underneath him to give him any support. Both scouts from 7 are just staring that door down along with Drac. It is going to be so difficult to get in.
Yeah, and look again, Drac getting like over 100 damage on his Sil there. He's overextending though, Drac. He gets picked off by the stick from Ali.
Yeah, Ali was there with him, with his boy.
Like, all of Swift are just running in from top. They've used the Uber.
This is actually pretty decent at the moment. They do get the multi, so Raptor does actually able to get out, but actually does meet up with Santi, so he does have his boy there. Cadus though caught in the middle. Ali is going behind him, but he's not able to collect the frag. Oh my goodness, Cadus is on 10 HP, but the cleanup from Silentes, it does finally arrive. Cadus, oh my god, he's doing so much work and managed to keep himself alive, but there's just 2 players left. Drac is sitting alone. Oh my god, Drac, you absolute monster. He's able to defend his Silentes, has no ammo.
Still's got no ammo.
He
can
is
pick up bannies here.
molested by Drac. You absolute monster. He so single-handedly, with Raymond, defends last for his team.
That was insane. And Raymond as well during that whole fight on second managed to get, I think, 2 or maybe 3 really clutch arrows on Cadus, because he was standing on the point and ended up body blocking Sil by accident basically, and like just Cadus goes down to 10, 20 HP. An arrow from Raymond happens again, he gets piped. Another arrow from Raymond, just keeping him alive, keeping that fight going.
Yeah, that was sickening from Drac. Jesus Christ. He attacked, but he also protect. Haha, meme. Anyway, Swift, they still got a lot of work to do. The time is ticking. They still have enough time to get 2 rounds, but they're going to have to really be quick with this. Cadus is going to be on the right side behind the concrete blocks, just spamming that right door. Banny is just peeking it. He wants to get in for free. He wants to get as close as he can. Dalash, he's sitting up on the top pipe with the Natasha. He's just ready to pepper down bullets. Samzi, he's going to go in on the flank. He's going to try and pepper down Captain, but he's not able to do it. Start gets popped up in the air, but Cadus was there to help him and takes out Samzi for being a little bit too aggressive. I imagine that we might see a sniper off class or something, but they need to do something. They need to make a play.
They do still have the time. I'm very sure actually they still, Swift still have the time to actually win it. They could come back and get the 3 rounds in 4 minutes. They could get the 5-4, sorry. It's highly unlikely, but Samzi has spawned on sniper. He is coming in from yard at the moment.
This is the moment, this is the high pressure situation. When you run sniper, you have to come up with the goods, and by God, do Swift need it here. They do go in for the Uber, they do get a good exchange, and Raymond has been forced as well. There might be a rotation now, but there's still stickies on the right side. Cadus takes out 2, and Ali, he wants to keep on going. He knows that it's do or die, and he gets taken out as well. This is an absolute calamity. Cadus has just defended last for his team. That's 2 quick frags. It is going to be almost impossible for anyone to do anything. Silentes is trying to go for the back cap. He's not able to get it. There are still 3 minutes remaining, so it is still possible, but it's just gotten even harder.
That was insane. From both. That hold from 7 was just incredible, and then I don't know. I understand that they want that, you know, Swift had to push there, but I don't know if they surely knew that in advance. They wouldn't want Samzi to be on sniper for a push like that.
I mean, I do sort of credit Cadus as well. I mean, when they Uber into the left side, you might be dragged over. You know, remove your trap and just focus that. But he keeps his trap. He knows his team can defend it, and they go for the rotate. And he's got the stickies. He's got them in the tires on second, but it's Raptor and Ass who are going to Uber through the top. Ass is being dropped down, so he does actually get the Uber onto Raymond. So this is actually looking pretty good, but there's 2 minutes remaining. There's going to have to be a lot of work and have to keep on going. Silentes does drop in. They do take out Captain. Banny, he does a lot of work in there as well. He takes out Cadus, and it's going to be Ali stuck on the right side. It's just going to be him versus 3 players. And at the moment, what is this happening? As it's on last with Silentes, it's just going to be Thales and Raymond for the remaining moments. And oh my goodness, Swift are actually doing it. They do have time.
This is getting close now. Swift have definitely got the time to draw this up and take it to a golden cap. I'm very sure we have golden caps now.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good. That's
10
good.
minutes time limit. It's not infinite.
Yeah.
That was wise choice by Henny.
Yeah, no more 27-minute golden caps. No more 27-minute golden caps. Don't want to have to sit through that again.
This could be it. It is do or die for Swift right now. 7. They are going to be under pressure. This mid is going to mean so much to them. They are both running a default setup. There is no crits, no surprises from either team. They're keeping it vanilla. And Cadus, they're backing out. They're doing it. They're just going to hold yard.
Taking a page out of the low pander book, just not going to mid.
Oh my goodness, they know it's going to be
Where
hard
is
to
the sentry?
break.
There should be a sentry on level 2 somewhere.
They have no off classes on the side of 7. They are just confident in their yard hold. Cadus gets a frag on Celentes pretty much straight away. I think what the idea is that it might try and force them to Uber into yard and just back out and go through secondary cycle.
Yeah, this way they're guaranteed to have an Uber. There's no way that Raymond could have, been killed by just standing on second unless he somehow hits his kill ping.
It is so
it's
smart.
basically guaranteed.
They're going to go in, they're trying to go in for the choke, and unfortunately Ali gets dropped by Raptor, but they do get the multi-Uber off. Raptor, is he able to get out of this? He does. So they do have some time remaining to do something, but
they just need to go, basically. As soon as Ali spawns, right now, they need to go. And he can maybe be there for the...
I think they're doing it without Ali. They are all gearing up to go to the left side, and he's got the double donks from Raptor. He's incredibly weak. Captain is a massive air shot, and another one of the Sil as well. This is an absolute calamity. They're all getting taken out. Everyone is dead. There's just Ali remaining. GG has been called. Ladies and gentlemen, the Insomnia61 winners goes to 7.
What a game. What a series.
I'm dying.
That was good.
My goodness, there's so many fat plays from everyone on 7. They were defending so well throughout that entirety. Drac on last.
Oh, there we go. He's taking the last celebrating at his PC. He's looking happy.
Everybody give it up for 7. 2 times winners. They've won it second time in a row.
Go on, that's not loud enough. Give us a real cheer. There we go.
They're still here.
We're still here. Tournament might be over, but we're here. We're stuck until next year.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang about.
Just see what's happening. You checked out the expo?
Yeah, we did. We talked about this the other day.
I
got went to see the robots.
Oh yeah, the robot.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I've still not gotten to check everything out.
Apparently there's like a cat charity part, but I think maybe we should actually talk about the game until the analysts are ready. That was
it was an incredibly close game. It was a very smart decision for 7 not to go to mid in that last round there, just to make sure they'd have, however, that there's nothing that could go wrong for them.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't run any off classes though.
Yeah. That was a very, very large brain play from 7. So congratulations for them for being 2 times winners of Insomnia. Commiseration goes to Swift. They certainly went out with a bang. But we are going to pass it over now to our analyst desks. Boys,
take it away.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and my, we've got a lot to analyse.
It was one hell of a game. It was incredible.
Where do we begin, Eepily? Is there anything that initially jumped out at you about that game?
I think, honestly, you could point out a load of little pieces and kind of get into like the real nitty-gritty, but fundamentally, both teams played exceptionally good TF2. Like, this last map in particular, it was not your standard kind of 7 kind of controller game. This was some of the fastest, most exciting, aggressive, kind of insane TF2 we've seen, definitely in the entire tournament. This was like an insane map to end it with. But at the same time, both teams performed incredibly well, but no one can deny the fact that 7 were clearly superior here. Their players were just completely out of this world. We've said it about 100 times, but Raymond is incredible. He is just by far the best medic I'm going to say he's the best medic to exist in the game today, probably to have ever existed.
Wow, what a statement. Looking at all the 7 players, I kind of struggled to pick out anyone who had a poor performance on that team. I mean, do you think it's, if we look at another aspect of it, maybe Team SVIFT, was there anybody underperforming in your opinion, or?
I think not necessarily individual players. You know, we saw on the last map, Celentes wasn't exactly doing exceptionally well, like statistics-wise. But I think it's just it came down to a team thing. It came down to the kind of things you would expect and you'd hope to matter at a LAN like this. Se7en have been a team for months, for just like so long at this point. They played multiple seasons. They have their defined way of playing. Whereas SVIFT was kind of put together for this LAN. They've been together for a while, but they haven't been scrimming with the same kind of consistency. They haven't worked themselves out as a team in the same way as Se7en have. And I think that's what it came down to. Se7en is just a legit full team with everything that comes along with that.
And this was the first example of a team's map pick actually going against them in this best of 5. This Granary was SVIFT's pick at the end of the day, but do you think if it came down to switching it around, if we actually went to our Badlands game first, do you think the result would have changed?
I don't think so at all. I think like after the momentum from the last 2 maps, like, and the fact that Se7en is just gonna, like, they know how to play Badlands as well as they know how to play Granary, I don't think it would have really mattered. I think it just came down to like the team performance. It could have been basically any map. I think it's interesting to note, you know, there was a lot of close, basically every map was within 1 round, but that's just, it doesn't really matter so much because like Se7en don't care if they win by 5 or if they win by 1, they win, you know? You know, the only map SVIFT managed to get at all was Reckoner, and Reckoner is always a bit of a wild card at this point, so, you know, I think you just got to say, like, you got to just say Se7en deserved it.
Yeah, we've talked into detail about Granary, but let's talk about like the series as a whole. Was there a particular point that you noticed like Se7en have got this? They clicked. Everything's just gone into 5th gear.
I don't know if there's maybe one point. Probably, if you were going to pick out any one moment, it would be about, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes into the 2nd map, where there was suddenly a bit of a shift in how Se7en were approaching things. They just seemed to start getting kind of not overly aggressive, but aggressive enough to kind of make their kind of style of play work. I don't know, like, just the fact that they managed to consistently get picks and just get the little advantages, it just kind of left SVIFT in a position where, like, they couldn't create those advantages for themselves. So they were always, like, you know, we always say, you know, they're on the back foot, but they really were.
Do you think maybe going into like the map pick and bans, if they could choose the different bans or something along those lines, do you think that SVIFT could have picked something a bit more favourable to them? Or
I think maybe in a different series, like a Viaduct would have been really interesting to see, because obviously from a DM point of view, SVIFT are exceptionally good. Ali is insane. We've seen consistently Ast and Smizzy have just been hitting the most insane shots. Like, they're incredibly strong DM scouts. So maybe on a Viaduct where kind of DM and kind of coordination in fights matters more than perhaps overall strategy, it would have been different. But I also don't see a world in which Se7en don't ban Viaduct immediately. So it kind of, I don't think ever really would have happened unless Se7en had a completely different mentality towards their bans.
Well, bringing it back to Granary, we do have the logs available to us now, so we can take a look at them now. First impressions, Epoli, is there anything that's jumping out at you right from the get-go?
You know, you can point out the fact that Banny's back at the top for damage again. It's been a pretty consistent theme across the tournament, but at the same time, you know, it was pointed out in our analysis before, the fact that if you're jumping into them a lot, like on mids, and you know, you're jumping into a bunch of very bunched up gamers, you are always going to be hitting big damage, you know, even if it's not necessarily actually getting frags.
I've noticed as well that it's not just the jumps, he does a lot of spam, that Banny. He does so much spam. I really noticed it in this particular Granary game where it was just random useless spam at these random choke points. I don't know what he's trying to set up for, but he would even like be spamming it heavy on the high pipe, and I don't know what sort of play they could really play off that, just based on the positions of the rest of his team.
Yeah, obviously you don't get anywhere near the full context just looking at the numbers. I think if we're going to look at something else, you've got to compare the scouts between both teams. Stark 21 for 8, Thalash 20 for 9.
That's-
Both incredibly good scorelines.
That's almost picture perfect for the previous map as well. I think it actually is the exact same rough kill and death ratios.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if there was any doubts about putting Stark on pocket at the beginning of the tournament, they were like quashed in like the second or even the third map.
Yeah.
He was just phenomenal on that pocket roll.
So it was like in the first map, things were looking a little bit iffy. You didn't know whether maybe, they'd want to swap it back around, do whatever. But I think Snakewater really was the point where things kind of turned in terms of just kind of me watching the game and seeing Stark. Like I said, his ability to deny soldiers on Snakewater mid was just incredible. Like I said, he would single-handedly just like two-shot a soldier out the air, leaving leading his team into such like an easy position to win the mid. And in these kind of mids where all the Swift soldiers were jumping like super deep and super aggressive, like just that one kind of denies just caused them to completely crumble,
Looking towards the scouts of Swift, it's a bit strange. You see, Ast has actually had a decent game.
Another very good game for Ast.
But Samzi, on the other hand, is kind of lacking over in the kills department. He usually strikes me as a very good 1v1 scout, but he wasn't really finding those 1v1s as well in the series.
Yeah, well, I think, again, you can kind of put it down to Se7en's disciplined playstyle. Like, there's less of an opportunity to get random 1v1s. There's also things like, frequently there would be, not necessarily always Smizzy, but frequently there'd be, like a single scout kind of thrown at Raymond in order to try and kind of take him down. And just because of how good Raymond is, like, I don't really remember any times really at all on Granary where that was actually effective. So if you're having to constantly send like an individual sack to try and force a medic or something, and it's just not working, then inevitably someone's going to end up having a pretty bad time with the logs.
I mean, just to poke about some other stats that don't really get too much love when we have a look. Celentes hitting a pretty meaty 23 air shots during that game. I guess air shots do not mean everything in the world equally.
Well, see, I would like to hope they do, but I'm going to put it down to the fact that I'm still pretty certain that if you fire upwards rockets at someone standing on the pipe on Granary, it counts as an air shot. So, to be honest, actually,
that's fraud shots.
See, I'm pretty sure we just found out why Banny was spamming so much of that ever, He didn't care about the game, but his air shots, ooh, that's what matters.
And even then, he only got 16.
That'll be the problem. If you had 40, you would have won.
Yep. Cadus. Let's talk about Cadus. I feel like he, at the start of the groups, he was struggling maybe a little bit, but coming into the series, what happened? He just like turned on immediately.
It wasn't always a case of like hitting every pipe and hitting every sticky, but the way in which he denied exits in Uber trades, like it was kind of like a combination of Cadus and Raymond why so many of the Uber trades went well. Swift would be forced in a position where they'd have to trade an Uber. They'd move in to try and trade. They'd use Raymond would kite so efficiently, get so much better of an Uber, and Cadus would immediately be like locking out like any chokes they could get out of. He'd be like juggling Raptor, and we saw so many times like the last 30% of an Uber, Raptor would just be like constantly juggled by the choke point, and then the rest of Se7en would clean him up, and that would allow Se7en to like have such an advantage pushing forward, and that would basically almost kind of gain them 2 points, 2 control points, just basically from how they dealt with that one attempt at an Uber trade.
Yeah. Now, you're probably wondering why are we spending so much time going into such detail and analysis. It's like we've got news back in mind, like working tirelessly on that new Weatherman segment. We're not going to let him out of his cage until he finishes it. So in the meantime, though, let's have a little bit of fun. Is there any like moments that you've really enjoyed, like hype moments that you from these entire series, deeply?
From the entire series, I think there's loads of different moments you could point out, and I'm sure there's going to be 100 different frag clips made. If I'm going to point out one, it's going to be Drax single-handedly defending last, hitting that juicy, meaty direct on Banny, taking him down, and then next thing you know, Celentes is running around with his escape plan, with no ammo, looking pretty stupid, honestly.
Yeah.
And just things like that. Another, I think, it was about less than 10 minutes after, Cadus with 2 stickies. A double sticky trap kill, killing both Ast and Smizzy as they try and push into last. Like, it's individual moments like that where, it's only 2 kills, but how do you push last successfully when you have no scouts? You literally can't. Things like that will just, they bought Se7en another 40 seconds, another minute, you know, another minute, whatever. And as soon as Se7en got four rounds to Swift's 2, it was kind of already over at that point. Obviously, like, Swift did keep it pretty close. Like, it ended 4-3, and Swift could have technically rolled that last round if, well, probably if Se7en had gone to mid instead of doing, like, the smart play and staying on second like they did. But, I don't know, I feel like after they were, like, there's a couple rounds up and it was only 6 minutes, it's like, you know, we've seen this story enough times, you know?
Yeah.
Se7en don't really ever lose those games. Not like that.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, we're praising Se7en a tremendous amount, but maybe we should look on the other side of things. Do you think, like, maybe there was any tilt going in from SVIFT? They seem like kind of an emotional team. Some of these players are quite notorious for their little tilting antics. Do you think any of that happened, like, today?
I think it must have. I see no world in which it didn't have at least some effect, even if you're going to say it's minor. Like, the way that they lost process. It came down to what I believe was a drop from Raptor to a sticky trap. And from that one drop, Se7en managed to just completely swoop in, take a round in the last 20 seconds. And you can be like the most disciplined team out there. And losing a round like that in the last 20 seconds to lose the map, that's going to, like, do something to you. But a team like SVIFT, I think, would get even more affected by that. And I think you could kind of see that in terms of the bit of breakdown in team play.
Another aspect we don't really get to talk about too much is the crowd. I mean, there's not many scenarios where you've got a crowd of this size, this hyped as well, kind of like boosting these players or maybe making them feel a little bit bad. Do you think, like, any of these players were reacting to this at all, or do you think they played a part at all, the crowd?
I think it's kind of difficult to tell. Obviously, the crowd reactions are almost certainly noticeable to some degree, even if it's not really the sound because they've got soundproof headphones on, but just kind of like the rumbling, things like that. But really, if you're concentrating enough on your own game, it's not going to distract you enough, you know? If you're really, like, playing to win, it's not like, you know, the crowd cheering a couple times are going to make you think, oh, you know, what are they going on? Because by the time you, like, realize what they're cheering about, like, I know you've already wasted enough time to make it just not worth it. So, I don't know. I think it was a great crowd, though. It was huge.
Man, with a game like that, the fact that News is working tirelessly to go through every single section, every single weatherman, like, report that you could probably go through, it is taking him a bit of time. But in the meantime, is there any additional thoughts that or points that you want to bring forward to the crowd?
I can't say there's a great deal more to say in terms of this series. I think overall we've been incredibly lucky this entire LAN. There's been some insane games, not only just the games that were casted. I stood behind the no-input guys as they played against Ascent and knocked them out. It came down to a golden cap round on Process, the very third map. And it was one of the tensest games of the entire tournament. It was a little bit of a shame that it didn't fit into the casting schedule because it was insane for a team like No Input to knock out a team with a pedigree like Ascent does.
All right, well, to end on that note, we will be passing it over to Getawale, who is currently on the stage, so take it away, Getawale.
All right, Birmingham, it is finally time. We're going to get this done. Now, it's been a very long weekend. We want to thank you guys all for sticking with us here in the venue as well as watching at home on Twitch TV. We want to give a big hand for all of the teams that played this grueling weekend. Let's hear it, please. All 24 teams, invite and the open group as well. Let's give some special love to Team SVIFT as well, who put up a fantastic fight in this grand final. SVIFT had a fantastic tournament, very nearly pulled it off. But more importantly than that, we have one team that stood above all the others, and they are called Se7en. They are your world champions. Let's hear it for Se7en TF2. Cadis, can I get you up here? All of you guys, come on up. We've got something for you. Drac, it's all you, buddy. We're going to get the photo op here. Give it up. Give it up. They earned it. proved this weekend that they are the best team, and it was not easy. So we want to thank all of you once again. We want to thank our sponsors one more time. We have GT Omega. The players told me the seats are mega comfortable. We have Linksys, of course. We have Logitech, Ice Cream for Crow, and Slingshot Cartel. They helped us put off a fantastic tournament. Of course, Multiplay. Thanks for having us for, what, the 10th year in a row. It was a fantastic time. There are a lot of people to thank. I could try to do it myself, but luckily I don't have to do it. We've prepared a video that we're going to play here in just a moment, a credits video and kind of retrospective. So thank you all for being here. We will see you next year at iSeries. Thank you.
Thank you.